Welcome to the Class of Kings.
Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Confirm? So the real history lessons actually starts from today, okay? Yeah, I'm looking forward. Every year, this is you are the fifth batch, in our online class. Yeah. So every year I'm waiting for this moment, like unit number 7 onwards. Actually, real history starts from unit number 7 onwards. Yeah. The real past, discussing about the real past. Actually, we did that a little bit at the beginning. Unit number 3, for example, unit number 2, unit number 3. But other units are kind of, like, different perspectives of the past, right? Like social perspective, then technical perspective, practical perspective, social perspective, unit number 4, then unit number 5 from technical perspective. Unit number 6 was about practical applications of history, yeah, like knowledge and the law, rules and regulations that we followed and the standards that we had. So really, unit number 7 onwards, the real history lessons start. And my favorite lesson for this year is unit number 8, Candian Kingdom. I'll tell you when we discuss Candian Kingdom why it's my favorite lesson, okay? And then here we go, 7, 8, 9, 10. Of course, my favorite units, personally, my favorite units. And you are also going to enjoy, today onwards. Really, there must be some sort of a real excitement starting today onwards, I believe. Yeah, because we got a lot of things to discuss, and real history, starts from unit number 7, right? Okay, so we will finish unit number 7 this month, and the months will go on, right? Our target is to start a new unit every month, like we always did throughout this year, but sometimes we just had to change the plans. Okay, so unit number 7. Anybody came across this unit? Anybody? What is the topic? Yeah, it says it's a little long topic, right? It says decline of ancient cities in the dry zone and origin of new kingdoms in the southwest. Decline of ancient cities in the dry zone and origin of new kingdoms in the southwest. In other words, in simple words, we can say this lesson is about the second era of urbanization, nothing else, okay? Second era of urbanization, or just kingdoms in the southwest, or ruling centers in the later periods. Okay, simple as that. In grade 7, you have a unit, grade 7, unit number 4, ruling centers in later period. This lesson is essentially the same thing that you learned in unit number 7, but a little extended version of it, like a little much in detail. Okay, so we are going to discuss everything here, right? So, you remember when we did unit number 2, we did something called a timeline. Yes, remember what is a timeline? Yeah, we use the timeline to show what is prehistoric era, when did the people came here, what is proto-historic era, what are the important events, then what is the early historic era. We used a timeline, right? Yeah, similarly, we can have a timeline for the whole country. Okay, we can have a timeline. We can have a timeline for your life. Yes, timeline is a simple line that continues. Okay, so that's why I like to keep it like an arrow, because time goes forward, right? Time doesn't stop. So we will call this line a timeline. Okay, where this, the x-axis as you call it, is t. Okay, t is for time, right? Yeah, t. Not from seconds, but let's say these are centuries. Okay, yeah, t is for centuries, or years, or tens, or decades. Okay, long periods of time. Normally you use this in your grade 10 in your science lesson, motion in a straight line, for seconds. Yeah, like this is not about seconds. Okay, so we can see, Pute, what we can do here is we can draw a timeline for the whole country's past. Our country's past. Can we or cannot? Tell me. Agree or disagree? Or agree to disagree? Can we use this timeline to describe the past of our country, the whole past? Yeah, this is what we did, right, in unit number 2. Yes, can we use this line to describe your life? Yes, your life starts here, Then this is where you started walking. Yeah, this is where you started going to school. And here you are in grade 10 now, right? Continuing. Yeah. Okay. So you can use this timeline to literally depict or illustrate anything, any event. Okay. Any event that uh, in relation to time. Okay. This is what we call a timeline. So similarly, Pute, can we have a timeline for Sri Lanka's kingdoms? Yes, we can, right? We can have a timeline for Sri Lanka's kingdoms. So this is what we are going to do right now. And we are going to focus on what we are going to learn in this lesson. Using this timeline, it will narrow down everything that we got to remember. And then we will quickly focus on what we are really focusing on when it comes to unit number 7. What is this decline of ancient cities in the dry zone? And what is this about, origin of new kingdoms in the southwest, origin of new ruling centers in the southwest? What is this all about, right? We are going to learn now. Okay. So here what is our first kingdom? Okay, let's go back to unit number 2, unit number 3 now. Unit number 3 mainly. Yeah. Okay. So what is our first kingdom? Yes. Seniors or juniors also, everybody knows, right? Okay. We will start from there. Okay. Anuradhapura Kingdom is our first kingdom, right? Who started it? Anybody? Who started Anuradhapura Kingdom? Who established Anuradhapura Kingdom?
King Pandukabe.
King Pandukabe, exactly. King Pandukabe is considered the first king in our country because of that. Okay. You cannot be a king without a kingdom, right? So our first kingdom is Anuradhapura Kingdom, and King Pandukabe established it or founded it. So that's why it's fair. It's very reasonable to call him the first king of our country because of that. Okay. What about King Vijay? It's a whole different story, right? Vijay did not found or Vijay did not establish a kingdom, a proper kingdom like Anuradhapura Kingdom. So whether he is a king or not is a bit of a let's say controversy, I would say. Yeah, like it's open for argument. But we don't have any doubt, or we have very reasonable grounds to call King Pandukabe the first king of our country because he established Anuradhapura Kingdom. There's no doubt about that. A king needs to have a kingdom. Okay, there's no doubt about that. If somebody is calling himself a king and he doesn't have a kingdom, he's a liar, right? Okay, simple as that. So here we go. Then this is the, let's say this is the starting of Anuradhapura Kingdom. Okay, this is the starting point of Anuradhapura Kingdom. And Anuradhapura Kingdom existed for about 1400 years. Now if somebody asks me, if I want to be born back in time, if I can travel my time, I want to be born in Anuradhapura Kingdom. No doubt about that, right? There's no second thoughts, because that is our golden period. 1400 years for Anuradhapura Kingdom. That's crazy. Okay, that is the longest existing kingdom ever in our country. So that's why we, without a doubt, call it our golden, period of civilization, right? Anuradhapura Kingdom, let's say it existed for about, almost 1400 years. So I'm just writing it here, okay, 1400 years, right, for your understanding, okay, 1400 years. So what is the kingdom again? Anuradhapura. Anuradhapura Kingdom fell apart. Why did Anuradhapura Kingdom fall apart? Anybody remember what we learned in unit number 3? Yes. What happened to Anuradhapura Kingdom? Why it fell apart? Anybody? Yes. Unmute and talk. It's okay. Anybody know what happened to Anuradhapura Kingdom? It was in 1017 AD. Okay, 1017 AD, right? We are today in 2025, right? AD. Okay. So here's the starting, let's say, point of Anuradhapura Kingdom. And here we go. After about 1400 days, in 1017 AD, there was a huge campaign by the Cholas. Yeah, by the Cholas. There was a Chola king called Rajaraja. Rajaraja started this invasion. Another name for Rajaraja is Ponniyin Selvan. You might know this movie. So that is basically Rajaraja. He invaded our country. He destroyed Anuradhapura Kingdom. And this invasion was completed by his successor, Rajendra. Okay, so Rajaraja Chola or Rajaraja the first and Rajendra the first completed this invasion by 1017. We were weak at that time. We couldn't put up a fight. Mihindu the fifth could not, offer much resistance. So he had to run away in hiding. So we lost our kingdom. Okay, and the Cholas literally got the better out of us, and they plundered the city, they flattened the city to the ground literally. So this is the most unfortunate event in our history, I would say. Okay, so the Cholas were ruling our country for several decades after this, and finally we managed to come back. Setback is normal, and comeback is the key, right? Okay, so we managed to defeat the Chola kingdom, and all thanks to King Vijayabahu the first. After a hard fought long campaign, more than 15 years of battle, we finally managed to kick the Cholas out and regain our throne. Literally, setbacks are temporary, comeback is what is important, right? So we managed to somehow establish another kingdom, that is Polonnaruwa Kingdom. That is the start of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and it was established by Vijayabahu the first. We spoke about this story in full. Here I'm just quickly revising so that the newcomers would understand, and also those who have forgotten. Sri Lankans, we like to forget many things. We are very good in forgetting, other than remembering. So it is my duty as a teacher, as a Sri Lankan teacher, to keep you informed and keep you reminded of everything that we discussed. So Vijayabahu the first, setback finished and comeback complete, and we got it back, and we this time established our kingdom in Polonnaruwa, which again proved to be a very strong kingdom for almost 2 centuries, I would say. Okay, so Polonnaruwa Kingdom officially was established in 1070 AD. This period was ruled by the Cholas, I would say. Yeah, so 1070 AD here. King Vijayabahu the first started the real campaign in the real campaign was started in 1055 and managed to finish it by 1070, like almost 15 years of hard battle. Okay, so like war is not easy, but like it's not like playing a computer game, okay, where you win in half an hour. War is not like that, right? So it's like ups and downs. So we established Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and then Polonnaruwa Kingdom existed until 1215 AD. And what is the reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? We will discuss in this lesson. And here I'm just gonna show you a quick timeline of all the events in Sri Lanka's history. Okay, and I'm gonna show you what areas we are gonna focus in this lesson. So here in this lesson, why Polonnaruwa Kingdom fell apart, because we never spoke about it in the previous lessons. Okay, so here in this lesson we are going to talk about that. So this is the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom here in 1215, and then we have here we have Anuradhapura. Let me type that again. Then we have Polonnaruwa here, and the small period of Chola ruling I'm not putting here for the ease of understanding. And then starting from the downfall of Polonnaruwa, we had a setback again in 1215. That is the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. But some setbacks are very dangerous. Okay, some setbacks you can come back, like we did in Anuradhapura Kingdom. And in my opinion, some setbacks are very, very dangerous, and there's no comeback from it. And the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, in my opinion, is the setback that we had, that we never came back, in my opinion. So in my life, in my history world, this is the most important year in Sri Lanka for me. Why? Because we never came back. There was no kingdom after Polonnaruwa Kingdom which was as strong as these previous Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa Kingdom. No other kingdom could match the level and the strength of these two golden kingdoms that we had. Very unfortunate. So sometimes, some setbacks are self-imposed, because of our own actions, because of our own mistakes. Some setbacks can happen because of our own decisions, and there's no comeback from it. Polonnaruwa Kingdom is the best example for that. Okay, we will learn it later. Okay, in this lesson. And then after Polonnaruwa, several kingdoms came into existence in our country. Several kingdoms were established in our country, and that is until let's say the establishment of we can say Kandyan Kingdom. So Kandyan Kingdom was established, in about 1469. So during this period, during this period, so this is Kandy here, and during this period, there were several kingdoms. Okay, several kingdoms, right? Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte, namely. Okay, so here in this period, this is what we are focusing on in this lesson. And after this period, when Kandyan Kingdom starts, we will discuss that in unit number 8. So everybody understand what are we gonna discuss in this lesson? Everybody got it? Everybody got the point, right? Where exactly our timeline is in our history in relation to this lesson. Everybody got it? No? Any questions? Yes? All right. So before we start, okay, we got to remember all the kingdoms that existed in our country in order. Okay, we got to remember that. Everybody should remember that. Okay, and you already know two kingdoms that existed. The first two kingdoms. What are they? Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa. Yeah. Anuradhapura is the first kingdom. Polonnaruwa is the second kingdom. Now, these are the first two kingdoms. You have to remember all the kingdoms in our country in order, and also you have to remember all the kings who started these kingdoms. It is a requirement in your syllabus, okay? And a few more important kings who ruled those kingdoms as well, okay? So before we get into all the kingdoms in order, and let me tell you a quick and a shortcut to remember those through a poem. Before we discuss that, of course we do shortcuts, of course we do cheating, right? So you will remember that, don't worry. And tell me two important kings of Anuradhapura Kingdom. So you got to remember very, very important kings of at least these kingdoms, okay? A couple of very important kings of these kingdoms. Anybody know? Tell me the most important king in Anuradhapura Kingdom. Anybody can tell me? Who is it? Okay, King Pandukabe started Anuradhapura, no doubt. He's important. I'm not saying no, but is there any king that is standing out from the rest, like a hero kind of, king of the kings?
Parakramabahu the Great.
Parakramabahu did not rule Anuradhapura Kingdom.
Dutugamunu?
Yes. Dutugamunu, obviously, yes. King Dutugamunu is the hero. King Dutugamunu is the hero of the first part of Mahavansa for a reason. So when I say Anuradhapura Kingdom, we cannot forget King Dutugamunu. Okay. It doesn't mean that other kings are not great. Okay, there were many other great kings who ruled Anuradhapura Kingdom. But King Dutugamunu, I mean, he's got a special place. Okay, King Devanampit is a super important. Okay, why? Because Buddhism came to the country during his time. I mean, so many important events happened. Like the King Vasabha, very important, right? King Dutugamunu, important. Then there were many other kings as well, right? King Manavamma, King Sena, many important kings who ruled the kingdom later in the later periods as well, right? King Manavama is another great king. It doesn't mention in your syllabus, but in grade 7, I remember you learned it. So then you got to remember a couple of kings who really contributed to making these kingdoms great. Okay, so you have to remember that, right? That is part of your syllabus. Okay, and tell me a couple of kings you know from Polonnaruwa Kingdom who stands out from the rest. Anybody? When I say Polonnaruwa Kingdom, you cannot forget two kings. If you remember.
King Parakramabahu.
King Parakramabahu the first, no doubt about that, yes. And who started Polonnaruwa Kingdom? Yeah.
King Pandukabe.
Who started Polonnaruwa Kingdom? King Pandu.
Sorry,
King
Vijayabahu the first.
King Vijayabahu the first. Okay, so don't mix it up, right? Like, okay, you got to remember everything in order. So that is the reason why we draw timelines, why we work so hard. Sometimes, you tend to mess it up. Oh, tend to get confused, right? So it's very important for you to understand everything in order. So let's line them up. Let's line all the kingdoms up in order in our history, okay? So for this, we have a nice little poem. It's in Sinhala. You can use anything, to remember this. You can make a Tamil poem. If you don't know Sinhala, make a Tamil poem, make a Hindi poem, make a Japanese poem, if you are into this, anime and manga stuff. No problem. I don't care what you do, but end of the day, you have to remember, everything in order, okay? Right? So I made a, oh, I didn't make it. I heard this from somewhere. So you can also make one, no issues. So I think I heard a little different one, but I adjusted it so that it's easy to remember, I would say. Yeah. So very easy to remember like this. Apo, okay, Apo, then Daya. Apo Daya. Daya is a name, right? Apo again is unknown. Apo Ayo Apo. Apo Daya. Kusiye. Gamiris. Ko. Okay, very easy this way, right? So these are the kingdoms that we are going to discuss in this lesson, right? These two, obviously, we know what happened, and the downfall of Polonnaruwa we will discuss. And then these kingdoms in order you have to remember. These two very easy to remember. Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, anybody, grade 2 people also can remember, right? What is the first kingdom? Anuradhapura Kingdom, even grade 3 students know. What is the second one? Polonnaruwa, no doubt about it. But the other stuff, little difficult to remember. That's why we need a poem, just in case if we forgot. So, Apodaya, Kusiye Gammiris Ko. That will be the order. Okay. So, Apodaya, Apo, A, Anuradhapura, Po, Polonnaruwa, Daya, Da, Da for Dambadeniya, Ya for Yapahuwa. Everybody copy. Kusiye, Kurunegala, Gammiris, Gampola, Ko, Kotte. Very easy, right? Anybody can remember, right? If I tell you, like if you have a little brother or sister, bring them to the class, ask them to by heart this 1 minute. Yeah, just 1 minute. So, Apodaya Kusiye Gamirisko. Very easy for you to remember. So, this is the first kingdom. Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, then Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte. And the last kingdom of our country is Kandy. Okay, Kandy. I will write that separately because it's a separate lesson as well. But everybody can remember, right? Anuradhapura is the first one. Kandy is the last one. You can remember, right? So, Kandian kingdom started after Kotte kingdom. Okay, right. And there are two more things for you to remember here. Somewhere down the line, after the downfall of Polonnaruwa, somewhere down the line, another kingdom started. We don't know exactly when, but we know it started. And that kingdom is Jaffna. So I'm writing it on the side because of that. Okay. Everybody can remember like that. Okay. So there was another kingdom. I would say most of the time, Jaffna kingdom was like a semi-official kingdom which acted under the main kingdom. For example, when Gampola kingdom was there, Jaffna was under Gampola kingdom kind of. And then when Kandian kingdom was there, Jaffna was kind of supporting Kandian kingdom. And when Kotte kingdom started, Jaffna kingdom surrendered to Kotte kingdom. So there are many stories. Okay, you will learn about these things. Okay, later. But for now, you can remember somewhere down the line we had another northern kingdom as well. That northern kingdom was called Jaffna kingdom. Okay, and then you know the last kingdom in our country is Kandian kingdom. Then somewhere down the line after this Kotte kingdom, down the line, Kotte kingdom got split into 3 kingdoms. That's a big story, and that we will discuss in unit number 10. Okay, that is why I told you this unit is connected to all other units that follow. Okay, so if you don't understand this unit, you will not understand the remaining units. So don't miss classes, Pute. Okay, don't miss classes from here onwards because real history starts here. Okay, this is real history that we start. Unfortunately, we had to wait for 6 lessons, to start real history. Okay, I hope everybody enjoying now. Now tell me all the kingdoms in order. Everybody, yes, everybody.
Anuradhapura,
Anuradhapura, yes.
Anuradhapura,
Polonnaruwa,
Dambadeniya,
Dambadeniya, Daya, Dambadeniya, yes. Yapahuwa. I'm not typing the rest. Apodaya, Kurunegala, Kussiye, Kurunegala, Gampola, Gamiris, yes. Kote, yes. Apodaya, Kussiye, Gamirisko. Can we all write it and can we all remember it? And the next challenge for you is to remember the kings who started these kingdoms. You must do that, okay? Little bit of hard work. You can write these on a nice paper or a table, something like that, and paste it on the wall. And when you're going to the bathroom, just read it. When you come out of the bathroom, just read it. Or in the bathroom also you can do it, because you can paste it in the bathroom also, Pute, because most of the time you are spending in the bathroom, right? Yeah, okay. So maybe the bathroom wall might help. Whatever, no matter where you stick it, I don't care. End of the day, you got to remember this, okay? Very, very important, because all the other lessons are basically based out of this order, okay? And there will be questions in your O levels from this order. Oh, this order will help you. Remembering this order will help you answering those questions, okay? Yeah. I don't care where you stick it. I don't care. You got to remember these in order, okay? End of the day. And the kings who started this, we will learn one by one. And I have a tute, like always. So in the tute, I have mentioned some important kings under each kingdoms. I have put a table here. So you can take another additional copy of that tute or whatever you want to do. I don't care. You have the freedom to do it. Okay, I don't mind. End of the day, everybody should remember, okay, this order, right? That's the most important thing. And the kings who started it, and also a couple of important kings and the events that took place under these kingdoms. So this is what we are focused in this lesson, okay? Yeah. We will talk about the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. What are the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? But before that, let's talk about the nature of these kingdoms, okay? The first two kingdoms, the nature of these kingdoms, and how the first two kingdoms, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, are different from the other kingdoms, right? Like Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Gampola, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kote. They are like, those kingdoms are different from Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. And what are the differences and how they are different? We'll talk about that. And then we will get into the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and we'll continue on discussing the other kingdoms, okay? Right. Now, you tell me, okay? You tell me now, right? You think and tell me. It's time to think, right? In our class, we get you to think, this, right? Okay. In unit number 3, we learned. In unit number 2, 3, we learned. There were villages, right? There were villages. And there were cities. Okay, why did I draw a big circle? Because cities are big, villages are small. Yeah, okay. Who was the leader of a village, Bude? Yes, anybody? Who was the leader of a village?
Gamika.
Gamika, very good.
Gamika.
Yes, Gamika. Gamika. Oh, another name? Gramika.
Gramika.
Yes, very good. And then we had these villages, and we had these cities. Okay, what is the name we used to call a city, Bude? What is the
Pura.
name? Pura,
Pura.
very good. Pura. Tell me one example for a big city that we had in the ancient times.
Magampura.
Magampura, very good. Yeah.
Anuradhapura.
Anuradhapura, exactly. That is our first city. Okay. That is our first kingdom, first capital, first city. Anuradhapura. Pura means with a city. Okay. Pura is city. Right. For example, all these cities that we have in the country have a Pura name to it. Kolampura is Colombo. Okay. Kolampura. Senkadagalapura is Kandy. The Pura name for Kandy is Senkadagalapura. Okay. Then the Pura name for Kurunegala is Atugalpura or Hasti Shailapura. Yes. The Pura name for Polonnaruwa, Pulatisipura. So the Pura, Galupura, Gal. So there's a Pura name to all these cities. Okay. Right. Now tell me, the village is small and the Pura is big. What made this happen? Now think and tell me. What would have made this happen? Why some are villages? Why a few are cities?
Think and tell me now. Think. What would I have made? Okay, there are people who live in villages. There are people who live in cities. What is the difference? What is the difference? Yes. Think. There's no right or wrong answer, but you think and tell me what is your opinion. Yeah. What makes some people live in villages? What makes some people live in cities? Or how are they different? You know, villages are small settlements. Cities are huge settlements. Villages, you know, 5 to 30 families live in a village. In a city, for example, Magampura, for example, like 35,000 people lived. Today, if you take a city, hundreds of thousands of people live, right? Like in Colombo, for example, 500,000 or 600,000 people live in Colombo, you know, in the city, you know, is huge. So what is the difference? What makes this possible? Like why some are villages, why some are cities? Why not all settlements are cities? Why think like that, okay? Why there are villages and why there are cities? Why not all settlements are villages? Everybody likes villages now, right? Everybody hates the city life, including myself, you know. I hate the city life now. But some people like the city life. Those people who live in the village, they like the city. Those people who live in the city, they like the village. You always like what you don't have. Yes. It's, you know, human nature, okay? Yeah. It is like that. When you don't have something, you like it more. What makes people live in cities and villages? What is the difference between a villager and a citizen of a city? This word citizen is coming from this city. Yeah. Anybody? Any other answers? I'm getting. Okay. People in cities wanted to engage in. Okay. Yes. Somebody said something.
That's the population.
Of course, Pura population. I mean, Pura is a big city. Village is a small settlement, right? Pura is a big settlement, right? Okay. So of course there's a population difference. That's what I mentioned through the size of the circle. I just, you know, tried to show you this. But what I'm asking is, what made some people live in the city and what made some people live in the villages? What would have made it possible? Why not all people move to villages? Oh, sorry, or cities? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. People in cities wanted to engage in trade. Interesting point. Very good. Good start. Yes. People in the city are richer than people in the village. You know this, right? For agricultural purposes. Okay. You mean the villages, right? People in the village live for agricultural purposes. Okay. All right. Interesting point. Yeah. Exactly. It is the economy. Exactly. You know, like Vanputa said, it is the economy. Okay, like some people are rich, they want to live in big settlements, so they can develop their settlements to be big. Some people are poor and they will choose to live in the villages. Okay, the rich and poor was there always. Okay, like rich and poor is there. It's like this. Okay, the concept of rich and poor. For example, let's say for example, in a village, there was a leader in a village. We called him Gamika. Okay. So normally Gamika is the most powerful or most wealthiest or rich person in the village. He will become the leader of the village. Why wealth is a matter of concern, or why wealth is required, is that a leader should have wealth so that he is able to help another person. If we have a leader who is not in a position to help others, he cannot be called a leader. This is the ancient, you know, like this is the concept that we had. So a leader must be in a position to help others, and that help will be mostly from wealth. Okay. So the wealthy people were considered leaders. Oh, the wealthy you know, being wealthy is a main requirement to be called a leader. Okay. So this is how Gamikas were chosen, you know. So like let's say for example, there are 5 families in these villages. all the 5 families are farmers, okay, and all the farmers, they do their best to cultivate their lands, and some farmers' lands would not have, simply would get destroyed sometimes, they would simply not able to get a harvest. Okay, they will be poor if they can't reap their harvest properly. Maybe their crops got attacked by wild animals or natural disasters. Things like that, that you don't expect will happen, right? It will make you poor. Okay, sometimes, you work so hard, but you are still poor. I have seen people like that who work harder than the rich people, but they are poor. Okay, I mean, it's like that. It is what it is, like, I mean, you can't have like you work hard, you become rich, or you work hard, you become poor. There's no definition like that. Okay, so the rich and poor will always be there, and rich can also be poor can also be rich. Okay, poor people also become rich people also become poor, right? It happens. Okay, it happens. So it's a fact. Okay, so some people might have big harvest, some people might have a surplus. They can help others also with their harvest. They have stores, they have stored grains for more than a year. Next day also they harvest. They cultivated their paddy fields and they have rice for the next year also. That is what you call a surplus. Yes, some people simply they tried their best and it didn't give them enough results. It happens. It has happened to me as well. It has happened to you also, right? There was a time in my life that whatever I did never became fruitful. Okay, I applied 30-40 jobs. Nobody called me for an interview. There was a time like that in my life also. Like you also, you will also face like this. No matter how hard you try, might not give you result. But never give up trying. So one day you can achieve your goals. So then I gave up applying for jobs and I went to play cricket. First ball bowled. Right? Okay. So whatever I did, whatever I tried to do, failed. First ball bowled, there comes a ball in swinging Yorker. Nobody can play the first ball in swinging Yorker. No batsman in the world can really play. Very difficult to play that ball. First ball in swinging Yorker like a banana. That's it, simple as that. So similarly, there were rich people and poor people in the ancient society. And how they became rich, how they became poor, sometimes purely because of luck, because they had a good harvest or they worked hard, both, right? So these rich people, they moved or they gathered, they did their trading activities. There were traders as well. International trade also got developed. With all those things, the rich people wanted to live in bigger settlements. So automatically the settlements became bigger and planned and developed. So when a village becomes rich, it becomes a city. Simple as that. Okay, so that is how cities were born. Okay, because of the economic development. Okay, so when people's economy is developed, then the cities or settlements also develop. Like for example, if it is a village, if there are poor people in the village every day, the village will be the same every day. But just think, like a few rich families move to that village is gonna get developed after that. Think of it, right? It happens. Okay, so similarly, there were villages and cities like Puras in the ancient times because of this. Okay, because some people had a surplus, they were able to help others, and those people gathered and they had their settlements, and traders were also there. So many other things were happening, so they needed bigger settlements, well planned settlements, so that their activities become easier. So that is the birth of cities. Okay, so when we are talking about cities, the first two big cities, Anuradhapura, Magampura. Anuradhapura is in the north. Anuradhapura is in the north part of the country. Then we have Magampura. It's the city in the southern part of the country. Those two are very, very important for you to remember. And then after the downfall of Anuradhapura, we have Polonnaruwa getting developed as a city and as a capital. Okay, so these cities had a huge population. And when you're talking about this city, there are a few features for you to remember. Well planned. Okay, this is the main feature of this city. Okay, well planned, nature, right? The cities have a well planned nature. Like, what is planning of a city? Meaning that everything is in order. The road system is built properly. Then you have you have the buildings built properly. The cemetery is there, the temples are there, the hospitals are there, the palace or the residential areas are there. So everything is perfect, everything is very well planned and built according to a proper plan. Okay, so these bigger cities like Anuradhapura, Magampura, Polonnaruwa, they had their nature was very well planned. Okay, they were very well planned. And then their structure is, we call it the geometric structure, large geometric structure to that city. Okay, geometric structure means they had a very nice development pattern and a proper shape to that city. Okay, so everything that was built in that city had a proper plan, proper shape. Even the roads, roads don't have the Hatamangu agi, yeah, not like that. Everything was very well planned. The streets are planned, streets are straight, and roads, the main roads are straight like this. Okay, so that is what we call geometric structure. And when the city is expanding, it expands in a very nice shape. Okay, so that is why we say these cities as having a large geometric structure and well planned nature. So this is what we need to understand when we are talking about the early settlements. Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, they are bigger cities, they are very well planned, and they are geometrically shaped cities. And when we are talking about the other kingdoms, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte, they are not, none of these kingdoms or none of these capitals were as big as the Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa capitals. Okay, they were small, they were kind of independent, and they did not have a bigger structure like Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. Everybody understand the difference? Okay, so that is why we say Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa kingdom is the first era of our urbanization. First era of urbanization, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. And the other cities, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte, later Kandy, all the other cities were kind of independent. So that's why we call them second era of urbanization. Everybody understand today? Yes? Second era of urbanization, and this one is, we call it our first era of urbanization. Okay, first era, first urbanization. You know what is urbanization? Urban means with a city life, right? So urbanization, first urbanization, and this is the second urbanization. Okay, first era of urbanization or second era of urbanization. You can segregate them this way as well. Any questions? Everybody understand the concept here? Yes? Yes, Uday.
So what about Candy?
Yeah, Candy also is an extension. Why I don't bring Candy much here, because it's a separate lesson. Okay, yeah, but Candy also belongs to the second era of urbanization only. Yeah, okay. Everybody understand Uday? Any questions? Everybody okay? Right. Okay. So you know the features of these cities now, and you know the difference between these cities. Okay, one more thing before we go for a short break. Okay, after the break we have a very important point, very important thing to discuss. That is the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. So I want you fresh after a break for this. Okay, but before that, let's take a look at the Sri Lankan map to understand a small concept. Okay, yeah. So what is this first era of urbanization and what is this second era of urbanization? To understand this better, we will go to the Sri Lankan map in the book itself. Okay, right. Then after that, we will also relate that to the topic here. Okay, the topic says decline of ancient cities in the dry zone, and origin of new kingdoms in the southwest. Okay, right. Can you all see the Sri Lankan maps, Pute? The scan maps from the book, everybody? Can you all see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right? Right. So here you can see this map in your book, in your textbook as well. This is basically a scanned one from the textbook, just a photograph. And here you can see Rajarata, this color Rajarata, basically Polonnaruwa also we can say belong to Rajarata. And then this part is Rajarata, okay, this one. And then Maya Rata is this part, okay, this part. And then Malaya Rata is the Udarata. Malaya Rata the mountainous region, okay. So you can see here this part is Malaya Rata. And then the southern region is called Ruhuna or Ruhunurata, okay. So in the ancient times, before this naming, we had Ruhunu, Maya, Pihiti. Those are the three major provinces, I would say, or major administration provinces in the country. Ruhunu, Maya, Pihiti. So Ruhunu is the southern region, Maya is this part, Pihiti is this part, okay. Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa area and Pihiti Rata kele isara kiwe. Hari Pihiti Rata or Rajarata. You can call it Rajarata. Rajarata kele kiyanne. Why? Because Rajaruwange Rata, right? Because our first kingdoms are from that area. That's why it's called Rajarata. Okay, nothing else, right? Rajaruwange, the king's area, right? Rajarata kiyanne. Then Maya Rata is this part, and Malaya Rata is the, in Tamil you call Malay mountain. So this is, yeah, like Sinhala and Tamil, they go very close. Like we have most of the Sinhala words coming from Sanskrit. Now, Tamil and Sanskrit, the big connection between those two languages. Tamil is considered one of the oldest languages in the world today. So you see obviously a connection, like we call Amma in Tamil also, Amma is Amma, right? So similarly we have words like that shared between Sinhala and Tamil, obviously. Yeah, most of the Sinhala words coming from Sanskrit, the basic Sinhala words. Then we have our own words to it. Okay, right. So that's why, if you are confused, right, what is this Malaya Rata? So Malaya Rata is the mountainous region. Then Ruhunu Rata, Ruhuna Kilakhane, the southern part of the country. Okay, so here we see Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa here, long-standing, strong kingdoms. Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. Then the other kingdoms that I just mentioned, what are the other kingdoms I mentioned? Here we have, see, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Otte here, right? And then additionally we have Panduvasnura, a kind of temporary ruling center. We come to that later. Then Sitavaka, Raigama. These are, for us to discuss later. Don't worry about it for now. And see, all these other kingdoms, you can see a trend here, right? You can see the first two kingdoms are in the dry zone, and they are in the dry zone. This is the dry zone, okay? This part in the dry zone, but you can see gradually the kingdoms have shifted to this region in the country, okay? Or we can say all the other kingdoms were restricted into this area in the country, okay? Kind of this area, right? You can see this area, yeah. And this area, if you know directions, you know what is this direction, right? If this is north, yeah, this direction is what, Pude? Yeah, this is the south, no?
Southwest.
This is southwest, right? So that is how your lesson is getting its name, okay? So it says the decline of ancient cities in the dry zone and the origin of new kingdoms in the southwest, because all these kingdoms are towards the southwest from Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. So it is the southwestern part of the country. It is towards southwest from Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa as well. So that is how this lesson is getting its name. Southwestern based kingdom centers. So Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, big cities, geometrical structures, large in size, very well planned, but all the other cities are kind of independent, small in size. We can't say not very well plan, but I'm not saying not like Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. Okay, nowhere close, right? So more like ruling centers, other than calling them proper planned huge cities. We like to call them like ruling centers mostly, most of them, except for a few kingdoms like Kandy, very well planned. Okay, yeah, Kandyan kingdom existed for quite some time, so obviously yes. But other kingdoms like Yapahuwa, then Kurunegala, Dambadeniya existed for very short periods of time. So there was no enough time to develop or whatever it is. Yeah, okay, for those, right? Okay, now after the break, we will talk about the downfall of Polonnaruwa. Then you will start understanding why we started kingdoms here, why we moved to this area, and before that, we need to know why Polonnaruwa fell apart. What are the reasons? Like I said before, some setbacks, there's no comeback from those setbacks. And some setbacks can happen because of your own mistakes. You know that will happen, and you let it happen, and there's no coming back from it. This is what happened to Polonnaruwa Kingdom. So, good news and bad news, right? First, I'll tell you the good news, right? The good news is that we are like, really getting into some stuff now, right? Like, I mean, okay, Polonnaruwa Kingdom, that's the good news. The bad news is you have a homework from this section today, okay? I will tell you what it is, but not a very bad news, but of course, homework is good news. You can argue, but we got to do some serious work, okay? When it comes to the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, okay? So we're gonna have a we are gonna answer an essay type question from this area, okay? After we discuss, so listen to this very carefully because of that, right? Okay. All right. So Polonnaruwa Kingdom was started by King Vijayabahu I. Okay. So we are gonna discuss the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, what contributed or what really happened to Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay, this is what we are going to do now. So Vijayabahu I is the one who started Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and this is his family tree. Okay, I'm just sharing with you so you understand this better. Yeah, okay, I'm going to quickly explain you this. This one we already did in unit number 3, but here we are talking about something else here. Okay, we are taking you one step further. Okay, right. So here we know King Vijayabahu I. This is King Vijayabahu I. Okay, here I'm circling his name. King Vijayabahu I is from House of Vijaya himself. Okay, the prominent royal dynasty in Sri Lanka. Okay. So Vijayabahu I had a sister. Her name is Princess Mitra. Here it says Mitra. That is more like the Indian version of it. So Mitra is the Sinhala version of it. Okay. So sister. Okay, sis. Right? And King Vijayabahu I married a Kalinga princess, right? And her name is Triloka Sundari. And that's this lady here, right? Okay, so she became the first lady, or she became the chief queen of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay, so this is the starting of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay, so by marrying a princess from Kalinga state in India, see, House of Kalingas it says, King Vijayabahu I invited the Kalingas to be part of the royal family in Sri Lanka. Basically, now the children that these two had, they are half Kalinga, half Sinhala, right? Or half Sri Lankan, right? In other words, so half Polonnaruwa, half Kalinga, like this, okay? Right. So meaning that Kalingas started to have an influence, when there's involvement from another party, meaning that they also will try to control things in the future, right? Yeah, okay, so it is there, okay, because these royal families are powerful. They are not like weak families, okay? Kalinga Kingdom was a very powerful kingdom, and Vijayabahu I, because he defeated the Cholas, he earned some reputation in the region. So Kalingas had no problem giving their princess as a queen to Vijayabahu I. Okay, so this is called consolidating or strengthening political power through matrimonial alliances or marriage alliances. Okay, so this is what happened in the past. In the past, if a king wants to be powerful, he would marry a queen from another very powerful clan, powerful dynasty. Okay, so both the kingdoms become allies, both the kingdoms become strong, both the kingdoms start supporting each other. So this is how, you know, political power was consolidated or strengthened in the ancient times. So you know this, we discussed this in unit number 3 already. And then another event that happened was King Vijayabahu I also wanted to make good friends with the Pandyans, house of Pandyas here, house Pandyans in South India. Kalinga Kingdom is in North India, you know, close to like it's called Bengal, you know, the kind of Bengal region. Today Kalinga, this area is called the state of Odisha in India. Odisha ke liye pattata. Then house of Pandyas, so the house of Pandyans are in the south, you know, it's a South Indian kingdom. Okay, like after Chola kingdom, you know, Pandyan kingdom became very powerful. So Vijayabahu I, after defeating the Cholas, he saw that Pandyans are coming up, Pandyans are becoming powerful, so I need to be good friends with them. You know, it's very common, right? When, let's say, for example, you have a superstar in your class, let's say a powerful guy, okay, in a class, he recently won a match or he won some great achievements, everybody want to be friends with him now, right? Because he's got a reputation, so it's proud, you are also proud to call that he's your friend, okay, something like that, right? So this is the sentiments that we had in Polonnaruwa Kingdom as well. So Vijayabahu I was very wise. He saw the emerging kingdoms, okay, he saw Kalingas are getting powerful, so I should make good friends with them. Kalingas also agreed, okay. Then Pandyans are coming up, Pandyans are a rising power, so let's make a good alliance with them. So he gave his sister Princess Mitta in marriage to a Pandyan prince. Okay, this Pandyan prince name Pute we don't know. Okay, we will call him Pandya, right? Okay, no problem. Like Hardik Pandya, no problem. Any Pandya, but he's a Pandyan prince. That's all we know. No book mentions his name. Okay, so Princess Mitta got married to a Pandyan prince. Then came the involvement, or then came the like, you know, influence of the Pandyans also to the royal family in Sri Lanka. Now it's like we are like now we are squeezed, we are like a sandwich now, right? We are in the middle and there are two slices of bread, literally. Yeah, on one side we have the Kalingas trying to exert influence, on the other side we have the Pandyans trying to gain influence in Sri Lanka's affairs. So they have interests. These kingdoms also have interests. They also want some power. They also want some influence in Sri Lanka. Okay. So after Vijayabahu I, after his death, okay, after his death, this alliance started falling apart. Okay. Until Vijayabahu I was alive, he was able to manage everything very well. Okay, the Kalingas were there, the Pandyans were there. Are balance karna ke liye, yeah, like balancing it out. Everybody is balanced now. Everybody supporting each other. Everybody working, you know, together. But after his death, Pute, things started, you know, taking a like, let's say things started going south, as we call it. So like these kingdoms started exerting, these kingdoms look to influence more in Sri Lanka's affairs. So the Kalingas, after the death of Vijayabahu I, Kalingas wanted to see their people coming to power. So they wanted somebody from this family coming to power, you know. Then the house of Pandyas, or the Pandyan dynasty, on the other hand, they wanted some of their people coming to power, because Princess Mitta is also a royal family member. So Vijayabahu I, okay, after Vijayabahu I, kings like Vikrambahu, for example, came to power. Then Princess Mitta would have thought like, okay, I'm also a sister, I'm also a royal family member, and Pandyans also, like, I married a Pandyan prince, so Pandyans also want some, you know, share. There should be some share for the Pandyans as well. So this would have been the, you know, sentiments, right, or feelings, right, in this camp. Yeah. So these two, we can call them clans. Okay, clans means dynasties, you know, groups, right? So the Kalinga group is trying to bring their people to power, and the Pandyans are trying to bring their people to power. Now here comes a power struggle, as we call it, right? Like a tug of war. Kalingas are trying to bring their people to power. Some people in Sri Lanka are supporting the Kalingas. You know, people in Sri Lanka, they are very, you know, very unique, right? People, yeah. Have you seen that? Yeah, people like to take sides, no? Yeah. Let's say, for example, there's a good guy and there's a bad guy. Some people in Sri Lanka will go with the good guy. Some people in Sri Lanka will say the bad guy is good. I'll go with the bad guy. You know, people in Sri Lanka are very unique in that sense. You know, they will support the bad guys also sometimes. You know, the horu, yeah. You know what I mean? Some people will be all like, yeah, hora unata, yeah, hundai, yeah. Set right? You know, then some people will be no, we don't api horuttekana, api we are, you know, with the good people, right? So similarly, people, you know what I mean, like people also sided. Some people, half of the people, let's say, sided with the Kalingas, api Kalinga, api Vijayabahu, api me patte, we are with the king. Some people sided with the Pandyans, no Pandyans, okay, we are with the princess, we are with the princess family, you know, which is coming from, like this. People also got divided. Like I said, you know, some wrong decisions can backfire and can bring you setbacks, and there's no comeback after that. This is the starting of it. So there was a power struggle. There's a huge power struggle. You know, in our words, in easy words, you can say Kalinga clan and Pandyan clan. Then you have the clash of clans, right? Like the game, right? Clash of clans here. So here we have the power struggle between the Kalingas. They want to bring their people to power. Pandyans, they want their to bring their people to power. So after the death of Vijayabahu the first, Kalingas brought their people to power. Okay, Kalingas, brought several leaders, you know, of their clan to power. Then we have the Pandyans. They brought their people to power. Okay, like Queen Lilavati, Parakramabahu the first, also from Kalinga, Pandyan dynasty. Then Kalinga dynasty, here down the line we have many other rulers. Okay, for example, King Nishankamal came to power after this, right? And then we come to that. Okay, I will explain you who are the people who came to power. King Nishankamal, after King Nishankamal, his nephew, one of his nephew also came to power, Sahasamal. Then different kings came to power, right? No need to remember all these kings' names. A couple I will tell you what to remember, right? Okay. So what you need to understand is there was a power struggle between the Kalinga and the Pandyan clans, or there was a power struggle between the Kalingas and the Pandyans, Pandyan dynasties. This made the kingdom weak. Okay, when there's an internal power struggle, when you are fighting inside, you become weak. Yes, you become very weak. So this is what really happened to Sri Lanka. This is what really happened to Polonnaruwa Kingdom. This is one of the main reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. That is the power struggle. First reason, the power struggle, everybody write this, between the Kalinga and Pandyan dynasties, or Kalinga and Pandyan clans. Okay, right? So you must be able to explain this one. Like after the death of King Vijayabahu the first, you know, after several rulers, they the Kalingas wanted to bring their people to power. Kalingas brought people like, I will come to that points later. Kalingas brought their people like King Nishankamal, King Sahasamal, King Chodanga or Chodaganga, then Queen Kalyanavati. The Pandyans, they brought their people to power like Parakramabahu the first and Queen Lilavati. You know, different people came to power under Pandyans. So this is one of the main reasons that made Polonnaruwa weak. So this is, I would say, the main reason. When there are internal struggles, when you are fighting inside, you become weak, obviously, because somebody will be watching from outside. You know, that's what we say, like, you know, when there are internal conflicts in a country, others can easily capture your country. Okay, a very good example for that is the recent war that happened between Israel and Iran. Okay, so Israel thought they can change the government in Iran within a few days. Okay, so Israel really wanted to change the government of Iran within a few days. That's why they killed many high profile leaders in Iran. Within few hours, you know, they killed many army generals, many scientists, Many people were killed within minutes, okay, within a few hours. So they thought there's an internal struggle, internal conflict, internal power struggle. So quickly they can change the government in Iran, but it backfired. Iran did not have a power struggle like that inside. They were kind of together. There are problems in every country, but they were kind of together. So they rallied again, and then Israel realized, okay, this is not going the way we want. So 12 days of intense war, no result. So ceasefire. We stop the war, right? Through US, everybody decided, okay, we will give up. We will stop for now. We'll try later. Okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe in 6 months or 1 year, maybe. Okay, so what will happen is good examples, right? From the modern day world also we can learn. So what happens here is like, when you are fighting, another country can invade you easily. Ukraine, for example. Ukraine, there were some internal conflicts already going on. Russia invaded, now Ukraine and Russia both can't find a way out. Russia can't win the war also. Ukraine, no way Ukraine is winning, but Russia cannot win it as well. But there were problems in Ukraine that made, Russia invade Ukraine and then, get an upper hand. So 3 years and counting, the war is, there's no end in sight in the war between Ukraine and Russia, right? So when there are internal conflicts, other people, third parties or other people can influence or can take advantage of it. This is what you need to understand. It can be same for a country, it can be same for a class, or it can be same, in your sports team. You have to be very careful in managing these conflicts. Okay, sometimes you fight, but you should not show others. You should not show the outside, because they will take advantage of it. Yes. Okay, so this is the main reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Then the result of this power struggle is weak rulers come into power. This is the second reason, but your book says this as the first reason. No problem, but I chose to write it this way. Okay, yeah. But no problem, you can change it, right? But what you need to understand is the concept. So this is the second reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. There was a power struggle between Kalingas and Pandyans, and they brought their own rulers to power. They brought their people to power from their families. And none of these kings that they brought to power had the full support of people and everybody, right? Yes. So what is the meaning of it? Let's say, for example, you have your class, okay, and you have 40 students in your class, and we elect a monitor to the class. Now this monitor is supported by 20 students. 20 students are against this monitor. Is this monitor strong? What do you say? Is this monitor or is this leader of the class strong or weak? What do you think? Yes? Anybody?
Weak.
Weak. Yeah. Any other? Yeah. Any other opinions?
Weak.
Yes. Of course, weak, right? When only half of the people are supporting you, or when the people are divided on supporting you, you are weak. Yes, you are weak. So this is what happens, right? When there's internal conflicts. The result of internal conflicts or power struggles inside the country will be weak rulers coming to power. Okay, this will be the result, because none of these rulers will be able to consolidate or strengthen or stabilize political power. Okay, they cannot start a stable government, because see, Bude, 20 will be supporting this monitor, 20 will be waiting until he fails. Okay, 20 will be waiting for his downfall, right? Anna Varadua, Anna Kavade, right? This is how we think, right? Yeah, because we expect their failure. So 20 will be expecting the king to fall. Okay, and 20 will be supporting the king, meaning that the 20 are waiting for the downfall of the king. Like, you wait for the downfall of your sports team captain or whatever it is, if you don't like him or her, right? Yeah, this is called politics. Okay, politics is everywhere. It's a big problem, right? Then see whether it's good or bad, you decide, right? I mean, my duty is to explain you this. So you decide what is good and what is bad and how you should manage, how you should take your life lesson out of this lesson, right? This is up to you to decide. Okay. Yes. Right. Now the result is weak rulers coming to power. Now let me tell you a few examples. Okay. Now after, see, we had great kings in Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay. King Vijayabahu I, King Parakramabahu I, great leaders, right? After the death of Parakramabahu I, okay, Parakramabahu I died in 1186 AD. Okay, 1186 AD, right? And the downfall of Polonnaruwa 1215 AD. 1215 AD. There's 29 years between these two. Okay. In these 29 years, Pute, 12 rulers came to power. 12 rulers within 29 years. What can you tell about them? Are they weak or are they strong?
Weak rulers.
Tell me a weak ruler you know from modern day history. Any weak president or anybody you can, think of. Tell me. What do you think? Modern day. Recently.
Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
Okay, I was expecting that. Right? Okay, so only the name is strong, right? Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Oh, we thought like, oh my God, like the Sri Lanka is gonna be like Singapore, but turns out he's a weak ruler. Why? He ruled only for a couple of years, right? Yeah, didn't have full support of the people, made some wrong decisions. So simple example. Okay, yeah, anything can happen to anyone, right? Yeah, anybody can rise, anybody can fall. So that's a good example. Then very short, one way to recognize a weak ruler is the time period that he rules. Okay, so if he is ruling for a very short period, meaning that there's a problem with his ruling. Okay, people are not supporting him. So there's some issues going on. So you see, Pute, King Dudugamunu 24 years, King Vasabha 30 years, King Pandukabe 70 years. Okay, King Vijayabahu 55 years. These are some ruling periods of great kings. Okay, so 29 years for 12 kings, that is kind of, confusing, right? Surprising, right? 29 years and 12 leaders coming to power. We never had a history like this. So meaning that they are very weak rulers. None of them manage to basically strengthen or stabilize the political power. Out of these 12 kings, only King Nishanka Malla managed to rule for 9 years. 9 is also not big. Okay. Finally, King Nishanka Malla managed to rule 9 years, immediately coming to power in 1187 and then 1196, King Nishanka Malla's time. No need to remember these years, okay? I'm just telling you for your understanding, right? So then 9 years out of these 29 ruled by one king, then 11 kings in 20 years. That's even, worse, right? Yeah. So 11 kings come into power in 20 years. Only King Nishanka Malla managed to rule the country for a decent period of 9 years. We can't say great, but decent period of 9 years out of these 29 years also. Some kings who came to power, for example, after the death of King Nishanka Malla, his son came to power. You know the time period he ruled? 1 day. 1 day, okay? He was made the king in the evening. He was killed in the next day morning. Yeah, 1 day. Some leaders, 3 months. Some 1 year. Some 3 years. Like this, you can't expect a stabilized government or you can't expect a stabilized ruling. You can't expect a strong ruling when the kings are changing like this. Okay, so that is what we say, weak rulers come into power, and weak rulers come into power is a direct result of the power struggle between the Kalingas and the Pandyans, because they were always looking to fight and then bring their people to power to kill the reigning king, and then bring their people to power. So army generals also sided here. Some army generals supported the Kalinga clan, some army generals supported the Pandyan clan. So there was a big mess. The country went into literally chaos. Okay, so these are two main reasons of the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Everybody understand? There are two more reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Everybody understand the first two reasons for the logically? Yes? Everybody got it? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the third reason. We come to the third reason. Okay, now what happens? We will come with that example, okay, we just mentioned, right? What happens when there's a weak ruler in the country? What happens to the economy of the country?
Fells down.
Economy decline.
Economy
Collapses.
declines, economy collapses, economy deteriorates, in other words. This is what happened to us, right? Recently, Mr. Gotabaya Rajapaksa turned out to be a weak ruler. He ruled only for a short period of time, couldn't make any good decisions for the country, he did some bad decisions. Economy collapsed. We are struggling today, right? So this is one of the main, we can say, consequences or main results of weak rulers coming to power in a country. Same thing happened to Polonnaruwa. So we always say history repeats, right? History repeats. You see what happened 800 years repeats today. Yeah, we are still not learning properly from history. Okay, yeah, we are still not able to learn, right? These are the lessons we should have learned so many years ago. Okay, so see, we kept on doing the same mistakes again and again and crying about it. This is what has happened to our country today. Yeah, waiting for the same mistake to happen again and again and crying about it. Economic deterioration is the result of the power struggle in a country and the weak rulers come into power. So economic deterioration is the third reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Let me explain this. See, Bude, when the people are busy fighting each other, when there's a power struggle in the country, when there are weak rulers coming to the country to rule or appointed in the country for ruling, nobody to take care of the economy now. Nobody to take care of the trade. International trade stops. Domestic trade also, nobody to regulate it. Nobody to make decisions about it. Nobody to develop agriculture. Nobody to maintain tanks and anicuts. So nobody to take care of the food production in the country. So what happens to the economy? The economy weakens. This is what happened to Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay. When weak rulers came to power, when there were power struggles, weak rulers came to power, and when weak rulers came to power, nobody to take care of the economy, there was an economic collapse. So there was an economic deterioration. Yeah, nobody to take care of the irrigation systems, nobody to take care of the trade between us and other countries. So the result was economic deterioration. Okay, so this is another reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Right? Everybody understand Bude? Yes? So you can explain nicely, okay? You can explain nicely once I, uploaded the tute also. You can go through the tute and everything and do this homework before next week, okay? Right. But Saturday or Sunday, you can freely do it. I will give you the question later today, right? Then the fourth reason. Now see, Bude, like, it's like, you are firing a gun, okay? You take the gun, you load it, you insert the magazine, then you load the gun, you put a round in the chamber, as we call it, round in the chamber, then you point the gun, then you pull the trigger. So see, all these are reasons, okay? Taking the gun, loading it, pointing it, all these are reasons for someone's, let's say, death, for example. And pulling the trigger is the last one, okay? So if you didn't pull the trigger, nothing would have happened. But taking the gun, deciding to take it, and then loading it, everything are reasons. So these three reasons are also like this. So something waiting to happen. Something waiting to happen, right? Power struggle, weak rulers come into power. On top of that, economic deterioration. And when a country's economy is defeated, when a country's economy is weakened, that country cannot survive. Especially a war. Okay. If the economy is not strong, no country can survive a war. They will lose this war. You need to have a very strong economy if you are fighting a war. So all these developments, everything is happening in Sri Lanka. Chaos, right? A big crisis is happening in Sri Lanka or Polonnaruwa Kingdom. And one guy was watching this from Kalinga Kingdom. And he is a tyrant called Kalinga Mag. So Kalinga Mag decides, okay, now is the best time. Power struggle in Sri Lanka. Weak rulers come into power in Sri Lanka. Economic deterioration in Sri Lanka. Now we strike. You strike when the enemy is weak. You strike when the enemy is weak. Okay, this is what invaders do. You hit when the enemy is weak. You see, have you seen these wars happening recently? What time the wars happen? They happen 2 o'clock, between 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the early morning. Normally, the enemy attacks like this. Okay, because 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, the human body is at its weakest around 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the night. From 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, we say the human body is at its weakest because we all like to sleep during that time. So your enemy is sleeping, then you are ready. Now next day, previous day you are sleeping and you are getting ready for a surprise attack. Then you attack the enemy early in the morning. This is what happened between India and Pakistan, between Israel and Iran. They all attacked early morning. In the early morning when the enemy is weak, when the people are sleeping, right? When they are weak because they are not ready. So similarly, we were weak. Our economy was weak. Our rulers were weak. The ruler at that time was Parakramabahu, Parakrama Pandyan. The Pandyan ruler was there. Then Kalingamaga thought, okay, I'm gonna seize this opportunity. Enemy is weak. This is the best time to strike. So let's strike. He landed in Jaffna with about 24,000 soldiers. We had never prepared for a battle like this. Captured Jaffna quickly. Marched to Polonnaruwa. Additional, I think, about 12,000, 15,000 soldiers joined him. And marched to Polonnaruwa, and with at the blink of an eye, surprise attack, captured Polonnaruwa. We were caught off guard. We were not ready for a thing like this, but we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. We knew this was coming. We knew it, but we were not ready. We couldn't be ready. Okay, because we had all the reasons. Okay, the only pulling the trigger was missing. Only the pulling the trigger that Kalingamaga did it. Okay, so invasion of Kalingamaga in 1215 AD is the closest reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Closest reason. We call this type of reasons closest reason because we had problems, power struggles. We had weak rulers come into power, but Polonnaruwa Kingdom was there. We had power struggle, Polonnaruwa Kingdom was there. We had economic deterioration, Polonnaruwa Kingdom was there. But with the invasion of Kalingamaga, Polonnaruwa Kingdom fell. So that is why we say these type of reasons, closest reason. So if somebody asked you, what is the closest reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? What is that, Pude? Closest reason? The immediate reason or the closest reason? What is that? This is the fourth one. Invasion of Kalingamaga in 1215 AD. Now you are pointing the gun at somebody shooting, then you are pulling the trigger part is the closest reason or immediate reason. Because you can do all the things, but if you don't pull the trigger, nobody gets hurt. Like this, okay? Simple example. Don't shoot anybody, right? Maybe in computer games, yeah. Right. Then the closest reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, or the immediate reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, is invasion of Kalingamaga in 1215 AD. If Kalingamaga never invaded us, maybe Polonnaruwa Kingdom we could have survived. But because Kalingamaga invaded us, Polonnaruwa fell apart. That is why we say closest reason, no immediate reason. Everybody understand, Pude? Yes? Everybody got it now, Pude? Everybody understand? Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Everybody got it? Okay. Now tell me the 4 reasons then. Downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. What are the 4 reasons?
Economic
Yes.
deterioration.
Tell me in order. I want in order. I don't want shuffling here and there. I told
Power
you in an
struggle.
order, right? I told you what happened first, what happened next, like this, right? Yeah.
Power struggle between Pandyan.
Yeah. Power struggle between Kalinga and Pandyan clans, or Kalinga and Pandyan dynasties. What made this power struggle happen? Because King Vijayabahu I married a princess from Kalinga state, and he
And
gave
gave
his
his
sister in
sister to
marriage to a
Pandyan.
Pandyan prince. So both these families got an influence. Both these families had influence on the royal family in Sri Lanka. So they wanted to bring their people to power after the death of Vijayabahu I. The Kalingas wanted their people to come to power. Pandyans wanted their people to come to power. So to give you a few examples, Kalingas brought their people like King Nishankamalla, King Sahasamalla, King Chodanga to power. Then Pandyans brought kings like King Parakramabahu, Queen Lilavati to power. Okay, give some examples. I will give you in the tute and all. You can read and nicely understand and relax, and you can answer questions. And that is the main reason. Yeah, that is one reason. Okay, tell me the second reason.
Weak rulers coming to
Weak
power.
rulers come into power. Weak rulers really started to come to power after the death of which king? If you remember, Parakramabahu the first. After the death of Parakramabahu the first, until Parakramabahu the first, we had decent kings ruling Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay. After the death of Parakramabahu the first, in the 29 years period until the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, there were many rulers who came to power. 12 rulers, namely. If you tell about the numbers, no need to remember the numbers. Okay, it's okay. So you can say many rulers came to power after the death of Parakramabahu the first within a very short period of time. Out of these kings, only one king managed to rule for 9 years. What's the name of that king?
King Nishankamalla.
King Nishankamalla. Yes. All the other kings ruled for very brief periods of time, meaning that they were not strong kings. They were not able to stabilize political power in the kingdom. Okay. So this is weak rulers come into power's explanation. Yeah. So because of these two reasons, what happened to the next?
Economic deterioration.
Economic deterioration. So you must be able to explain that. Why did the economy deteriorate? Nobody to take care of the trade, nobody to take care of agriculture, repairing irrigation systems like tanks and aqueducts were not done properly, and then that resulted in a food shortage, or we can say economic deterioration, like we can say there was no proper food production, or there was no proper agriculture happening in the country. Okay, so we can say that. Yes. And what is the immediate reason? The fourth reason.
Invasion of Kalinga.
Invasion of Kalinga. If you remember the year, it's good. In 1215 AD. Yes, exactly. 1215 AD. So these four reasons you must remember. And your question for today will be this. Write it down and you can do it later. Okay. With reference to 3 points, explain the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. You know how to answer this one. 3 topics, 3 paragraphs. No need to write very long paragraphs. Try to finish it in 15 minutes. Okay, 12 to 15 minutes. Keep a timing and write it. Okay. So once you are done with this, even today you can do this. You know where to upload this. Put in the work uploading group for me to check. Okay, right. So this is your homework for today. With the invasion of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, Pute, with the invasion of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, what happens when a city is invaded? What do you think? What happens to the people in it? Think. What happens? Yeah. Tell me.
Killed.
Most of them will be killed. Somebody will be able to escape. And what will happen to those who are escaping?
They go to the different kingdoms.
To protection.
They will go to a safe area. Yes, correct. They will go to a safe area. Right. So there was a mass migration from especially Polonnaruwa to the other parts of the country. We can say this part of the country. Okay, this part of the country. Like this part, yeah, this part. This part, okay, right, okay. Yeah, right. I will draw a line again, okay, wait. There's a reason for it. Kind of this part of the country. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So there was a mass migration. Okay, everybody used to live in developed cities like Polonnaruwa, but with the downfall of Polonnaruwa, there was, Kalinga Magapute is an invader, right? And he didn't spare anybody. Okay, he killed as many people as possible. He literally, captured Polonnaruwa. He literally, plundered all the plundering means like looted all the valuable stuff, money, wealth, the gold, and whatever the valuable we had, and then killed all the leaders or like important people. Then the city itself was kind of destroyed and captured. So people did not want to live under Kalingamaga. Under no circumstances you are living under an invader, right? So people had no choice but to people and also some leaders, okay, had no choice but to migrate to the southern part of the country. Okay, so we see three people here in our history books. We have three important people here who managed to retreat or we can say withdraw to some strategically or tactically important places and establish fortresses there. So one person in Yapahuwa, one in Minipe close to Mahiyangane, Gandeni, we call it, one in Govindamale in southern region, okay, Govindamale area. So one in Yapahuwa, one in Gandeniya Minipe, close to Mahiyangane, close to Kandy as well. One in Govindamale, like a kind of a isolated rock in the eastern province, okay, or towards the south of the country, okay. So these three people are Subasenevi. Subasenevi is General Suba. His name is Suba, okay. So Subasenevi, Sankasenevi or General Sanka. So sometimes when you are when you can't fight the enemy, you retreat and you try to save what you can save and you go back to a safe place, right? So you can reorganize. You can at least protect, right? So you can you cannot defeat the enemy, but you can protect what is remaining, right? So this is what these three people did, okay. And there was another prince like Duke. We call him Duke because a Duke is a lesser prince, okay. His name is Duke Bonekabahu. So who is a duke? Pute? Duke is less than a prince, okay. Like a prince means Pute, it will be a son of the king or a brother of a king, okay. A brother of a king or a son of a king will be a prince, no. Let's say there's a nephew of a king. Let's say the king's sister's son, king's brother's son, like this. They will be normally dukes, okay, or Adipad kilat kino. So Duke Bonekabahu is a royal family member, but not like a king, not like eligible to be a king, but a very close member of the royal family. And they also they also have some influence. They are powerful. They were kind of military generals or commanders. So these three commanders managed to establish three fortresses in three areas and managed to hold on, protect their areas, okay. So Subasenevi, Sankasenevi and Duke Bonekabahu. So I made a poem for this also, to remember the three names. So here's the order. So Gandeniya in Minipe, Sankasenevi, then Subasenevi, Yapahuwa, then Bonekabahu, Govindamale. Okay, right. So you can make a poem or something like that to remember stuff like this. But this part, Pute, I don't expect everybody to remember, oh, this is not a very important area. But, you never know, right? In O-levels, there might be a question coming from this also. Who knows? We'll be ready for anything, okay? We are ready. When we are ready, nobody can beat us, right? Okay. So this one I made one. If you want, you can remember that, or you can make a nice one better than me also sometimes. Yeah. What I did, Sanka gatta Subayane Boneka Goviyata Dunna, right? Something like that. I just made a singular one, right? Sanka gatta, so Sanka Gandeniya Subayane, Yane is the vehicle, or we can say the craft, like a spacecraft, yeah, something like that. Yane ahas yane කියලා කියන්නේ aircraft, yeah, like this. Okay, so Sanka gatta Subayane Boneka Goviyata Dunna. Boneka is a name, Goviya Govindamale, right? So Sanka Gandeniya, Sanka Senevi Gandeniya, Subayane Suba Senevi Yapahuwa, Bonekabahu Govindamale. Bonekabahu is a duke, or Adipada Bonekabahu kilat kino, like a prince. Okay, right. So these are the three leaders who managed to establish fortresses so that they can protect their areas. Okay, they can, like, I mean, these are fortresses built on rocks, so they can watch, Kalinga Maga's army if they are trying to invade, and they can, be prepared, right? So they can save, they can protect their areas, but it doesn't mean that they all three work together or established a kingdom again, but they protected their areas. They managed to hold on, like bit of like keep Kalingamaga little at bay, I would say. Okay, so it doesn't mean that they all three establish a huge area or something like that, nothing like that. So people lived under them in different areas under different fortresses. These three fortresses are kind of a barrier for Kalingamaga's army to further penetrate to the south. Okay, so everybody understand Pute up to now? Yes, everybody got it now, Pute? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Tell me the three people, Pute, who are important, who established fortresses after the downfall of Polonnaruwa.
Sankasenavi,
Subasenavi,
Sankasenavi,
Bhuvanika,
Subasenavi, Bonekabahu, okay? Yeah. Duke Bonekabahu, okay? Adipada Bonekabahu kilat kina. So Sankasenavi, Subasenavi, General Sanka, General Suba, Duke Bonekabahu or Adipada Bonekabahu, right? If you remember, tell me now, if you remember the poem. Sanka Gatta Gandeniya in Minipe, close to Kandy, Mahayangane. Sanka Gatta Suba
Yapahuwa,
Yapahuwa, yeah. Boneka
Govindamale.
Govindamale, right? Yeah. Very good. So these are the three fortresses established by these three generals, these three leaders. Okay. So none of them managed to defeat Kalingamaga. They managed to hold on to their areas. They managed to protect their areas and their people in those areas close to the fortresses. So a few years went by. Okay. This is the year 1232. After about 17 years of the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Setbacks are there, but comebacks are also there, right? Like I said. But the comeback was not as strong as before, maybe, I would say. But comeback is a comeback. Okay, you bounce back is a bouncing back, right? I mean, no, you can't take the credit away from it, right? So it was 1232. No need to remember these years. I'm just telling you, right? Don't worry about it. But 1215 you can remember. This is the year of the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. You can remember this. Okay. So in 1232 AD, always when we were struggling, when we hit the rock bottom, when we were at the lowest, somebody would come up. Somebody would take over. A leader would emerge. Our history proves itself. Okay, whenever we hit the lowest, somebody would come up and somebody would hold the stuff together, hold everybody together, and would try to bounce back. This is what happened with Vijayabahu I. When Anuradhapura Kingdom fell apart, Vijayabahu I managed to bounce back and establish Polonnaruwa Kingdom, right? So our history proves in many places that leaders emerge in our country. Okay, because nobody wants to be a leader. We like to rally around a leader. This is the Sri Lankan mentality. Okay, because people are very scared of responsibility. Like if, let's say for example, your teacher in the class teacher, he or she says like, who's gonna become the leader of this project? Everybody will be like, until he or she calls a name, everybody will be like looking at each other's faces, right? Sri Lankan typical mentality. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody is ready to take the lead. Nobody is ready to lead the charge. Okay, yeah, but somebody will come up, right? Somebody will come up when the stuff starts. Somebody will take over, right? This is what happened to our country after the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. So by 1232, here comes a leader, right? We exactly don't know his background, but we know that he is from a prominent family, had connections to the royal family before. That we know, but we don't know exactly his history, okay, or his beginning. But his name we know, Vijayabahu III. Vijayabahu III emerges and he establishes a kingdom, a capital, and Dambadeniya, that is called Dambadeniya. Now Polonnaruwa is still there. Kalinga is still ruling Polonnaruwa. When Kalinga was ruling Polonnaruwa, Vijayabahu III emerges from Dambadeniya and establishes his capital in Dambadeniya and gets the support of all the people around Dambadeniya or around the southern part of the country or Maya Rata, and kind of unites the whole area and establishes Dambadeniya. Okay, so this is the start of Dambadeniya kingdom after a vacuum. Okay, after a vacuum of about 17 years, we have Vijayabahu III coming to power in Dambadeniya. And some say that Vijayabahu III has some relations to the Vanniyar rulers. You know, Vanniyars are basically, from the Vanni region, that is after the downfall of Polonnaruwa. You know, see, Pute, after the downfall of Polonnaruwa, I'll show you what happened. Like I said before, Pute, many people moved to this area, right? Some people moved to the north as well, right? So here, this area. So many people, like I said, everybody can see, right? The map. Yeah. Okay. So many people moved to that area that I just said. General Subha, Sankha and Bonagabahu established the fortresses. And some people moved to the north also. And this region where people established different like ruling centers, different areas and different rulers, this region is called the Vanni region. Vanni region. Okay. So in the Vanni region, the Vanniyars were called the leaders. Okay, Vanniyars are like leaders of a clan or leaders of an area. So some believe that King Vijayabahu III is coming from this prominent Vanniyar family. He has some relations to one of the Vanniyars family. Vanniyar families. Okay, so that we know about his background, but his background is not important. A person's background is not important. What we need to understand is his service to the country. This is what matters, okay, for us. When we are talking about kings, their father's name, their mother's name, their family history. We don't need to focus on that in your syllabus also, and also in real life also, right? More than that, what is important is his achievements and what he really did to the country, what is the service, and what are the lessons that we can learn from his life. What are the examples that he has given to the society that it can be applied even today? Okay, this is the most important thing. For example, when we talk about King Dutugamunu, he said, respect even your enemy. That is the example that he gave us, right? More than 2000 years ago. So respect even your enemy for the good things he did, right? That is the best example. Okay, and King Vijayabahu I, never forget your past, never forget your humble beginnings, never forget those who helped you when you were struggling, right? Those are solid, lessons that we can learn from these kings' lives. Okay, they proved through examples. So coming back to Vijayabahu III, like I said, his background is not important. What he did is important, and he gave a life. He gave another life, lifeline, as we call it, like a respawn. Like in in your computer games, you have this. He spawned the country once again, one more life. Yeah, one more go. So Dambadeniya is the kingdom he established. Now, when he established Dambadeniya, he did a few things, okay, to make the kingdom strong, right? So he chose the capital as Dambadeniya. He built the city, planned the city and built it. And then one of the big problems that he had was, the sacred tooth relic was not with him. When Polonnaruwa was invaded, the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, that is the most important thing for the Buddhists in the country, that was taken by the monks and hidden in Kotmale. Okay, hidden in Kotmale in the mountainous area. So he managed to find the monks, who basically had this hidden, and then managed to bring the sacred tooth relic to Dambadeniya kingdom, and he built a Dalada Maligava in Beligala. Dalada Maligava he built in Beligala and deposited the sacred tooth relic. So when he got the possession of the sacred tooth relic, all the people also rallied around him. Having the sacred tooth relic under your protection is one of the main requirements for a Sri Lankan king to be accepted as a king. Okay, so this is one of the main requirements. So Vijayabahu III overcame that challenge as well. Built a Dalada Maligava in Beligala and brought the sacred tooth relic which was hidden in Kotmale to Dalada Maligava in Beligala that he built. Okay. And also he renovated several temples like Kalaniya temple, for example. And also he ruled only for a short period of time. Yeah, like 4 years. Yeah, but within that 4 years he did a great service. He established Upasampada back as well. Upasampada, we discuss more about it in the next lesson. Upasampada is a religious ceremony for Buddhists which promotes monks from junior to senior. Okay, simple as that, right? I will explain more about it when we discuss Kandyan Kingdom. Okay, so Upasampada is a religious ceremony for the monks. Okay, Upasampada Utsave kile kiyanne. Upasampada ritual. So Upasampada means pute a monk is promoted from from junior to senior. Okay, so with Kalingama's invasion, Buddhism had taken a hit. Nobody to sponsor Buddhism, no king who is Buddhist, nobody to uplift Buddhism. So King Vijayabahu III built Dalada Maligava in Beligala, brought the sacred tooth relic, deposited there, renovated temples like Kalaniya temple, and then re-established the Upasampada ritual. So the religion can function properly this time, right? So he did a great service in that regard. And after Vijayabahu III, we have another king coming to power, his son, who is Parakramabahu II. After King Vijayabahu III, his son came to power, Parakramabahu II. He also came to power in Dambadeniya. So many things to discuss about Parakramabahu II. I will save it for next week. Okay, we started Dambadeniya today. We'll finish Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola. Try to finish as much as we can next week. Okay, right. Any questions from today's lesson?
No.
Who started Dambadeniya kingdom? Yes.
Vijayabahu III.
Vijayabahu III, right? His son's name? Anybody?
Parakramabahu II.
Parakramabahu II. We talk more about Parakramabahu II. We need like 10-15 minutes to talk about him. We'll do it next week. Okay, right. That's enough for one day, I believe. Let's get a quick start. Let's quickly revise a few points from what we learned last week from unit number 7. I told you unit number 7 is about the decline of ancient cities in the dry zone, Rajarata kingdoms as we call them, Anuradhapura Kingdom and Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and the origin of new kingdoms in the southwestern part of the country. Who remember the order of all those kingdoms? Yes. What are the kingdoms we learned today? What is the poem we learned? What are the kingdoms we learned? I don't mind if you even remember the poem or not, but I want you to remember all the kingdoms in order. So what are the two Rajarata kingdoms today? Yes?
Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa.
Anuradhapura is the first kingdom. Polonnaruwa is the second, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. Then what are the other kingdoms? Put in order. Tell me in order.
Dambadeniya Kingdom,
Dambadeniya,
Yapahuwa Kingdom,
Dambadeniya,
Yapahuwa
Yapahuwa,
Kingdom,
Kota Jaffna Kingdom.
Kurunegala.
Kurunegala Kingdom,
Yes. Next.
Gampola,
Gampola,
Kotte.
Kotte
Kotte.
Kingdom,
Okay. These are the kingdoms that we will be discussing here in this lesson. And somewhere down the line, after Polonnaruwa Kingdom, another kingdom started in the north. What is the name of that?
Jaffna.
Jaffna Kingdom. Very good. So I'm writing Jaffna here because of that. Okay, because it started after Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Information is a little scarce. Okay, about Jaffna. But we know that it started after Polonnaruwa Kingdom, that we know, right? So that is why we write it. We don't want to sandwich it, or we don't want to put it somewhere in the middle, because Jaffna Kingdom was a northern kingdom. Okay, so we don't want to bring it inside this order and mess it up, right? Because yeah, you know what I mean, like Jaffna Kingdom existed parallel to the other kingdoms. So these are the main kingdoms. Okay, so Jaffna Kingdom was never our main kingdom. Okay, Jaffna Kingdom was a kingdom which existed parallelly with other kingdoms. Jaffna Kingdom never invaded any of these kingdoms and became the dominant force in the country. So because of that, we will write Jaffna Kingdom. We will learn about Jaffna Kingdom. We will write it not in this order. Okay. Then what is the last kingdom of our country? Yes?
Indian,
Kandyan Kingdom,
Kandy.
right? So the kingdom of Kandy is the last kingdom, final kingdom. And that we have a separate lesson, right? Unit number 8 is dedicated for Kandyan Kingdom. So this is about unit number 7, right? And last week we spoke about the downfall, a little bit about the downfall of Anuradhapura Kingdom and the reasons, full reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. We gave you a homework as well from this part, right? We did a question as well, essay type question as homework, right? Yeah. So those who joined this week, go back, watch the recording and try to do that homework. I will be correcting it this week. Okay. Yeah. So when I have free time, I will correct it, and you can upload your work in the work uploading group. Third link in the group description. Okay. And then we discussed the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Altogether, there were how many reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? Yes? How many reasons were there? Four reasons, right? I told you to remember at least how many? For O levels, you should remember at least 3. Yes. Yeah. For O level standard, you should at least, when there are 4, 5, 6 reasons, you don't have to remember everything, but you can just read them and understand. But you have to thoroughly remember at least 3, because you might have questions coming to explain those reasons. So at least 3 you have to remember thoroughly. Okay, maximum 3. Okay, maximum 3. So you don't have to remember everything thoroughly, but you have to have a general idea, because MCQ questions might be there, right? Asking you, then you will remember, right? What you know, you will remember, but what you remember, you will be able to write when you know them thoroughly, right? Okay. So there were 4 reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, and there are a few more things to discuss. Once this lesson is complete, I will come to that, because I don't want to mix it up here. Okay, but your book, you know what I mean, I have my opinion about your book as well. So it's in some places the book looks a little messy, so I don't want to like make your head a mess. So we will for now focus on the reasons for downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay, then we discuss this. I'm going to ask you a question from that in a moment, but before that, let me ask you another question, right? We started Dambadeniya Kingdom. Okay, we started Dambadeniya Kingdom. Did we start Yapahuwa Kingdom? Yes. Who were there last week? No, right? Okay. So we didn't finish Dambadeniya Kingdom. Okay, we only discussed about one king in Dambadeniya Kingdom. He is the founder of Dambadeniya Kingdom. Who is that king, Pute? Founder of Dambadeniya Kingdom. Who established Dambadeniya Kingdom?
Vijayabahu III.
Very good. Vijayabahu III. King Vijayabahu III is the one who established Dambadeniya Kingdom. Yes? Okay. Right. So we spoke about him and we stopped with his son. And we are going to discuss about his son today. What was his name? Anybody? I promise you to discuss about him today. King Vijayabahu III. After King Vijayabahu III in Dambadeniya Kingdom, his son came to power. Yes, in Dambadeniya Kingdom. And his name was Parakramabahu II. This is where we are going to start today, okay? Right. We are going to discuss more about Parakramabahu II today, right? Okay. Then Polonnaruwa, the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Who can tell me a couple? Yes. What are the reasons for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? What is the main reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom? What is
Power
the
struggle between Kendians, between Kalinga.
yes, the power struggle. Okay. In our words, clash of clans, right? Yeah. So the power struggle between which two dynasties were they? Which two clans? What are the two clans? Kalinga clans. So Kalinga clan is from India and Kalinga clan, and you can write them dynasty or clan, no problem. Okay. Clan is group, no? Yeah. So Kalinga clan and the Pandyan clan. Between Kalinga and, keep it short, Pandyan clans. Okay. The power struggle. Yes, that is the main reason. No doubt about that. It was because of the power struggles that what type of rulers came to power? Yeah.
Weak rulers.
Weak rulers came to power. It is because of the power struggle. Okay. When there's a power struggle, when two groups are fighting for power in a country, the result will be even the rulers who are coming next will be weaker because they are already fighting each other, right? So they don't have the full support of the people. So weak rulers come into power. That's another reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. How do we know that they are very weak? How do we know these people are weak or strong? Yes. How do we know if
They ruled for short period of time.
They ruled for short periods of time, meaning that they were not able to stabilize the power. They were not able to strengthen the power. They were not able to hold political power properly for long periods of time. So one of the main criterias that we can, point to understand if a king is strong or rule is the time that he rules. If a king is ruling for decades, like Indutugamunu 24 years, Vasaba 30 years, Pandukabe 70 years, okay, we understand from the time period that they ruled, the politics or the kingdom is very stable. Nobody is able to change it, right? Meaning that they are strong kings. Okay, but in the case of Polonnaruwa, it's a whole different story. After the death of Parakramabahu the first, things went like things fell into a huge crisis, or things went into chaos, and there were like 12 rulers within 29 years, right? This is what we learned. So we can assume that all these rulers are obviously weak. So that is the second reason for the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. And what is the third reason? Okay, power struggle, weak rulers come into power, then that resulted in what, Pute? Yes? Economic deterioration. When there are no strong rulers in a country, the economy deteriorates. Nobody to take care of the economy, nobody to take care of the international trade, nobody to take care of agriculture, nobody to support the economy, production. Nothing happens properly in a country, right? So economic deterioration is the third reason. Then on top of that, it's like the last nail on the coffin. Yeah, so like all the nails have been put now, there's only one last nail in the coffin now. And that was put by who, Pute? An invader from where? What is his name?
Kalinga Maga.
Kalinga Maga was watching all this from Kalinga state. He decided, okay, I'm going to seize this opportunity. I'm going to take this opportunity. Polonnaruwa is weak. It's my time to defeat Polonnaruwa and capture Polonnaruwa. Came to Jaffna first, captured Jaffna within a very short period of time, lightning speed offensive. Then marched to Polonnaruwa. We were not ready. We were caught off guard and we lost the battle. Okay, this is what happened to us. That is the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. That is the end of a golden era of our civilization. And these two eras, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, we call it the Rajarata civilization. Okay, or the first urbanization. First urbanization, okay? So this is the first two settlements. These are the first two settlements that we had in our country. And the other settlements are this bunch of settlements, okay? And you will understand when we discuss that these settlements are no match for the level of Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa in terms of stability and strength. And we will discuss that today, okay? Starting today, yeah? Next week we will complete that. All right. Now, any questions from last week? Anybody? Any questions from last week? Anything?
Sir,
Yeah.
so what is difference in the first urbanization kingdoms than the second urbanization kingdoms?
You see, the first urbanization Pute had big cities. Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, they are big cities. They are geometric shaped and they are expanding cities. Okay, that is the main difference, right? They are big cities. They are huge settlements. In the second urbanization Pute, they are more like makeshift kingdoms. They are more like ruling centers. They are changing place to place and they are very short lived. Okay, like 100 years, 50 years, 200 years, like this. Whereas Anuradhapura Kingdom, 1400 years. Polonnaruwa Kingdom, almost 200 years. So no match, right? That is the main difference, okay? And geographically, the first two kingdoms were in the dry zone and the other kingdoms more like in the wet zone or more like towards the southwestern part of the country, okay? So the first two kingdoms, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, they are in the dry zone in the country, okay? Where a lot of agriculture took place. And we will learn more reasons, okay, when we are discussing. This lesson will give you a lot of insight. So once you finish learning the lesson, your question will be fully answered, okay? Yeah. All right. So economic style, everything different from Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa Kingdom to this agriculture, economic style, architecture, there are so many differences between these two. So we will fully understand this when we finish discussing the lesson, okay? Right. So we will continue with Dambadeniya Kingdom. Now I told you already, Dambadeniya Kingdom was started by Vijayabahu III. Yes? Okay. So we discussed about Vijayabahu III, right? Tell me one very important thing Vijayabahu III did. Anybody? Vijayabahu
brought sacred relics.
the third, first king of Dambadeniya, right? Yes. What did he do, Pute? Built what and where? If you remember, tell me. Yeah, after him coming to power, he established Dambadeniya Kingdom. Okay, that is the main thing he did. Fine. Right. And then tell me another very important thing he did.
He bought
Built
the
what?
ancient tooth relic.
Yeah, he built a Dalada Maligawa, right? He built a sacred temple of the sacred tooth relic, as we call it, right? The Lord Buddha's sacred tooth relic is the most important relic that the Buddhists have in this country. Yes, that is why you might remember, there was a Dalada Pradarshana a couple of months ago. How many, millions of people, right, flocked Kandy, right, to see the Dalada Vahanse. So that is the sacred tooth relic we are talking about, okay, which is today in Dalada Maligawa in Kandy. So what you need to remember is this Dalada Maligawa today is in Kandy because Kandy was our last kingdom, okay, and before that it was in other kingdoms. When we had Anuradhapura Kingdom, Dalada Maligawa was in Anuradhapura, okay. When we had Polonnaruwa Kingdom, Dalada Maligawa was in Polonnaruwa. So subsequently with other kingdoms, Dalada Maligawa shifted. Okay, Dalada Maligawa shifted in the sense different Dalada Maligawas. Okay, kings built different temples or different temples for the sacred tooth relic in the ruling centers that they lived. Okay, why? Why? Because they wanted to keep it safe under their watch. Okay, that is why wherever they shifted their kingdom, they also built a Dalada Maligawa in those kingdoms and kept it there under their watch, and in their eyesight. Or I had a pain a manigil again, yes. So that if any enemies or anybody coming, so they can quickly protect it, they can hide it, or if they are losing the battle, they can, take steps to protect it. Or it's under their watch, because it was the king's, it was like the king's life. Okay, protecting Dalada Vanse is equal to staying as a king. If you lose Dalada Vahanse, you are gone. Nobody will accept you as the king also. So this is a main requirement to be called a king. You need to have Dalada Vahanse under your protection. Dalada Karandu, Dalada Vahanse, right? So the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha must be under your protection. That is why King Vijayabahu III also found where Dalada Vahanse was hid. He found that Dalada Vahanse was hid after the battle, after we lost the battle in Polonnaruwa. Dalada Vahanse had been hidden by our monks. Where were they? Where was it hidden? It was hidden in Kotmale. Okay. Then he spoke to the monks. He got the news. It was hidden. So he built a Dalada Maligav in Beligala. Okay, Beligala close to Dambadeniya, Kagala close to Dambadeniya. So he built a Dalada Maligav in Beligala and brought the Dalada Vahanse there and deposited it there. Okay, so this is what Vijayabahu III did. It's a very important thing that he did for the upliftment of Buddhism, right? So that made him a legal king in Dambadeniya. So his political power was strengthened or consolidated, as we call it, with the building of Dalada Maligav and bringing Dalada Vahanse to Beligala under his watch now, right? So this is a very important event under Vijayabahu III. Vijayabahu III did not rule for a very long time, okay, like 4 years only. But during his time, he did a great service. He established Upasampada again. Upasampada is the religious ritual to promote junior Buddhist monks to senior Buddhist monks. It's a religious festival. So he established it again. And then he also renovated temples like Helaniya Temple, for example. Took many steps to uplift Buddhism, including building of the Dalada Maligava in Beligala and bringing back the Dalada Maligava there, Dalada Vahanse there. So after Vijayabahu III, we have his son coming to power. What is his name? I told you already. Parakramabahu II. Now, when we are talking about Dambadeniya Kingdom, no offense, no disrespect, Vijayabahu III is the one who started it, but Parakramabahu II is the highlight of it. Okay, it's like King Pandukabe started Anuradhapura Kingdom, but the highlight of Anuradhapura Kingdom is King Dutugamnu, right? Why? Because he achieved so many great things. Yes, that is why, So Parakramabahu II, I would say Vijayabahu III's son, he is the highlight of Dambadeniya Kingdom. You know why? Because many events took place under him and he was able to achieve a lot of great things. Okay, now let's take a look at them one by one, right? Okay. So Parakramabahu II Pute was a very educated king. He was educated very well, from the childhood, right? Vijayabahu III his father had taken steps to give a proper education to this prince. So he was educated under great theros like Sangarakkita Thero, and he was very, very talented in Sinhala literature. Okay, he was able to when it comes to poetry and everything, he was at the top, I would say, right? So because of that, he had an honorary title. Sometimes you give titles, right, for people. If you are if you are like talented in a particular field, you will be called a master. If you are talented in music, let's say you have pattam titles, Visharad or Pandita, right? There are titles like this, right? When you are qualified or you have mastered a particular thing. You go to a university, you get a degree, or you get a doctorate degree, you will have the title doctor in front of your name, right? It's like this. Okay, so similarly there are honorary titles like this given to people for their talent, for their exceptional talent in particular fields. Okay, so Parakramabahu II also had a title like this. What is the title given to him? For the tremendous or for the enormous knowledge that he possessed on Sinhala literature is Kalikala Sahitya Sarvaknya Pandita. Kalikala Sahitya Sarvaknya Pandita. This is the title. This is the honorary title that was given to him for the enormous knowledge that he possessed on Sinhala literature. Your favorite subject, is it? Yeah? Sinhala literature? Yes, no? There? No?
No, sir. No.
Okay. Whose favorite subject is Sinhala literature? Okay, it's for English medium students, it's a little difficult. That's what I heard. Okay, right. My favorite subject. All right. Anyway, we strongly believe that King Parakramabahu II is the one who wrote one of the greatest Sinhala literary books, that is Kausilumina. Okay. We strongly believe, okay, when I say we strongly believe, meaning that we are not 100% sure, but we have enough evidence to believe because we don't have any other evidence not to believe. You understand what I'm saying? So that is the logic here. So you see, Puteh, these are written so many hundreds of years ago. So sometimes, it's very difficult to prove. Like, we don't have CCTV footage, right? Like, we have today, okay, you want to prove something, okay, bring this CCTV footage. But, those days it was very tough. So based on the evidence that we have, we can come to conclusions. This is what we are doing. But if new evidence emerges when we are talking about history, maybe tomorrow new evidence might emerge. New knowledge will be discovered. So when that happens, we have to draw new conclusions. Okay, let me tell you a simple example. Until recently, we never knew that King Dudugamunu had a sister. Nowhere it's mentioned. Not even in Mahavansha. It's mentioned that King Dudugamunu had a sister. But recently we found an inscription. In that, we have evidence to believe that, oh my God, King Dudugamunu have had a sister. Right? So new evidence, new knowledge, this is there, right? So knowledge is something that gets updated every day. So keep an eye, keep watching for these kind of things. So based on the evidence that we have today, we have no doubt but to believe that Kausilumina, one of the greatest Sinhala literary works that was written so many hundreds of years ago, like, I would say 700 plus years ago, was written by King Parakramabahu II. We don't have any reason to believe otherwise, because this is the title given to him for the enormous knowledge that he had when it comes to Sinhala literature. Kalikala Sahitya Sarvangsha Pandita is the honorary title that he had. Okay. So, Puteh, you have seen people who are multi-talented, right? Like me. Okay, example. Yeah. There are people multi-talented. Okay. They can do sports. They can study well as well. Have you seen people like that? Are you like that? Yeah. They have achievements in both fields. Okay. We call them total packages, right? Like, jack of all trades, King Parakramabahu II is also like that. Okay. He was not only like educated only king, but he was a warrior as well. When it comes to the art of war, he was skilled in that as well. Not only the art of pen, but also the art of war, right? So he was a skilled warrior. How do we know this? Because of several challenges that he overcame, right? The first challenge, actually, when Parakramabahu II came to power, he wanted to liberate the kingdom. Okay, this is every king's dream, right? When you are living under, or when you have in your country, when you have an invader, this is the dream that every king would have. So who's the invader now living in Sri Lanka? Who's the invader? Kalinga is living in Polonnaruwa. Okay. So Parakramabahu II is in Dambadeniya. Okay. Polonnaruwa Kingdom is still controlled, or Polonnaruwa area still controlled by Kalinga. Okay. So he had this goal. Okay. He had this determination. Okay. I'm gonna organize my forces. I'm gonna put a great battle, and I'm gonna liberate Kalinga. I'm gonna liberate my country from Kalinga. This is the goal that he had. So while he was preparing for this goal, okay, sometimes, when you are preparing for a challenge, distractions happen, right? Sometimes, you are planning to do something tomorrow, all of a sudden, you are trying to do your homework, then power cut. Yeah, stuff like that happens, right? You just, you are motivated and you are ready to go, you are ready to study for 2 hours, then there's a power cut. This is what happened to this is what happened to Parakramabahu II. He was getting ready to fight Kalinga. Then there was another invasion. Okay. So there were 2 invasions by this king called Chandrabanu. His name is Chandrabanu. Okay. This king Chandrabanu came from Malay Peninsula. Now, remember, Malay Peninsula in the sense, modern day Thailand, parts of Malaysia, and then you have the Sumatra Island, that is today Indonesia. So this area was ruled by Chandrabanu. Okay, this king called Chandrabanu. He's a Buddhist king. Okay, those days these areas, even Thailand today is a Buddhist country. So those areas were ruled by Chandrabanu, a Buddhist king. So what Chandrabanu wanted from Sri Lanka is to loot the sacred tooth relic. Dalada Karandu, he wanted to take it to Thailand or Malaysia, right? Malay Peninsula. So we call Chandrabanu a Malay king, I would say Javaka king. This is what we normally use, in Sinhala to call him. So Javaka ruler, yeah, Javaka ruler. So Javaka ruler means they are coming from this area, the Malay Peninsula, like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, this area. Okay, so we like to call them Javaka rulers, right? So what Chandrabanu wanted, he is also a Buddhist king. Then he knew that, okay, the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha is in Dambadeniya Kingdom. We are going to attack Dambadeniya Kingdom because Dambadeniya Kingdom is not known for its strength. So let's try our luck. Let's attack Dambadeniya Kingdom. Let's defeat the king there and loot or steal the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha because, for religious reasons. So he came and he launched an invasion. Parakramabahu II, like I said, jack of all trades, not only skilled in writing but also in warfare. So he managed to defeat him. Okay, Chandrabanu was defeated, and this time Chandrabanu fled basically to the northern part of the country. That's a big story. Okay, I'm not trying to put so much information in your head, and that's fine. Okay, that's that. Then Chandrabanu tried again. They say try and try, one day you can fly, right? So Chandrabanu didn't want to give up. He tried again for the second time after several years. But in the meantime, there were many other battles going on. Kalinga was defeated as well, right? So Kalinga, there was a huge campaign against Kalinga from Parakramabahu II. He was getting ready for this actually. So it took another few years for him to reorganize his troops and launch this invasion and defeat Kalinga. Kalinga was chased out. Polonnaruwa Kingdom was liberated. This is the greatest achievement under Parakramabahu II. Polonnaruwa was liberated once again. Okay, like I said, last week, setbacks are there. That is the comeback that matters. So this is a grand comeback that we had, right? So like we lost Polonnaruwa Kingdom, then we had to start Dambadeniya Kingdom, then we got Polonnaruwa Kingdom back. But Parakramabahu II did not relocate to Polonnaruwa, okay, or did not take his kingdom back to Polonnaruwa. Why? Tell me. Yes. Now you captured Polonnaruwa back from Kalinga, but you don't go back to Polonnaruwa and rule the country from there again. That's our whole kingdom, right? But Parakramabahu II decided, no, I'm going to stay in Dambadeniya. Why?
Destruction of resources.
Okay. Any other answers?
More attacks will be held.
Sorry?
More attacks will be made.
More attacks. Okay, you are coming to a point that explain, like think and tell me something else. The real word. What reason? What is the main reason? Yeah.
Because his father established his kingdom.
Okay. All right. He didn't want to leave the kingdom which was established by his father, is it? He didn't want to leave his home. Actually, it's security reasons. Otherwise, anybody would love to go, right? Anybody would love to go back to Polonnaruwa. But Polonnaruwa is not safe because it got invaded once and it can get invaded again. Okay. So that is the main reason. Okay. So you don't want to go back where to a place that is not less safe. Right. So that is why Dambadeniya was chosen by Vijayabahu III, his father. Whose father? Parakramabahu II's father. Okay. So that's the thing you got to remember. Okay. So like for security reasons, they never went back to the old kingdoms, right? This was the practice. This was the general practice of the kings in our country. Generally, they tried their level best to avoid the kingdoms that are not safe. Okay. Right. Then There was another invasion. Okay, now Kalingamaga was defeated. Then the second invasion came from Chandrabanu. Second invasion, he tried again. Chandrabanu tried again. This time we had some support from the Pandyan kingdom, okay, in India. So Pandyans were attacking. So Pandyans had some problems with Chandrabanu as well. So we joined forces, and this time we defeated Chandrabanu, killing him. Okay, so Chandrabanu lost his life this time in the second invasion attempt. He was killed, so his threat was gone forever. And Kalingamaga was defeated on one side as well. Okay, he was not killed in Polonnaruwa, he was chased out, and Polonnaruwa was recaptured. And then those are the three big challenges Parakramabahu II had to face. Okay, in Dambadeniya kingdom. Okay, so two attacks or two invasions by Chandrabanu, both of them were thwarted, or Chandrabanu was defeated both the times. Second time killing him, and Parakramabahu II was also able to liberate Polonnaruwa from Kalingamaga's rule. Kalingamaga ruled for about 40 years, altogether, since 1215, right? So in 1255, yeah, after about 40 years, we were able to liberate Polonnaruwa Kingdom from Kalingamaga's rule. Everybody understand Puthe up to now? Yes. So that's enough about Parakramabahu II. Yeah. So you can remember the contribution he made to Sinhala literature. Then you can remember the skills that he displayed in warfare and the service that he did to the country by liberating the country from Kalingamaga's rule. Okay, so that's what you need to remember. And the tute is being updated. Okay, every year we are updating our tute. So this time there will be some changes, improvements as well. Every year I want to give a better version of the tute to you. So I will be giving that over the weekend. Okay, I will be uploading it in the drive. Okay, but for your reference, if you want to take some screenshots, you can. But there will be a little bit of a different tute than this time. Okay, yeah. Changes might be there, minor changes, improvements. Okay, right. Everybody okay with it? Yeah. All right. Any questions? Can you briefly explain how Chandrabanu suddenly appeared? Chandrabanu was a ruler in Malay Peninsula, in Thailand, Malaysia, this area. Okay, there was a kingdom there, right? And see, he was a Buddhist king as well. So he got the news that the most important sacred Buddhist relics are in Sri Lanka. So he wanted that. He wanted to take it. That is why he invaded. Invasions happen, right? Invasions happen for many reasons, right? Some invasions happen when you want to capture another country. So Chandrabanu didn't want to capture Sri Lanka. Chandrabanu wanted to loot or steal the religious relics that we had. Okay, that is why he came and attacked Sri Lanka. Okay, so fortunately we were able to defeat him. Okay, right. There are many reasons for an invasion. Yeah, like personal disputes sometimes. Yeah, personal disputes also there, right? There were many reasons for these ancient invasions. Okay, resource issues, like you want to, there's a fertile land, so you want to capture that land and you can, develop your agriculture. There, just for power, just for glory, just to show your strength. Sometimes you go and invade. Some emperors did that just so that they can write their names in golden letters in history, just for the sake of power, just for the sake of having more people under your rule. That is also, there are many reasons for invasions. Okay, so that is why we say, like, those times are the times, right? Like sometimes, many, I would say, cruel acts had happened to people, right? People were killed in scores, people were killed in millions in some invasions without reasons, just without reasons. Okay, no reason, nothing. Just you go kill all the people in a land and capture that land. Okay, so there were many invasions like this that had happened. Okay, that is why we're looking back at history, we have a lot of things to learn, right? There were good things that happened in the past, there were a lot of bad things that happened in the past. So we cherish the good things we learn from it, we build on it, and we try to learn the lessons from the bad things, okay? And not to repeat those mistakes again. Okay, so there's another question, that is which kingdom, Dambadeniya kingdom, got help to defeat Chandrabanu? Pandyan kingdom. Okay, Pandyan kingdom is a South Indian kingdom. Yes, Pandyan kingdom. Okay, right. So we'll go to the next one. Okay, that is we are starting Yapahuwa kingdom. But before we start Yapahuwa kingdom, we have a story to remember. Okay, so to show you this story, I will take a whiteboard. Okay, yeah. Right. Now we will come back to the basics again. We have Vijayabahu the third. We have Parakramabahu the second. What is the relationship between these two?
Father and son.
Father
Okay.
and son.
Then we have Vijayabahu the fourth. What do you think the relationship is between these two? Think.
Parakramabahu second son.
Grandfather.
Yeah, son. Okay, son. Yeah. Right. So this is the relationship. Okay. So after Parakramabahu the second, Vijayabahu the fourth came to power in Dambadeniya kingdom. But he could rule only a very short period of time. Okay. And he was killed. He was killed because of a military coup. Okay, military coup. Now this is how you write the word coup. This is how you pronounce it. Coup. Military coup means it's a military conspiracy, meaning that a military normally a general in the army will take over the power of a country. Okay, so he will organize his army and the army will take over the power of a country. This is called a military conspiracy or military coup. Now the leader of the country would not know. Leader of the country can be a king or president or prime minister, whoever it is, they wouldn't know. All of a sudden the military comes and tells that, okay, you are gone, we don't want you, we are ruling now, right? So just imagine, right? You are the king or you are the president of a country and the military surrounds your house and takes you into custody or arrests you and tells you that you are no longer the president, we are taking control of the country. Okay, so military takeover of a country is considered illegal, you know, because it is an illegal act. Basically, military cannot take over a country. The role of a military of a country is to protect the country from internal and external enemies. That is the role of a military. The role of a military is not to rule a country. Okay, remember that very well. Okay, even when there were kings, or even today, when there are presidents or parliaments ruling countries, a military cannot get involved in the affairs of running a government in a country. Okay, because military has a duty to do. Military's duty is to protect the country from enemies. Okay, it can be internal enemies, it can be external enemies. Invasions from outside. Let's say India is attacking us, military has to protect our country. Or let's say somebody from inside trying to attack the leaders of the country and trying to take power, then the military has to protect the country, okay, or protect the people of the country. So that is the duty of a military. The military's duty is not to run governments, okay. So any military taking over power of a country, we call it a military coup or military conspiracy. Many countries in this world have faced military conspiracies. Example, Pakistan, Turkey, Myanmar, right? These countries have faced, many countries in Africa, they have faced military coups, okay? So then what happens is the general, normally the head of the military or normally a popular figure in the military would dethrone or depose the ruler in the country and take over the power. Sometimes they will kill, sometimes they will arrest. Here in this case, Vijayabahu IV was killed by the military general at that time. No need to remember the names and everything. You know, we will get restricted to the syllabus. Too much information will make it confused. So there was a military coup and Vijayabahu IV lost his throne. He was killed. Okay. And then the military coup was defeated. Once again, with the popular support, with the support of the people and everything, the military coup was defeated. And Vijayabahu IV had a brother. I'm going to write it bro here. Okay. Yeah. So Vijayabahu IV had a brother, and he managed to defeat the military conspiracy and come to power in Dambadeniya Kingdom. And his name is Polonnaruwa I. Polonnaruwa I. Okay. Vijayabahu IV's brother. Polonnaruwa I. Now, you think like Polonnaruwa I. What do you think now? Yeah, what are you thinking? Are you thinking what I am thinking? Vijayabahu IV is my brother, and he was a king of Dambadeniya Kingdom. He faced a military coup. Now is Dambadeniya safe? Yeah, what do you think? Okay, Polonnaruwa I obviously would want to move to a safer place, right? Safer place. So that is where Yapahuwa Kingdom comes into picture. Okay, so Polonnaruwa I founded Yapahuwa Kingdom. So Vijayabahu IV is the last king of Dambadeniya Kingdom. Then started by a new kingdom was started by Polonnaruwa I. Okay, Yapahuwa Kingdom is the starting point of Yapahuwa Kingdom. Okay, so he moved his palace, he moved everything to Yapahuwa. He chose Yapahuwa fortress. You know, you can even see the fortress today. Yapahuwa fortress. He built it, and then like his ruling center became that. Yapahuwa is a rock fortress. So when you are at the top of the rock, you can see the enemies if somebody is coming, trying to. It's a safe place because of that, right? You can monitor the enemy's movement. If somebody is coming to attack you, you know, from a distance, you can go into hiding or something like that. You know, you can take your security measures, right? So that is the reason Polonnaruwa I would have chosen Yapahuwa, right? Yeah. So that is how it played out, right? Okay. Now, Polonnaruwa I is very, very important because of a few reasons. During the time of Polonnaruwa I, there were many officers in his government, okay? And he's a very wise king, I would say. So Polonnaruwa I understood that, you know, this is like the 13th century or 14th century. Then Polonnaruwa I understood, okay, it is time that we develop good relations with Arabia, right? So because, you know, the trade relations with Arabia and the Asian countries are growing at this stage. So Polonnaruwa I appointed, he had some Muslim officers in his royal courts. So he gave a duty that for the Muslim officers to go and meet the Sultan of Egypt in Arabia. You know, Egypt is an Arab country. In Cairo, you know, Cairo, the Sultan of Cairo. Cairo is in Egypt today. Cairo is the capital of Egypt. So he sent a mission to Cairo to establish good relations, you know, with the Sultan of Cairo. Sultan is the leader of Cairo. So Polonnaruwa I is very important because of that. Why? Because he is the first king we can see in our history trying to officially establish strong relations with Arabian countries. Okay. So Polonnaruwa I wrote a very beautiful letter to the Sultan of Cairo. He told, look at this, many, many things to learn from this letter. He told, look, we have Yemen, we are passing Yemen or Aden. Aden is the harbor in Yemen. We are passing Yemen and we are coming to you. Meaning that we prefer you over Yemen. We prefer you over having trade relations with Eden or in Yemen. Okay. So you see there, let me show you Google Maps, you understand better, right? So look at how wise our kings were, how strategic our kings were, and how business minded our kings were. How good of our negotiators are they? Today we have a problem, you know, in our country with the leaders in our country. Yeah, I mean, whoever the leaders are, they don't know what is international relations. Okay, they don't know how to build relations with other countries. Okay, that is a big problem that we are facing today. That is why we don't have very strong allies, right, in the world. Is there anybody to help us, or any strong relations that we have? Just imagine, yeah, India is also for their own benefit, you know, like they won't give anything without, you know, seeing their benefits. Okay, so this is a problem that we are facing today. So it's a good point here to discuss. So look at this. Can you all see the Google map, everybody?
Yes, sir.
So we have Sri Lanka here, And we have Eden here, Gulf of Eden here. This is Yemen here. We have the Gulf of Eden here. We have the Eden harbor here, very important harbor when we are talking about the trade between Europe and Asia. Okay, Europe and Asian trade is, this is the route. Okay, so you see Sri Lanka is in a very strategic location. You know, Sri Lanka is in the middle of Indian Ocean, and all the trade that is going from Europe or Arabia to Asia will pass very close to Sri Lanka. So this is where we need to understand the importance of our location between the trade route between Europe and Arabia and Asia. So Bonagabahu the second said, Bonagabahu the first said, he sent his mission here, right? Egypt, Cairo in Egypt. So he said, we passed Aden. We didn't stop there. We passed Aden and we are coming to you because we value your relationship. Okay. We could have, meaning that without telling that he's telling, we could have made a trade deal with Yemen or Eden. But we chose you because we value your relationship. We know you are better, right? So that is how you approach people, right? Appreciate them, right? Okay, so appreciate the relationship, show them the value, show them that you really value the relationship. Okay, then another thing that he said in his letter is that we can give you wood, we can give you shiploads of wood that is needed for your weapons. We know you are fighting strong battles, and in order to use in your weapons, we are ready to give you high quality wood, no matter the number of shiploads. Okay, you see what can you learn from that? Meaning that there's give and take, ganu denu, right? Ganu denu, gannawa denava. Trade is a two-way road. Trade is not a one-way road. You all give, no take, or all take, no give. Some people are like this, no, today. Yeah, they only look at profits. They don't give anything, but they're expecting everything, right? You can't do business like that. Business should be, you give a service or you give something, then you take something. Give and take, Ganuden. So Bonagabahu the first offered first. We are ready to supply what you need the most. We can give you shiploads of stuff. In return, your businessman can come and do business in Sri Lanka. We are open for trade. Look at this, today we are talking about open economic policy, globalization, global village, open borders, free economy. These concepts, we are talking about these concepts in the high level, in the international level. Bonagabahu the first understood these concepts hundreds of years ago, 700 years ago, right? Open economy. So your businessmen are welcome here anytime. You are welcome in Sri Lanka. Open your business. Let's engage in trade. Okay. This is the open-handed invitation that he gave to the Sultan of Cairo, right? But first he offered something. First he offered what we can give you. This is what we can give you. These are the benefits of our relationship. This is why we value you. And then this is, we are inviting you with open hands, like, no hidden agendas, right? Let's do business. Let's grow together, right? These are the business concepts and these are the political concepts that even modern people should learn. Okay, modern politicians. Okay, they are all, all take but no give nowadays, right? Trying to take everything but not ready to give anything, right? So this is a great example from the life of Bonagabahu the first. But unfortunately, before these could materialize very, very well, Bonagabahu the first died. He could not get the full benefit of this. But nevertheless, it was a great starting point for the relations with Arabia and Sri Lanka, I would say. And ever since, these countries in Arabia, we can without a doubt say that they have a very strong relations with Sri Lanka. Even today, we have very strong relations with Arabia and Sri Lanka, right? Like, I mean, when we are talking about job opportunities or let's say oil and tea, these kind of trades, we have a very strong relationship, right? In if you go to Arabian countries, when you say you are from Sri Lanka, they respect us more than the Indians, more than other people from other countries, because they know the historical relationship that they have with Sri Lanka. They know, right? They know Sri Lanka is special. Sri Lanka has been our friend for a long time. And in big companies in Arabia, for example, in big airlines and big corporations in Arabia, they have a quota of job visas for Sri Lankans. Special quota. Okay, you are hiring 100 people to your company. 20 people we will hire from Sri Lanka. A quota will be separated. There will be a special quota. Why? I mean, what have we given them? Literally, what do we have? We buy their oil, fine, because we need. Okay, what do we have to give them? Like, they can hire from India, they can hire from Philippines, they can hire from Pakistan, no problem. Why they want to hire from Sri Lanka? Because of the historical relationship. Okay, so this is a very time-tested relationship for centuries. I can without a doubt say that Bonagabahu I is the stepping stone of it, or he is the one who started it, and then like other kings continue to maintain it. Okay, so this is what we have to learn from Bonagabahu I's life. So towards the end of Yapahuwa Kingdom, unfortunately, we had another invasion. Okay, so this time this invasion came from Pandyan Kingdom, and R.A. Chakravarti is I would say a general in Pandyan Kingdom who was under another Pandyan king called Kulasekara. Okay, Kulasekara Pandyan. Oh, your book says Kulasekara, no problem, we'll go with that. So R.A. Chakravarti, a general named R.A. Chakravarti, invaded Yapahuwa Kingdom. Okay, R.A. Chakravarti invaded Yapahuwa Kingdom, took the sacred tooth relic and went to India, gave it to King Kulasekara. Kulasekara or Kulasekara Pandyan. Okay, Pandyan king, right? Okay, so this is what happened towards the end of the time of Yapahuwa Kingdom. Now that's another crisis. Okay, so here are two more people coming to the picture now, right? Vijayabahu IV also had a son, but after Vijayabahu IV, you know how Vijayabahu IV lost his throne. It was due to a military coup, right? Military coup or army conspiracy. And his brother Bonagabahu I managed to come to power. Now he also died. Okay, and then there are two more people. They are children. Okay, two sons. Bonagabahu IV also had a son. Sorry, Vijayabahu IV also had a son. Bonagabahu I also had a son. The son of Vijayabahu IV was Parakramabahu. Tell me the number. Tell me the number. Yes?
Third.
Third, of course. Yeah, that is how you know the numbers. This is the third time you see a Parakramabahu in history. So he will be third. You didn't see any other Parakramabahus here, right? Okay, that will be the third time. Okay, so when you ask these kings, like let's say Parakramabahu II came to this Zoom meeting now, we can ask him, dear king, what is your name? He would simply say Parakramabahu. He wouldn't put a number after his name. It's not an Instagram account, right? Where you use numbers, or TikTok accounts, you use numbers, right? After your name, no, right? Normally, these kings will identify themselves as their name, but we are using these numbers so that we know, like how many times these names appear. Then that is how we know these kings separately. Okay, yeah. Otherwise, you never know. I'm Vijayabahu the fourth, fifth. You don't say that I'm Vijayabahu, right? Simple as that. Okay, it is for us to determine, which number he holds. Okay, right. Normally, that is how things are done. So historical books will identify that. Chronicles, they will give those numbers, right? Okay. So his son was a prince, right? Of course, he was a son of a king, right? So Parakramabahu III was a prince, right? Then Bonagabahu I also had a son, and we will name him Bonagabahu also. What Bonagabahu? Number?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, second. Okay. So father is Bonagabahu, son is Bonagabahu. Is it possible? Yes. You can say junior Bonagabahu, right? Yeah, Bonagabahu the junior. There are names like that, right? Father and son, they have the same name. Yes. So here in this case also it was the same. Okay. Now tell me the relationship between these two now. Parakramabahu III and Bonagabahu II. Princess. Cousins, right? Yeah. Yeah, they are from like uncle's son, right? So cousins. Okay. All right. So here's the story now. Now what happened today? I told you. Now if you draw this, you can have an idea, right? So you can draw with me. I will give you some time. So what happens? We will discuss quickly. Vijayabahu IV was killed because of a military coup. He had a brother, Bonikabahu I, managed to come to power, then later shifted to Yapahuwa Kingdom. That is the starting of Yapahuwa Kingdom. Then Bonikabahu I died. There was an invasion towards the end of Yapahuwa Kingdom by Ara Chakravarti, a general from Pandyan Kingdom. Ara Chakravarti looted or stole our sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, took it to India, handed over to a Pandyan king called Kulashekara. Okay, now the sacred tooth relic, the most important religious relic for Buddhists in the country, is in India. Okay, you need to understand that. So Bonikabahu I had a son, Bonikabahu II. Vijayabahu IV had a son, Parakramabahu III. They are cousins. Okay, now this time Parakramabahu III comes forward, goes to India, meets with Kulashekara, okay, and negotiates. He must have told, like, okay, look, this is the most important thing for us, so please let's have a deal, and let's talk about getting it back, because we need it back, right? So he convinced Parakramabahu III, Prince Parakramabahu III convinced Kulashekara got convinced, and he gave like maybe give and take, right? Okay, we will have a deal, we will have a security arrangement, some deal was going on. So King Kulashekara agreed. He gave the sacred tooth relic back to Parakramabahu III. Okay, and after negotiations, and Parakramabahu III brings back the sacred tooth relic. Okay, and goes to Polonnaruwa, our old kingdom, Polonnaruwa, and establishes a kingdom there. Polonnaruwa. Everybody understand today? Got it? Yes?
Sir,
Yeah. Yeah.
But you said it's not safe in Polonnaruwa, no?
Of course, yes. So here maybe that is what I'm saying. Kulashekara and Parakramabahu III must have had a deal, right? Yes. Okay, we will provide you protection. Okay. Now, okay, think like this. Can Parakramabahu III go to Yapahuwa? Who's there in Yapahuwa?
Bonikabahu II.
Of course, Bonikabahu II. Can he go there? Can you establish two kingdoms? Cousin,
No.
right? Cousin, your brother. When it comes to power, when it comes to kingship, sometimes father and son also doesn't matter. Sometimes cousin never matters. Okay, when it comes to power, it is the power hunger. Okay, it's there, right? Because only one can be the king. Okay, so you need to understand that is how these kingdoms worked. Okay, so the kings tried their level best to bring their son to power. Normally that was the procedure. Okay, if not their brothers. Okay, right, that is how the kingship was inherited. It would not go to another family. Okay, right. So Parakramabahu III goes back to our old kingdom, establishes there, because he got the sacred tooth relic. Now you think Bonikabahu II will be silent? No. He attacks Polonnaruwa, defeats Parakramabahu III. Defeats. So Parakramabahu III loses this battle. Defeated Parakramabahu III and took the sacred tooth relic. This time he took the sacred tooth relic, and Bonikabahu II, what do you think, Pute? He went to Yapahuwa Kingdom? No. He started a new kingdom. Okay, what is that kingdom then? What is the next kingdom?
Yapahuwa Kingdom.
After Yapahuwa Kingdom. Kurunegala Kingdom. Yes, everybody understand now? So Bonikabahu I started Yapahuwa Kingdom. Okay, let me explain once again. Okay, Vijayabahu III was in Dambadeniya Kingdom. Yes, he got killed. Then his brother came to power, Bonikabahu I. He chose Yapahuwa Kingdom because Dambadeniya is not safe. He can't go back to his brother's kingdom because he might be killed as well. So he started Yapahuwa Kingdom. Then there was an invasion after his death by Ara Chakravarti in India, general, and he took the sacred tooth relic, gave it to Kulashekara. And growing up in the meantime, these children were growing up. So growing up in the meantime was the son of Vijayabahu IV, Parakramabahu III. He went to India, discussed with King Kulashekara, brought the sacred tooth relic back to Sri Lanka, and started or re-established Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay, like not like the strongest way, but yeah, he went and established himself in Polonnaruwa. I would say temporarily, short-lived. Then Bonakabahu II invades Polonnaruwa, defeats Parakramabahu III, takes the sacred tooth relic back, and comes back and starts Kurunegala Kingdom. Okay, because Yapahuwa is not safe anymore. Why Yapahuwa is not safe? There was an invasion, remember? Yes, Arya Chakravarti invaded Yapahuwa, right? So Bonakabahu II knows this, right? Yeah, Yapahuwa can get invaded again. Yapahuwa can get invaded again. So you need a better place. You need a safer place. So that is why he chose Kurunegala Kingdom. Everybody got it?
Sir,
Yes?
I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Did Bhuvanakabahu II kill Parakramabahu or just defeated it?
Some historical sources are very vague. Okay. Yeah. Like exactly we don't know. Anyway, we can assume. Yeah. Okay, so what matters is that, right? What matters is that Parakramabahu III was defeated, and then he brought back the sacred tooth relic, established himself in Kurunegala Kingdom. Now tell me the kingdoms and the kings. Who started Dambadeniya Kingdom?
Vijayabahu the third.
Vijayabahu III. What is the next kingdom?
Kurunegala.
Yapahuwa. What is the next one? Okay. If you are joining today without looking the previous day's recording, you are in trouble. Okay. Yeah, you are supposed to watch that. Okay, before answering. Yeah. Okay. What is the next one? Kurunegala. What is the poem we learned today? Apo. Yeah. Apo Daya Kussiye Gammiris Po. Right. So Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte. This is the poem we learned last week. So if you have not watched, if you have not come to the class last week, this is the first one you need to do, right? Okay. Otherwise, you better stay away from commenting. So you might get confused. Okay. We don't want that, right? Okay. So Dambadeniya founded by Vijayabahu the third. Yapahuwa was founded by who? Who started? Yapahuwa?
Vijayabahu the third.
Dambadeniya was founded by which king? Once again?
Vijayabahu
Vijayabahu III. Yapahuwa was founded by which king?
I.
Okay, you are in a mess, right? Okay. Here, Dambadeniya was founded by Vijayabahu III. Okay. Parakramabahu II ruled which kingdom? Dambadeniya, yes, father and son, right? Same kingdom, Dambadeniya. Vijayabahu IV ruled which kingdom? Dambadeniya. I put D here, okay? Dambadeniya. Yes, Dambadeniya. Then Vijayabahu IV got killed, no? After that, Bonakabahu I came to power, right? He started which kingdom? Yapahuwa Kingdom. Then Yapahuwa Kingdom gets invaded. Then the story I explained, okay? And then came to power who next? Bonakabahu II. And he started which kingdom? Kurunegala Kingdom. Okay, everybody remember this very well. Okay, this is a very important part, right? If you don't remember this, you are in trouble. Okay, yeah. So I'm asking you again now, right? Who started Dambadeniya Kingdom? Vijayabahu the third. Okay, I'm asking in order. Okay, everybody will tell now. Okay, what is the name of Vijayabahu the third's son?
Parakramabahu
II.
What is important about Parakramabahu the second? What is very important? Tell me two important things he did.
He defeated Chandrabanu.
Defeated Chandrabanu, okay, correct.
Defeated Kalingamaga.
Defeated Kalingamaga, correct. Another special talent he possessed?
In
He
literature.
was given the
Literature. Okay, he was,
title.
yeah, he had a tremendous knowledge in Sinhala literature. If you remember, tell me the book we think he wrote.
Silumina.
Silumina. Okay. What is the honorary title held by Parakramabahu II?
Kalika Sahitya Sarvagya Pandita.
Kalikala Sahitya Sarvaknya Pandita. Okay, right. Parakramabahu II is the son of Vijayabahu III. Okay. After Parakramabahu II, who came to power in Dambadeniya?
Vijayabahu IV.
Vijayabahu IV. Okay. What happened to Vijayabahu IV?
He died in a
Died in a military coup.
Yeah, he was killed. He was killed in a military coup. Right. Okay. What happened after the military coup? Military coup was defeated by who? Bonekabahu I, his brother, right? Whose brother? Vijayabahu IV's brother. Okay. Bonekabahu I started which kingdom?
Yapahuwa Kingdom.
Yapahuwa Kingdom. What's so special about Bonekabahu I?
He started trade relations.
He started with who? With who?
Egypt.
With
Arabian countries.
Sultan of Cairo, yes, with Egypt. So Egypt, Sri Lanka's trade relations started. Literally Arabia and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka and Arabia had good trade relations. We are talking about Egypt mainly, okay? Cairo, Sultan of Cairo in Egypt had good relations with Bonekabahu I. What happened to, okay, so Bonekabahu I is the first king of Yapahuwa Kingdom. What happened to Yapahuwa Kingdom, Pute? Who invaded Yapahuwa Kingdom towards the end of it?
Arya
Arya
Chakravarti.
Arya
Chakravarti.
Chakravarti is the general who invaded Yapahuwa Kingdom. He took the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha and went to India and gave it to a king called Kulasekara. Okay, Kulasekara, right? Kulasekara. And then what happens next? Yes. What happens next? Then dead king. Vijayabahu IV son. Parakramabahu III goes to India. Goes to India, brings back the sacred tooth relic, negotiates with Kulasekara, brings back the sacred tooth relic, and goes back to where? Polonnaruwa and establishes there. Okay. Then Bonekabahu I also had a son. What is his name?
Bonekabahu II.
Bonekabahu II. Now what happens between Bonekabahu II and Parakramabahu III? Yes?
Battle.
There was a battle between Bonekabahu II and here we go this name and Parakramabahu III, because Parakramabahu III is in Polonnaruwa. Bonekabahu II wants the throne, so he defeats his cousin Parakramabahu III and brings back the sacred tooth relic. And this time he chooses which kingdom to establish himself? He chooses his ruling center as Kurunegala. See, Pute, father starts Yapahuwa. Father started Yapahuwa Kingdom. Son started Kurunegala Kingdom. Yeah, you see something here? Father starts one kingdom, son starts another kingdom. So what you have to tell about these kingdoms? Are they strong like Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa, or what is it like? They are more like ruling centers, right? They are like makeshift kingdom, like shifting, right? Shifting places, like you pack your bags and go and you stay in another place too. Something like that. I mean, no disrespect, but what I'm saying is there's no comparison between Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, great kingdoms and these kingdoms. These kingdoms are great, nevertheless. What I'm saying is, if you compare, these kingdoms are more like, temporary kind of kingdoms, more like, not very stable like the previous golden kingdoms that we had. Okay, everybody got it today? Yes? Everybody understand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will upload the tute, then you can go through the recording if you have to once again, and then read the tute when you understand better. Okay, right. So when we are talking about these kingdoms, you need to know very important events that happen in those kingdoms as well. Okay, we go for a short break, 5 minutes break, and we'll be back and discuss about the next kingdom, that is Kurunegala Kingdom, right? Yeah. What happened in Kurunegala Kingdom we didn't discuss. We just discussed the starting of Kurunegala Kingdom. So Kurunegala Kingdom was started by Bonekabahu II, son of Bonekabahu I. Kurunegala Kingdom was started by Bonekabahu II. Okay, I will revise this like with the important points, but I have to tell you the story now. Then after that we will do the cheating part. That is, I will tell you what you should remember. Okay, what you must remember. Nothing much. Okay, don't worry. Yeah. But I have to tell you the story, no? Yeah, that is how you connect it, right? So that is why there was a story like there was an invasion, then there was a negotiation, and then these are all kind of story. Nobody will ask you to explain this, okay? In the exam they won't ask you like explain what happened and then blah blah. No, we know what will come in the exam. I will tell you, right? Okay, so coming to Kurunegala Kingdom, see Pute, from here onwards I have put some important points here within the brackets when I am mentioning the kingdom itself. Okay, so these are important points that you must remember. See Pute, history is not a difficult subject. Okay, yeah, history is only about 4 things. Okay, only about 4 things, right? People, places, events,
buildings. This is history. Okay, everything that we learn in all these 2 years will be either one of these 4, right? Mostly 99%. Okay, so we will talk about people, kings, rulers, scientists, inventors, philosophers, authors, people. Okay, then places, we will talk about kingdoms, capitals, villages, cities, places. Then events, invasions, wars, agreements, meetings, events, right? Buildings, palaces, tanks, temples, hospitals, buildings. This is history. Okay, so here when I say whatever we learn, we got to remember the most important thing about it. That's all you need to know. Okay, it's simple. Okay, it's not rocket science. We don't need Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk here, right? We just need a simple person with a simple brain who can connect 2 things together. That's all you need to learn history. Okay, so when I say a king's name, when I say Bonekabahu the First, what comes into your head now? The most important thing about him should come to your head. Okay, what is the most important thing about Bonekabahu the First?
Founder of Yapahuwa Kingdom.
Founder of Yapahuwa Kingdom. Okay, anything else? Highlight.
Trade relationships with
Started relations with Arabia. Yes, correct. When I say Vijayabahu the Third, what comes into your head? When I say Vijayabahu the Third, what should come to your head? The most important thing. Okay, the most important thing. Okay, there can be more than one. Yeah, but you can remember one very, very important thing. You can't forget it. Okay, like establishment of Dambadeniya Kingdom or the first ruler of Dambadeniya Kingdom. This is important. Establishing a Dalada Maligawa in Beligala is important, but many kings established Dalada Maligavas in different places. But here in this case, after the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, establishing a new kingdom called the Dambadeniya Kingdom, that is more significant, right? Yeah. So these are the important things that you have to remember. Other things also you have to remember, but at least remember the most important thing about these kings. Okay, nothing else, right? Then when I say Vijayabahu the Fourth, what comes into your head? Vijayabahu the Fourth, anything important about him? Got killed because of a military coup. When I say Parakramabahu the Second, what comes into your head? What should come into your head? What do you think?
Defeated Kalinga
Defeated Kalinga. That is the most important thing, right? That is the most important thing. So learn to prioritize. Okay, learn to filter the most important thing, and at least remember that. Okay, because 90% of the questions will be from the most important things. Okay, not secondary stuff, right? The primary things. Okay, that is very important. Then when I say King Dutugamunu, what comes into your head, Puti? Anybody who was there from the beginning of this class? When I say King Dutugamunu, what should come into your head? Anuradhapura Kingdom. King Dutugamunu, Anuradhapura Kingdom, what should come into your head? Okay. Anything else?
Unify the country.
first king to unite the country, or the pioneer in centralizing political power, or bringing the whole country under one flag, the first king to do that. That is the most important thing, okay, about King Durugam. Building Ruwanweli, second most important thing. Or defeating Elara, building Ruwanweli, those are secondary, we would say. The most important thing you cannot forget, okay? If you forgot the most important thing, your purpose is lost, okay? So when I say a kingdom's name also, we will connect this most important event, most important thing that happened under this kingdom, right? That is there. Okay, now I'm going to ask you another question again. What is the most important event, in your opinion, under Dambadeniya kingdom? Think and tell me. What is the most important event in Dambadeniya kingdom? Most important event, in your opinion. There's no right or wrong answer. It's okay. Defeat of Kalinga can be at the top, right? Yes, because this is something very unusual. Like, I mean, it is like Mission Impossible, right? Something, huge, right? Okay. Yeah, you have to remember like that. Okay, so when I say Kurunegala Kingdom, I have mentioned something here and I will explain that, then you will understand. Okay, right. So first of all, let's take a look at what is Kurunegala Kingdom, how it started, or who are the kings who ruled it. Okay, a few kings. No need to remember everything in the book. The book has so many kings and nobody's going to remember all these kings. We are already finding it difficult to remember a few kings here. You saw, right? You saw when I asked questions how many were struggling. So we are already trying to remember only a few. And I don't want to bring all the kings in the book and make your head a mess. So we will learn the most important stuff. That's it. But those who were struggling before, you have some hard work to do, okay? Because we were like, kind of tangled now, right? Between a few kings. It is normal, okay? Because we have so many kings. Yeah, more than 185 kings ruled in Sri Lanka. And then we have like 40, 50 kings to talk about in this syllabus, okay? So don't worry, you are not alone. Even I had problems. Yeah, I'm also not new here. So it took me also a couple of years, even starting to teach history. Yeah, for me also it took some time, right? So for you, obviously, yes. And you are not alone. Okay, don't worry. But you have to practice. Okay, you have to write. You can write. You can make a mind map. You can do like that. That is why I used stuff like this. Okay, like sketches like this. You can use sketches like this to understand. Now this sketch is a mess. Okay, you can draw a nice one. Okay, yeah, nice one with proper connections, so you can remember better. Okay, so that is all, some secondary stuff. All right, so Kurunegala Kingdom started by Bonekabahu II, and after Bonekabahu II, Pute, his son Parakramabahu IV came to power. Okay, now Parakramabahu IV is important. He is called Pandita Parakramabahu. He is also a very knowledgeable king, especially when it comes to Sinhala literature. Okay. So Parakramabahu IV, you can remember. These two kings, if you want, you can remember. I am not pressuring you to. Okay. Anyway, these few kings. I just put it for the sake of it. Parakramabahu IV is important because during his time, a very significant event happened in Kurunegala. This is the most important event that happened in Kurunegala. That is the translation of a Buddhist religious book called Pansiya Panas Jataka storybook from Pali to Sinhala. Now, every religion have their own scriptures, right? One second, Pudhe, let me finish. Every religion have their own scriptures, okay? So, for example, the Christians or Catholics, they have the Bible. Yeah. Holy Bible. Then you have the, for Muslims, you have the Holy Quran. Then you have, for Hindus, what do you have, Pudhe? Yeah. For Hindus? Anybody?
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita you have, then Vedas, so important scriptures. So then for Buddhists, what do you think? What are the important scriptures for Buddhists?
Tripitaka.
Very good. Tripitaka. Tripitaka is the most important scripture, right? Tripitaka. Yes. Anything else?
Pansiya Panas Jataka.
Oh, 550 Jataka Potha, is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Yes. Pansya Jataka storybook. Or we have the Dhammapada. We have several scriptures, right? So every religion, they have their religious scriptures. Yes. Okay. So now tell me, Tripitaka, let's write this one also. Jataka storybook, we can say the second most important book. Second or third, we can say, yeah. Jataka storybook. Okay. This is called Pansya Jataka Potha in Sinhala. Okay, actually, Pansya Panaha kiwata, there are only 547 here. So you can't say no Pansya Atalis Hat Kilakian banner. That's why they say like rounding it off, right? Asan ageta ganno kilakian rounding off. You do it in maths, right? 9 means it's 10, something like that. So that is why we call it Pansya Panas Jataka Potha because it is easy to tell that way, right? So this is in English, we can call it Jataka storybook. I'll come to that. I'll come to that in a moment. So what do you think? Now tell me with your knowledge that you have, okay? Let's write Bhagavad Gita also here, okay? Yeah. What is the original language that Bible was written? Anybody?
Latin.
Latin.
Hebrew.
Before Latin? Hebrew. Hebrew is the original language. Jesus Christ was born in the Levant, right? Jesus Christ was born in Jerusalem, Bethlehem, close to Jerusalem. And the language there was originally Hebrew, right? So later it got translated to Latin. Then you have many translations today of the Bible, English, Sinhala, Tamil. You have almost all the languages, right? Then Quran, what is the original language of the Quran? Arabic, yes. Bhagavad Gita, anybody? What is the original language?
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit, yes. Sanskrit language, okay, very old language as well. Tripitaka? Pali, yes, exactly. So every religion, they have a base language, original language where the religion's scriptures are written. Now the thing here is like if you read a Hebrew Bible, you won't be able to understand. If you read an Arabic Quran also, if you don't know Arabic, you cannot understand. You don't know Sanskrit, you don't understand the Bhagavad Gita. You don't know Pali, you cannot understand Tripitaka. So you need somebody who knows these languages to interpret it for you. Normally the monks, normally the clergy or the religious leaders. Okay. You need the religious leaders who know these languages to read these books and to explain it to you. This is the role of the religious leaders. This is one of the roles of the religious leaders, right? Clergy. Yeah, the priests. Yes. Okay. So Tripitaka, the Buddhist original scriptures are written in Pali. Okay, and nobody, like, not many people know Pali, right? I mean, only the monks, they learn Pali. Yeah, when I say Buddhang Saranam Gacchami, it is not singular, it is Pali. So I'm telling for the non-Buddhist students mainly. So it is Pali. Okay, so similarly, you have another book in Buddhism. When it comes to Buddhism, we have the Tripitaka, that is like the Quran, that is like the Bible for the Buddhists. And you have another very important book. This is called the Jataka storybook or Pansya Panas Jataka Potha. Now, this is a collection of stories related to the previous births of Lord Buddha. Okay. So, Pansya Panas Jataka Potha තියෙන්නේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ පහුගිය ආත්ම or පහුගිය ජීවිත, that those stories. Okay, the collection of stories. So you have a lot of life lessons in that book that you can learn, the qualities, and everything. So this was originally written in Pali. Okay, now you need a monk, you need somebody who knows Pali to interpret it for you. Now what if you translated this from Pali to Sinhala, meaning that everybody will be able to understand it easily, okay, because this is a collection of stories, life stories like this, right? So this translation of this Jataka storybook from Pali to Sinhala happened during Kurunegala Kingdom, and we strongly believe that it happened during the time of Parakramabahu IV, the son of Bonagabahu II. Okay, right. So translation of Pansya Panas Jataka Potha, or in English Jataka storybook, from Pali to Sinhala happened in Kurunegala Kingdom. This is a very, very important event in Kurunegala Kingdom. Okay, this
I would say this is the most important event you have to remember in your syllabus when it comes to Kurunegala Kingdom. We have different names to call this book, right? Like I said, Jataka Katha Vastuwa kilat kino. Jataka storybook is the normal English word we use. Pansiya Panas Jataka Pota is the normal Sinhala word we use. Jataka Katha Vastuwa kila kiwat hari. So these names can appear in any form in your exam. That is why I am telling you 2-3 names. So you know. If you see the word Jataka, meaning that it is referring to Pansiya Panas Jataka Pota, any book that has the word Jataka story or Jataka Pota, Jataka Katha Vastuwa, that's gonna be talking about Pansiya Panas Jataka Pota. That got translated from Pali to Sinhala in Kurunegala Kingdom. This is what you got to remember. Everybody got it, Pute? Yes? Everybody understand?
Yes,
Yes, right? Any questions? Okay, somebody had a question. One Puta had a question.
No, sir, I was asking, do we need to remember the years of the events that took
No,
place?
you don't have to remember the years unless I tell you to. Okay? Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. You don't have to remember the years. Okay? We don't expect you to remember the years. Okay? Do you remember what happened in 1899? Anybody? Anybody know what happened in 1899? No? Even I don't know. Okay? Yeah. Even I don't know. Right. There are some important years that you have to remember. I will tell you what.
Sir,
Yeah.
should we remember both the names of some kings, like both Vijayabahu and his?
No, not for your levels. It's, yeah. We are not doing a history degree, no? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine. Just the number is enough. Whatever appears in the book is enough. Don't worry too much about the king's names. Okay, just remember their or these number names. That's enough. Okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry too much. That's what I'm telling you. Don't take it as a burden. Okay, take it easy. Right, take it easy. We'll learn the minimum. Right, because we want to go for that A pass. No, end of the day. So we can't learn each and every word in the book. I mean, a lot of thing is literally in the book is garbage. Okay, literally. That is why we have a nice set of tudes. So go through the tudes. That will give you a lot of confidence. Okay, yeah. So I have put so much effort in making those tudes. Okay, it took months for me to make these tudes. Okay, yeah. So make use of it. Right, read them. Okay, right. So other events also happened during Kurunegala Kingdom. Now translation of Pansiya Panas Jataka storybook is the most important event. Okay, translation from which language to which language? Pali to which language? Pute?
Sinhala.
Sinhala. Exactly. Yes, because original Buddhist scriptures are written in Pali. Yes. Okay. Right. Now other Buddhist religious texts like Dalada Sirita, Dalada Pujavaliya, Sinhala Bodhi Vangsha, Anagata Vangsha. These are also very important Sinhala books. Buddhist religious books. Okay. So these books were also written during Kurunegala period. You can just have a look at it. But Pansiya Panas Jataka both are very important. Okay. You can't forget it. Dalada Sirita, Dalada Pujavali, you can remember a couple if you like. Not super important, but when you have read this, when you see any question, you will remember. Don't worry about it. Okay, don't think too much. Yeah, end of the day. Okay, take it easy. Okay, relax. Yeah. So translation of Jataka storybook from Pali to Sinhala took place in Kurunegala Kingdom. Bonekabahu II is the founder of Kurunegala Kingdom. You can remember that. And then Parakramabahu IV is the one who came after Bonekabahu II. And if you can remember, Parakramabahu IV is who might have contributed towards translation of Pansiya Panas Jataka Pota from Pali to Sinhala. And several religious texts, several Buddhist religious texts like Dalada Sirita, Dalada Pujavaliya, Sinhala Bodhi Vangsha, and Anagata Vangsha. Those were written in Kurunegala period. Okay, everybody got it now? Yes. Everybody okay? We will discuss Gampola Kingdom today and finish it. Okay, Kotte Kingdom and Jaffna Kingdom for next week. The years, Pute, not very important. Okay, the years, there are some years that are important. We will discuss as we speak. Okay, don't worry. When I say you have to remember these years, it's important. But if you are good with numbers, you can remember some years, because some events we have to remember in order. So sometimes the years will help us to remember those events in order. They will mostly come in grade 11. Okay, I will tell you when those lessons are coming up, right? Okay. You cannot see the there's a nice question. Do you have any easy method to memorize the order of kings' names? Not really, because there are so many. Okay, I mean, if you try to make poems or something for kings' names, it will only make it complicated. So what you can do is to remember the kings' names. The best thing is to group them under their kingdoms. Okay, remember it like that. Okay, remember those kings' names like this. So what you can do is, I have this first page in the tute. See, this is what I have done here for you, right? So you can group them. You can make some notes. See, the most important stuff I have written here. See, Anuradhapura, who are the very important kings. Dambadeniya, who are the important kings. See, this is enough for you to remember. Okay, everybody got it? Yeah, don't worry about it too much. Okay, so if you try to if you try to make poems and everything for everything, you will only have poems and songs in your head. That is not how you learn something. Okay, we will learn something logically when we are learning. When you are applying logic means that we will try to understand. Okay, like, see, we are not teaching rocket science here, right? What I told you is, when you are remembering a kingdom, remember the founder of it, who founded that kingdom, and one or two important kings from that kingdom. So you group it like that. Okay, it's easy, right? When I say Dambadeniya kingdom, founder of Dambadeniya kingdom is Vijayabahu III, and another very important king in Dambadeniya kingdom, Parakramabahu II, his son. Okay, so you can remember a couple of kings like this, right? It will take some time. Okay, it will take some hard work. That is how our students got A passes. Okay, they did some hard work, they did some homework, take some notes, and listen to the class. Most of the things you will remember, and when you see the questions also, you'll remember what I told you in class. Like I always say, my voice will echo in your head. Okay, don't worry. Yeah, right. When you see the questions, you will know. When we do the questions, you will understand. If you have been listening to this class, yeah, this is what I was telling. Okay, yeah, don't worry. Like our students said today, our past pupils, don't worry about it. Okay, first thing is to stay relaxed. That's the most important thing. Okay, take it easy, stay relaxed, have that confidence that you're going to remember these names. That's it. When you read the name, if you have the mentality that I can't remember these names, you never do that. You can never do that. Okay, always say, okay, this is just another name, just the numbers after that, and we will group those names under kingdoms, and we will write those. Okay, we will take some notes. Okay, when you write, you remember better sometimes, or write it and stick it on your wall, right? And keep it for a few days, and you're going to remember it eventually. Okay, right. So Gampola Kingdom, we will discuss Gampola Kingdom and say bye today. And we have Kotte Kingdom, Jaffna Kingdom. We can finish this lesson next week and get into some papers next week. Okay, like 1 hour for this. We will see. We might need to extend the class also because of papers, because I want to take map marking in the last week of this month. Okay, yeah, so maybe 2.5 hours next week. Be ready for a little long class. Okay, yeah. All right, so Gampola Kingdom. Now Gampola Kingdom started after Kurunegala Kingdom, and when you are talking about Sinhala literature, Sandesha Kavya, very important, right? And this writing of Sandesha Kavyas started during Gampola period. Okay, Sandesha Kavyas, the oldest ones like Mayura Sandesha, Tisara Sandesha, these are very old Sandesha Kavya. They started to be written in Gampola period. Okay, so you have to remember, writing of Sandesha Kavyas started during Gampola period. That is a very important event in Gampola period, but there were many other events that happened during Gampola period. Okay, right. So first of all, we will learn about who started Gampola Kingdom. Okay, so King Bonekabahu IV is the king who started Gampola period, right? Bonekabahu IV. Now there's something very special about Gampola Kingdom, right? You tell me, what is that? When Gampola Kingdom is there, when Gampola Kingdom was started, or when Gampola Kingdom was existing, there were two more kingdoms in the country. Okay, one in the north, this kingdom is called Jaffna Kingdom, and one in the south, close to Gampola Kingdom. That kingdom is called Raigama Kingdom. Now, what can you understand with respect to the strength of Gampola Kingdom? Was it a very strong kingdom, or like what do you think? There were two parallel kingdoms under Gampola Kingdom. Actually, Raigama Kingdom was almost under Gampola Kingdom. Jaffna Kingdom was also like a sub kingdoms. They like Gampola Kingdom. They were not under Gampola Kingdom, but they existed parallelly. But they were not above Gampola Kingdom. Okay, Raigama Kingdom was like kind of under Gampola Kingdom. Yes, Gampola Kingdom is the main kingdom. But then we have Jaffna Kingdom on one side, on the northern part of the country. Then we have Raigama Kingdom little to the south of the country, like Ratnapura, this area, Sabaragamu area, and including the coastal areas in the country like Kotte. These areas were under Raigama Kingdom. Okay, and Gampola Kingdom is in the middle of the country. Gampola, Kandy, these areas were under Gampola Kingdom. Okay. So when Gampola Kingdom was there, that is very important about Gampola Kingdom. Okay, when Gampola Kingdom was existing, there were two more kingdoms in Sri Lanka that existed parallel to the Gampola Kingdom. But Raigama Kingdom is more like a ruling area, function under Gampola Kingdom, I would say. Jaffna Kingdom was somewhat independent, some sort of independent kingdom. Okay, so Gampola Kingdom was started by which king, Bhute? If you remember, tell me.
Bhuvanekabahu IV.
Very good. Bhuvanekabahu IV is the one who started Gampola Kingdom. So Jaffna Kingdom, Bhute, during Gampola period was ruled by a dynasty, royal family. This is the main royal family who ruled Jaffna Kingdom, and this royal family is called Arya Chakravarti. Okay, Arya Chakravarti dynasty. Arya Chakravarti royal family. Okay. Then Raigama Kingdom, Bhute. Raigama Kingdom was ruled by a royal family called Alakeshwara. Alakeshwara. Okay. Some books mention this name as Alagakkonar. Okay, so when you have this name like Alagakkonar, Alakeshwara, they have roots to Raigama Kingdom. Okay, so both are same. Okay, both are same family. Alagakkonar, right? Then there were other prominent families in Gampola, like Senevirat family, Senadilankara Senevirat family. So Alakeshwara family is the family who ruled Raigama Kingdom. Okay, so there are two Alakeshwaras that you can remember. One is Nishanka Alakeshwara. Nishanka Alakeshwara. The other one is Veera Alakeshwara. Two Alakeshwaras that you can remember. Okay, I will tell you the importance of them. Right, Nishanka Alakeshwara, Veera Alakeshwara. Right. So when Gampola Kingdom was functioning, there were some issues. Okay, there were some issues. Actually, I told you Raigama was fully supporting Gampola Kingdom, even though they are like kind of independent. Raigama was also like a sub kingdom, like under the Gampola Kingdom, or like very close to Gampola Kingdom in terms of political relationships. So there was a event I remember, or we have in our syllabus, that an army from Jaffna came to Gampola areas and collected taxes. Arya Chakravarti's soldiers or officers had collected taxes from Gampola areas. Okay, just imagine it like this. Okay, you are in grade 10. You have your grade 9 class here. Do you? Yeah. Somebody from grade 9 class එකෙන් set එකක් එනවා. 4 දෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා. Yeah, when you were not there in the class, you are the Chandiya, you guys were not there in the class, there were some innocent guys, then they take the food of those guys and goes back to the grade 9 class. Just imagine something like that. What would happen next? Yeah, what would happen next? Who dares to come and take food from our class, right? This is like that, right? Taking taxes, collecting taxes, or taking some sort of a ransom, something like that. So just imagine like this. So the officers, officers under Arya Chakravarti had dared to come to Gampola and collect taxes in Gampola areas, right? Then this went into the ears of Nishankalakeshwara. Okay, Nishankalakeshwara waged a huge war against Jaffna, punished those officers, arrested those officers, red-handed, caught them red-handed and punished them. And there was a battle there as well in which Jaffna was defeated. Okay, so you can remember that event. Yes, very important. Okay, one important event. Yeah, not very, very important, but yeah, you can remember like that. Okay, that is one thing that happened under Jaffna. Okay, right. Sorry, under Gampola. Right. So there's another feature, several features of Gampola Kingdom. We will come to events next, okay, after discussing the features. Another feature of Gampola Kingdom is after Bonekabahu IV, the inheritance of kingship. We see a difference when it comes to Gampola period when inheriting the kingship. Inheriting the kingship means they're passing over the kingship from one person to another. So normally in our country, there were two methods of inheriting the kingship. Yeah. What are the two methods, Pute? Anybody remember? Yeah.
Father to son.
Father to son, yes. The next king will be, okay, father will be the king and the son will be the next king. That is one form of inheritance, right? Inheriting the kingship. Father to son. That is one form. That is the main form. Then there was another one. Brother to brother. Okay. So if the king has two children, the elder son will be the next king. Okay. So let's say a king doesn't have children and if he has a brother, his brother will have a chance to become the next king. So this is the two main methods of inheritance of kingship in our country. Okay. But in Gampola period, Pute, this changed. How this changed? It changed to a matriarchal system, mother-centered system. Okay. Under this, the king's sister's son would become the next king. The king, if he has a sister, his son will become the next king. That means uncle and nephew. Okay, this is uncle. King will be the uncle and king's sister's son. So, like this is a new method of inheritance. Okay, like, the ladies, their families, they never got a chance in previous kingdoms, right? But under Gampola Kingdom, the ladies got a chance. Yeah, I mean, ladies in the family or queens in the royal family, they got a chance. Their children could be the next king, right? So this is a very important feature when it comes to Gampola period. You have to remember this is called the mother-centered or matriarchal type of inheritance. Okay, and patriarchal means with the father-centered. Matriarchal means mother-centered. So in the previous kingdoms, we have a totally patriarchal or father-centered or male-centered inheritance of kingship. Father to son. That is father to son, male-centered, right? Father-centered. Then brother to brother is also male-centered, right? So here we have a female-centered or matriarchal, mother-centered. Because if you can become a king if your mother is a queen, if your mother is a sister of a king, right? So that is how the kingship passed on from generations in Gampola period. This is a very unique feature. Other than other kingdoms, we can see this unique feature in Gampola period. Okay, right. Then several other events happened during Gampola period. Let me tell you one more event and then we will get into very important details. Okay. Another event that happened in Gampola period is during the time of Bonekabahu IV. We built two very important temples in Gampola. Okay, one temple is called the Gadaladeniya temple. The other one is called the Lankatilaka temple. Both are in Kandy actually, but under Gampola Kingdom, built under Gampola Kingdom. Okay, so Gadaladeniya Vihare, Lankatilaka Vihare, two very important temples. And these two temples are super important because they have a very unique architecture. They have South Indian architecture. Okay, South Indians, especially the Chera type of architecture in the Kerala type of architecture. So they're very beautiful. They like not like other temples that we have. They're like unique architecture. Okay, so Gadaladeniya and Lankatilaka Vihara Dekama, they were built during Gampola period. You can remember that way. Okay, right. Okay, so two more important events, very, very important events. These are super important events when it comes to Gampola period. Okay, you can never forget these two events. One event is the arrival of Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta. Have you heard of this name? Ibn Battuta, we discussed about this name in unit number 1, if you remember. Yeah. Ibn Battuta is an Arab traveler who came to Sri Lanka during Gampola period. Okay. So he traveled to many places in Sri Lanka. He exactly came in 1344 AD. Right? No need to remember the year. Okay. I just wrote it. Yeah, for your knowledge. So Ibn Battuta came to Sri Lanka and traveled to many places. He wrote many things about Sri Lanka. Okay, let me tell you a couple of things. He wrote that a prominent royal family member called Alakonar, Alagakonar is what he is mentioning here. Alakonar had a white elephant. Okay, white elephant, Alakonar family in Ratnapura area. When he was traveling, he saw in the palace of Alakona or Alagakonar that there was a white elephant. Okay, Sudu Ali Kiligan? Yes, white elephant. So this he wrote. Okay, that is one thing he wrote. He wrote many things about Sri Lanka, right? And another thing he wrote is that he traveled to several harbors in the western coast of Sri Lanka. Okay, so here we have the Google map, western coast of Sri Lanka. So here we have Gampola here. Gampola is here. Okay, then you have the Gampola Kingdom here, the Raigam area. So he mentioned that the harbors in this coastal area, the western coast or towards the south, this area, the harbors, we have several harbors here, Colombo, then Gaul, we have Kalatitta, we have Nigambu, little, these harbors, he says, were very busy because there were a lot of ships in these harbors with a lot of goods to be ready to be loaded and transported to other countries. Meaning that Ibn Battuta, this is not us telling that we had good international trade. This is Ibn Battuta telling, okay? This is Ibn Battuta who came from Arabia and not a Sri Lankan. Okay, an Arab traveler who came to Sri Lanka telling about Sri Lanka, we have, that is solid proof. Okay, we don't want to tell lies about ourselves, right? So this is not us telling, this is a foreigner telling about us. So we had a very rich international trade, because how he knows this or how we know this is that Ibn Battuta saw ships full of goods ready to depart from these harbors in the western coast of Sri Lanka. Okay, several harbors were super busy. They were doing international trade, meaning that during Gampola period we had a very developed international trade. Okay, some ships were going to Arabia mostly, some ships to India, some ships even to China as well, right? So we had some good relations with other countries, trade relations. Okay, everybody got it now? That's about Ibn Battuta's travel, Ibn Battuta's accounts about Sri Lanka, about Gampola Kingdom, because he visited Gampola Kingdom. Everybody understand? Yes? Any questions? Everybody okay with that?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
From when the kingship is going from the king to the sister's son, if the king has children, wouldn't they be the next?
No, that is a normal tradition. Okay. So see, when some kings, see, this is the thing you should understand. Okay. When a king starts a tradition, all the other kings who come to power after him will go with that tradition, because the kings are very scared to break the tradition. The kings, if the father king did something, the son king, he will do something, or the next king will definitely try to do it. Breaking the tradition was not the normal practice. So if the father king did something, he would always want to go on the footsteps of his father or the previous king. Okay, let's say for example your uncle gave you the kingship, so you will try to keep that tradition. Okay, so normally that tradition is not broken, but when another, I mean, depends, when another ruling family takes over, they will break the tradition. It's normal. Okay, so they will try to uphold the tradition. Okay, this is expected by the people, because they are scared that the monks and the people will go against them. Like they will not have, like for example, people always compare, right? people will say, Piya Rajatuma mehema naha. Yeah, Father King was not like this. Monks will also complain. Even leaders will also complain. Ministers will also complain. Rajatumani Piya Rajatumanang mehemai kare. Yeah, then king also will be kind of scared. Right? He will be angry with me. So he will be scared to break that tradition. Okay, the kings were very religious people end of the day, right? I mean, almost all the kings that we had in our country, they were very religious, except a couple of few kings, who were weak and who were not religious. But most of the kings were like very scared and very humble and very religious. Okay, they never, like, whenever the monks said something or whenever the advisors said something, they mostly listened. Okay, so they didn't want to break the tradition. It was not the practice to break traditions in our country. So if the father king did something, the next king or the son king, he will try to do his best, or if not better, right? Okay. So the last thing about Gampala Kingdom that you have to remember is the invasion from China. Okay, so there was a Chinese invasion of Gampala Kingdom, especially the Raigam areas of Gampala Kingdom, under a Chinese admiral or Chinese navy commander called Cheng Ho. Cheng Ho. Cheng Ho in Chinese books, we have him as Zheng He. Okay, so your book says Cheng Ho, but in Chinese books, you will see this as Zheng He. Okay, Zheng He. Like kangkong, right? Kangkong is also from China. You like kangkong? Anybody? Fried rice with kangkong? Kangkong
Yes,
is a Chinese leaf. Yeah, that is Chinese name, right? Kangkong. Cheng Ho is also like that. Ping pong, Chinese game. Yeah, table tennis, ping pong. So ping pong is Chinese, right? Yeah, I think, yeah. So Cheng Ho is the general who came to Sri Lanka. Actually, Cheng Ho was under the Ming dynasty. He was under a leader called Yung Lo. So actually, the Chinese were trying to secure some trade routes between, we can say, Asia and Arabia and Europe. Okay. So like, we have the Silk Road. Okay. We have something called the Silk Road, right? The Chinese, the land road. Okay. The ocean Silk Road is from Sri Lanka. Okay. You got to remember that, right? So when we are marking the maps, we will nicely locate these points. But I'm just telling you for your general idea. Okay. The background. No need to remember all this about Cheng Ho. I'm just telling you for your extra knowledge so you understand this concept better. Okay, nothing else. Nobody will ask you these things, why Cheng Ho came and stuff like that. But to remember this name very well, we will attach a story to him. Okay, right. So, see, we have the China here. We have the Ming dynasty. Ming dynasty is the strongest royal family who ruled China for many, many centuries or millenniums, you can say. We have the state of Malacca here, and we have the ocean Silk Road, coming like this. Okay, like this. So the normal original Silk Road is like through this, Afghanistan, then Persia. This is the original Silk Road. Okay, original Silk Road. So ocean Silk Road is here. Then Sri Lanka is in a very strategic location. So what generals like Cheng Ho would have wanted to secure some support from countries like Sri Lanka so that they can have some trade relations and also they can have some backups and also like, I would say like supportive or replenishment, stops, something like that when they are going these long naval journeys. So Cheng Ho came to Sri Lanka and met with Veera Alakeshwara. Okay, and Cheng Ho's the way Cheng Ho conducted, Veera Alakeshwara didn't like it. Actually, Cheng Ho wanted to meet the king in Gampola, and Cheng Ho wanted to negotiate about trade and everything. And Veera Alakeshwara didn't like it. Veera Alakeshwara said, "Get out," something like that. Okay, there was some sort of a misunderstanding on the Cheng Ho's part. There was a bit of a disrespect, okay, or from the Veera Alakeshwara's part. Yeah. So Cheng Ho felt like Veera Alakeshwara did not welcome me and I feel disrespected. So the Chinese army or the Chinese delegation, they brought some gifts. Okay, they brought some gifts to talk to the king. They came for a diplomatic tour basically to try to secure some trade deals. But actually, what you need to understand is when a very powerful country is coming to a weak country, they also bring some force. Okay, let's say for example, Narendra Modi came to Sri Lanka a couple of months ago, right? And he came, okay, Anuradhapura, I'm very good friend of you. He didn't come like that. He came, okay, look, we are a strong country. Okay, you better sign these deals without telling. Okay, in front of the media, he, like with my friend Anuradhapura. But they sign deals which are like literally threatening without threatening. Okay, like showing the power. Okay, look, this is what will happen if you don't sign. We will show our power. So Veera Alakeshwara would have thought that way. These guys are very strong people and they are coming friendly, but maybe they have some inside agenda. So we can't blame anyone here. Okay, so Veera Alakeshwara decided, like, I'm not going to welcome him. Cheng Ho got heartbroken because of that. Okay, so Cheng Ho's army, Cheng Ho's delegation went to whatever the gift they brought. They went to Deundara. They went to the southern part of the country. The Deundara Devale. They offered those gifts to the Deundara temple, and they wrote an inscription there. Okay, this inscription is called the trilingual inscription. In Sinhala, we call it the Tribhasha Sellipiya. Tri means three languages. So this inscription is written in 3 languages: Chinese, Persian, and Tamil. Okay, so this inscription is written in 3 languages. We call it the trilingual inscription. Tribhasha Sellipiya kila Singalan. So he wrote this inscription. He wrote everything that happened. I was disrespected. I came for a good cause, but like these things were written in this inscription, and they left. And they didn't leave with a good mind. They left with vengeance, or they left with the intention of coming back by force. Okay, they wanted to take revenge from Veera Alakeshwara for the disrespect that he had caused. Okay, Dennam Para, right? Yeah, you wait, we'll come back and we will show you who we are. So they come later with a huge army, thousands of soldiers. Veera Alakeshwara could not put up a fight. Basically, Alakeshwaras were defeated, and Alakeshwara was taken prisoner. Alakeshwara and his senior officers were taken prisoners. Okay, taken as prisoners. Ara patawගෙන ගියා කියලා කියන්නේ යා ඩෙමෝ බට්ටෙක් ගෙනල්ලා just load කරන පොල් පටවන වගේ පටවගෙන ගියා. Right, this is what happened to Alakeshwara. Yeah, so he was taken to China. Some people say that Alakeshwara was treated very well in China, but we don't know what happened to Alakeshwara after that. Veera Alakeshwara, he and his members of the family and then his some senior officers were taken prisoner because we lost the war. Okay, so that is the Chinese invasion of Cheng Ho that happened towards we can say a little towards the end of Gampola Kingdom. Now that is very important about Gampola Kingdom, the Chinese invasion of Cheng Ho that happened, the defeat of literally Raigama Kingdom. Of course, Raigama was under Gampola, so we can say this happened during Gampola Kingdom. Okay, Alakeshwara was taken prisoner after this invasion by Cheng Ho, the Chinese general who invaded our country. Okay, everybody understand with it? Yes, that's about Gampola Kingdom. That's enough about Gampola Kingdom. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Is that the name for Chen Ho?
Zheng He. Don't worry about it. Just remember Cheng Ho. That is there in the book. No, but we'll go with that. Okay. Yeah. One second. I'll show you. So this one you have the Ming dynasty and the Kotte. Kotte was under Aigama those days. So that is what this says in this. Let me show you. Oops. Yeah. So this is that war here. So here Kotte was under Aigama. So Kotte, see, Alakeshwara is the name related to this, and then you can see
Can you see Pute, the two names, two belligerents here? Can you see? Wikipedia is not very accurate, but if you don't know anybody who knows this properly, don't look at Wikipedia to learn. But I'm just showing because I know what is right. Okay, I can tell you if there's something wrong. So here you can see Admiral Zheng He. Can you see this name? So Cheng Ho is the name we used in your book. So we will go with that. Okay. And Alakeshwara or Veer Alakeshwara. You see this one. So these Ming Dynasty, Ming China and Kingdom of Kotte. Actually, it is Raigama under, we can say, the Kotte, right? Something like that. Because Alakeshwara, towards the end of it, started originally, like original Kotte was started after this battle. Okay. We'll come to that later. So overthrow of Alakeshwara or taking him to prisoner is the result of it. Chinese victory is the result. Okay. The Chinese army won this war. Okay, so yeah, that is what happened. And later another kingdom called Kotte Kingdom was born. And Kotte Kingdom was started by Parakramabahu VI. And we will come to Kotte Kingdom next week. Okay, so if you need more information, you can read this page if you like. But don't get confused because some additional informations are there in online sources. They are not related to your syllabus. So you might get confused end of the day. So just remember what I said in class. That's enough. Okay, yeah. All right, now tell me a few questions, answer a few questions before we say bye. Okay, right. Tell me, when it comes to the temples in Gampola period, what are the two most important temples that comes into your head?
Gadaladeniya Rajamahal and Lankatilaka Rajama Vihara.
Gadaladeniya Vihare and Lankatilaka Vihare. Very good. Yes. And who's the Chinese general who invaded Gampola Kingdom and took Alakeshwara prisoner? General Cheng Ho. We can say General Cheng Ho or Admiral in the Admiral is original. Admiral is the general in the Navy, right? General like position in the Navy. So your book says General Cheng Ho, so we go with that. Okay, we will go as General Cheng Ho. General is the Army commander. Admiral is the Navy commander. Okay, right. Then who are the? Tell me, which family was prominent when it comes to ruling Raigama Kingdom?
Alakeshwara.
Alakeshwara or another name for Alakeshwara family? Alagakonar or Alakeshwara. Yes, okay. There are two Alakeshwaras that you can remember. Tell me the two Alakeshwaras you have to remember.
Nishankalakeshwara,
Viral. Okay, tell me something you know about Nishankalakeshwara. What happened during his time? Any event?
He went to war with the Jaffna Kingdom.
Very good. Yes, he punished the tax collecting officers from Jaffna Kingdom who had dared to come and collect taxes from the Gampola areas. Yes, very good. That is Nishankalakeshwara. Then Veer Alakeshwara. Yeah, going to war with who? Veer Alakeshwara is the one who was taken prisoner. Yes, after which invasion? After the Chinese invasion. The Chinese invasion was headed by Cheng Ho. Who's the prominent traveler who traveled to Gampola period from Arabia?
Ibn Battuta.
Ibn Battuta. Very good. Yes. Okay. You can remember those. And apart from it, there's a very, very important event that took place in Gampola period. That is what was there in the brackets. What is it? The writing of Sandeshaka. Yes. Very good. Right. So we will learn more about it next week. We will start Kotte Kingdom. We'll finish Jaffna Kingdom. And we will talk about the other parts of this lesson next week. Yes. Yeah.
Sir, when Gampola Kingdom started, what happened to Kurunegala Kingdom?
Abolished. See, Pute, these kingdoms don't exist parallelly much. But like I said before, Pute, when Gampola Kingdom was there, there were two more kingdoms, not Kurunegala Kingdom. What are the two kingdoms that existed when Gampola Kingdom was there?
Jaffna Kingdom and Raigama.
Jaffna Kingdom and what is the other one? Raigama. So Raigama was more like a sub-kingdom under Gampola Kingdom, we can say. Jaffna Kingdom was some sort of independent, some kind of independent, okay? Like not exactly under Gampola. It functioned a little independent, yeah? Okay. Raigama was like supportive to Gampola, like, like almost under Gampola, I would say, because when Gampola was threatened, Raigama came to his rescue.
That is what we know. So yeah, that's it. So there's no mention about Kurunegala because Gampola Kingdom started after Kurunegala Kingdom. Okay, so that's why there's no mention. One kingdom stops and then the other one starts. But here in this case, two more emerges. Okay, two more have emerged by the time Gampola Kingdom was there, right? So two more kingdoms became powerful, right? Okay. Jaffna Kingdom was actually there, right? After Polonnaruwa Kingdom, at some point it started, and on and off, the Arya Chakravarti dynasty, who had connections to the South Indian and other kingdoms, they continue to exist there, okay? From time to time, they were defeated. There were wars between Jaffna and the southern kingdoms. But this one existed, okay? Yeah, even though they were not a direct threat or they didn't try to capture the whole country, but they were enjoying their areas independently. Okay, they had a bit of a freedom there. So we will come to next week. We will discuss what happened to Jaffna Kingdom and when Kotte Kingdom started. Okay, Jaffna Kingdom was defeated, and then we will learn about Jaffna Kingdom separately as well. Little bit more about it, like a few kings who ruled Jaffna Kingdom as well. More about it we will discuss in unit number 10 as well. Okay, so we'll quickly revise this unit, take like 10-15 minutes to revise what we learned. Read the tute. I will update the tute and put it by the weekend, Saturday hopefully. Then you can read it and then come to the lesson. That will give you more confidence. Okay, yeah. And if you want to take some screenshots or read, listen to the recording again, you are welcome. And that's it for today. Yeah, Gampola done, Kurunegala done, then Yapahuwa done, Dambadeniya done. 4 done today, okay? And Kotte and Jaffna remaining for next week. So let's get started. Today, you know our plan today, right? We're going to finish unit number 7. That's the plan for today. Right. So this is about the second era of urbanization. This is what we've been discussing, right, for the past 2 weeks. Yeah. For the past 2 weeks, we've been discussing about the first era of urbanization of the country, how it, what was the reasons for the downfall of the first era of the urbanization. And then we started on discussing the second era of urbanization. Okay, second era of urbanization. Now there are different names, okay, to call this, right? So just a quick recap of what we've been doing. Sri Lankans are very good at forgetting things. So Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa are called the first era of urbanization, right? Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa kingdoms, the first era of urbanization. Or ruling centers in the dry zone, or kingdoms or capitals in the dry zone. Different names can be used to call these two kingdoms. Okay, that is our first civilization, first era of urbanization. You can call whatever it is, whatever the word that they are using, the word games that they are using doesn't matter. End of the day, the first era points out to these two kingdoms, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, right? Then the second era of urbanization started. After the downfall of Polonnaruwa, we discussed the reasons for that. Then the second era of urbanization started. Yes. So that started with Dambadeniya kingdom, right? Apodaya. So Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Apodaya, Kurunegala, Kussiye, Gammiris, Gampola, and then we have Kotte. So this is what we've been discussing like last week. Yes. So last week we finished up to Gampola kingdom. Yes, this is what we have been doing for the past 2 weeks. Yes. So if somebody is saying like the kingdoms in the southwest, ruling centers in the second era of urbanization, all these kingdoms point out to this bunch of kingdoms. Okay, this is our second set of kingdoms. The first set of kingdoms, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. That is our golden era. That is our kingdoms in the dry zone, ruling centers in the early periods. You can call it in different names. Then this one, your ruling centers in the later periods, second era of urbanization, kingdoms in the southwest, ruling centers in the southwest. All these names or words point out to this set of kingdoms. Okay, so this is what we've been talking for the past 2 weeks. Yeah. So last week we discussed Yapahuwa, Kurunegala and Gampola kingdoms. Yes. So I'm going to ask you, like I always do, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions to check if you remember the stuff from Gampola kingdom. And then we are going to start Kotte kingdom and then a little bit of Jaffna kingdom. And then we will move on to the features of these kingdoms in general, the economic features of these kingdoms, the religion, or the architecture, or the literature, arts and crafts, these kind of features of these kingdoms. Okay, we'll move on to those. That's the plan. Before we start on Kotte, let me ask you a few questions on Gampola, because Kotte kingdom started after Gampola kingdom, right? Okay. Except for Gampola kingdom, there were two other kingdoms in the country existing parallelly when Gampola existed. What are those two kingdoms? Raigama and Jaffna. Okay. So we have a very prominent ruling family who ruled Raigama kingdom. What was the family name? Dynasty's name?
The Alakeshwara
dynasty. Very good. Yes, Alakeshwara dynasty. There's another Ala name to it. Alagakkonara. Both are Alas, right? Yeah, starting with Ala. Yeah. So Alakeshwara and Alagakkonara. Yes. Alakeshwara, Alagakkonara, both are same. Okay. In some books, they like to say Alagakkonara. In some book, they say Alakeshwara. Alagakkonara is little classic. Okay, little old. Alakeshwara, little like modern, I would say. Yeah. Alagakkonara is a bit of, because Ibn Battuta also wrote it Alakonar, meaning that Alagakkonara is widely used. It's classic. Okay. So Ibn Battuta also wrote in his account as Alakona, right? So Alakona had a white elephant. This is what I saw in the ruler of this area. Okay. So what happened? Okay, Gampola kingdom had its fair share of challenges, of course. And if you remember, tell me, who founded Gampola kingdom? Yes.
Kabahu the fourth.
King Bonagabahu IV. Very good. Yes. And a very special thing when it comes to Sinhala literature started in Gampola kingdom. What is that?
Sandesha Kavyas.
Writing of Sandesha Kavyas. Yes, writing of Sandesha Kavyas started during Gampola period. See, a lot of things to remember about Gampola, right? So end of the day, if there's a question from Gampola kingdom, you must be able to line up all these thoughts and segregate them or group them and write your answers beautifully. All you need to remember is these points that we are discussing here. Okay. So when you have these points in your head, it's going to be easy for you, right? No big deal, right? Yeah. You have the points. Okay. Right. So I'm not discussing points. There's no order in these points, but we can group these points. Okay. When it comes to literature, these are the points. When it comes to the leading or ruling, these are the points. When it comes to the events or the wars that were happening, or any visits like Ibn Battuta's visit, or any wars that are happening, the invasion of Cheng Ho, or the war between Gampola or Raigama and Jaffna, between Alakeshwar and the Ara Chakravartis. These kind of events, right? So that is all you need to remember. Okay, it's not rocket science. Just take it easy. Okay, right? But it's not going to happen in one day. Okay, you have to put some effort to remember these points. Yes. So when we are talking about the literature part, like the starting of Sandesha Kavya or the writing of Sandesha Kavyas started during Gampola period. Okay, two of the oldest Sandesha Kavyas we know is Mayura Sandesha and Tisara Sandesha. Okay, Mayura Sandesha, Tisara Sandesha, two of the oldest ones. Mayura Sandesha is considered the oldest, the first out of Sandesha Kavyas. Okay, you know the meaning of Mayura? Mayura means Monara. Yes, so peacock Sandesha. Yeah, right. Mayura Sandesha. Then anybody know Tisara? The meaning of Tisara? Let's see who's expert. Yeah, Tisara, not Tisara Pereira. Okay, Tisara Pereira is the cricketer, former cricketer. Yeah, Tisara means Hangsha. Hangsha means swan. Okay, yes. Tisara Sandesha. Mayura Sandesha is considered the first among all. Tisara Sandesha is also written in Gampola period. Okay. Actually, what is the Sandesha Kavya? They are poetry, right? They are poems, collections of poems. I mean, in one book, right? So Sandesha Kavya is it's very simple, right? The Sandesha Kavya story is like this. There's a hero, like a prince, hero, and there's a heroine. Okay, the princess, like this, let's say. So then
the hero is writing to the heroine, or the prince is writing to the princess, like this. Okay, like, you know what I mean, like those, you know, stuff. So then he's sending this message. That is what you call sandesha. Sandesha කරනවා කියලා කියන්නේ ලියුමක්. Sandesha means it's like a message, right? Sandesha කරනවා කියලා කියන්නේ message එකක් කරනවා. So this the message, the medium, the carrier of this message is the peacock. So in this case, Mayura Sandesha is that. Okay. So Tisara Sandesha, the carrier of that message is the swan, or the example, you know, of that is the swan. So little bit extra for you. I'm not an expert when it comes to Sandesha Kavis, but yeah, just a little bit, you know, food for thought. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I don't like teaching Sinhala. Yeah. Okay. Right. Seriously, Sinhala literature is what I hated the most. Yeah. Exactly. Like you. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, it's very difficult. You know, like you got to put a lot of effort to get a good pass in Sinhala. So I believe everybody now understand the gravity of it and working very hard. Yeah. Okay. All right. Then that is about Gampola Kingdom, and then we have Ibn Battuta's visit, and then we have another Chinese general called Cheng Ho invading Gampola areas. You know, so after the invasion of this Chinese general Cheng Ho, we have another kingdom, you know, starting in the Wed zone. Okay, so that is called the Kotte Kingdom. Okay, so like Gampola Kingdom gradually went into decline, and then Kotte Kingdom was started. Okay, after these wars and everything between China and everything, right? Okay, so what you need to understand is, I told you Alakeshwaras or Alagakkonaras, they were rulers in Raigam. So by the time Gampola was there, they started building Sri Jayawardhanapura Kotte as a city. Okay, so they started building it, but it was not a kingdom. Okay, it was not Kotte Kingdom. It was still Raigama Kingdom. But after all these wars and everything, Gampola went into decline, and then came a ruler in Kotte who chose Kotte as his capital, because Kotte is already a city. So this ruler came to power in Kotte. He chose his capital there, and that is the starting of Kotte Kingdom. And his name is Parakramabahu VI. Very important name to remember. Okay, I'll tell you why. Parakramabahu VI is the name to remember. So who started Kotte Kingdom? Parakramabahu VI. Kotte Kingdom. Okay. Yeah. Right. Now, this is very special for you to remember. We are talking about uniting the country here. So when we are talking about, Sri Lanka is a small island, of course, but if you look at history, we have been divided for many years. Okay. For example, when Ravana, when Elara from Chola state, he had invaded a big part of the country. We were part of the Chola kingdom. Okay, like this, right? This part of the country belonged to Cholas. Elara was ruling. You know, it's like a colony of the Chola Empire. We became like a colony, so under Elara. So King Dutugamunu had to fight very hard. You know this story we discussed in unit number 3. King Dutugamunu had to fight so hard, hard fought battle, and finally liberated the country from Elara. Okay. And when he liberated the country from Elara, we already had regional rulers called Parumakas ruling different areas. These Parumakas are the ones who helped Dutugamunu win the war. Okay. So these Parumakas, we like to call them as 10 giants. Right? Dasamahayodaya Kilakan. Yeah. 10 giants. We explained a few names as well. Nandimitra, Teraputtabe, Velusumana, Pusadeva, Gotaimbara, you know, different names we discussed. Like, you know, you can remember a couple of them, no problem. Yeah, even if you don't remember, no big deal. So, what King Dutugamunu did after liberating the country from Elara, he lined up all the Parumakas. He asked them, would you accept me as the only king or the chief king of this country? To which all the Parumakas in one voice said yes. And that is the first time. That is the first time that Sri Lanka got united under one flag. Okay.
That is the first time in history. Before that, we had kings. We had kings like King Pandukabe, King Devanam Piyatissa. We had kings like that. But we also had Parumakas or regional kings who were enjoying some freedom. So none of these kings before King Dudugamanu was able to get the full support of the Parumakas and become the chief king of the country. Okay. So when King Dudugamanu became the chief king of the country, all the Parumakas supported. Without the Parumakas support, he wouldn't have done this. So all the Parumakas supported King Dudugamanu become the king or the chief king. Maharaja is the concept. Okay, Maharaja Gamanu kila kenne kai. So Maharaja is the concept here. Or Mapurumuka, Mahaparumaka. Mahaparumaka means the head of all Parumakas. Parumakas are leaders. Parumakas are regional kings. Mahaparumaka is the chief king. Okay. So King Dudugamanu became the first chief king in the country with all the support of the Parumakas who accepted him as the chief king. So that is called the centralization of political power, meaning that all the political power coming into one center, to one place, to one man. That is the starting of the centralization of political power. That's what we say whenever we discuss about King Dudugamanu. We say he is a pioneer of centralizing political power. He is the first king to bring the whole country under one rule for the first time in our history. Whole country, every inch of the country came under King Dudugamanu's rule. Of course, with the support of all the Parumakas. Of course, we don't forget that. But it is for the first time in history. He is the first king to do that, ever. Okay? So that is why King Dudugamanu is important. That is why pages and pages were written for King Dudugamanu in Mahavansha, the greatest chronicle that writes Sri Lanka's history. Okay? That is the first one. And the last one, the last king to achieve the same feat that King Dudugamanu did is Parakramabahu VI of Kotte. Last king to bring all of the country or every inch of the country under one rule. Last king to do that, Parakramabahu VI. That is why he is very important. Okay. So King Dudugamanu is the first king to do that. King Dudugamanu is the first king to unite all the whole country and bring it under one flag, under one rule. That is called centralization of political power. And King Parakramabahu VI is the last one to do that. No king after Parakramabahu VI was ever able to unite the whole country, every inch of the country under one rule. Okay, right. So let's talk about King Parakramabahu VI. His mother is Sunetra Devi, father Jayamahalena. We know his mother very well. Sunetra Devi, in memory of his mother, he built a pirivena. We come to that later. And when King Parakramabahu VI came to power, he wanted to achieve greatness. So what he did, okay, he saw there are some problems in Sri Lanka at this time, right? What are the problems? There's a kingdom in Jaffna, ruled by Ara Chakravarti, okay. Then there's a region called the Vanni region. This is like a buffer zone, Vanni region, between Jaffna and the south, like a buffer zone. This region, there were many rulers ruling this region, different rulers, different areas. They are called Vanniyars or Vanni chieftains. This is the Vanni region. Okay. So King Parakramabahu VI said, okay, now I have come to power in Kotte. I want the whole country under my rule. We want to bring it back to one flag. So what is the barrier here? Jaffna Kingdom. Jaffna Kingdom is independent. Jaffna Kingdom is very close with the kingdoms like Pandyan Kingdom. And so let's put an end to it, right? Like let's say, let's capture Jaffna. Okay. So he knew it's not easy. And getting the support of the Vanni chieftains was also not easy. So what he did, he chose his adopted son, a prince called Prince Sapumal, to do this. Okay, the project was given to Prince Sapumal. Sapumal Kumaraya, Chempaka Perumal, another name for, to call him. Okay, Sapumal Kumaraya. So Sapumal Kumaraya was summoned. Then Parakramabahu VI said, see, I want Jaffna under my control. So let's bring the whole country under one flag. Jaffna is the only thing that is basically standing between us and the unity of the country. So Sapumal Kumara, Prince Sapumal, renowned warrior, of course. The Kotte army was very strong by then as well. So he fought a great battle. It was not an easy battle. The Jaffna kingdom put up a great fight as well. They had support coming from India as well. And then after a very long and hard fought battle, Jaffna got surrendered. Okay, Jaffna was surrendered. Jaffna was surrendered to Kotte kingdom. And then the whole country came under one flag. Vanni chieftains also surrendered. Vanni chieftains agreed to support or accept, Parakramabahu VI as the king. So Sapumal Kumare or Prince Sapumal is the one who accomplished this goal for Parakramabahu VI. And then that is how Parakramabahu VI was able to unite the whole country under one rule or one flag for one last time. All right, no king after him was able to do this. So you got to be able to explain how he did this with the help of Sapumal Kumara or with the help of Prince Sapumal. Jaffna kingdom was surrendered. Vanni chieftains were brought under control, and that is how we were able to unite the whole country under one flag. Okay, so this is one of the greatest achievements of Parakramabahu VI. Okay, you got to remember that, right? And more things to remember about Parakramabahu VI. Okay, so another thing we can't forget about Parakramabahu VI is the service that he did to Sinhala literature. Okay, now when we are talking about Kotte kingdom, Kotte kingdom is considered the golden age of Sinhala literature. All these, great poets or great authors that we are talking about, who contributed greatly to Sinhala literature lived in Kotte, most of them. Okay, example, Totagamu Sri Rahula is considered the greatest of all time in Kotte era, right? So these monks especially lived in Kotte era. Okay, so many books, like, so many Sandesha Kavyas, so many poetry, was basically written under Kotte kingdom. To name a few, these many Sandesha Kavyas, like modern ones, Gira Sandeshe, Paravi Sandeshe, these were written under Kotte kingdom. And then Parakramabahu VI is responsible for that, okay, for uplifting the Sinhala literature and also the religion in Kotte kingdom, right? So what Parakramabahu VI did, in memory of his mother, he built a Pirivena called Sunetra Devi Pirivena. You can see that in Papiliyana today, right? If you are going from Colombo to Piliyandala or Colombo to Horana, 120 bus route, you have Borlasgamo. Before Borlasgamo, after passing, Kohuala, you see Papiliyana, right? So in the town itself, in the junction itself, you see Sunetra Devi Pirivena in Papiliyana. Even today, you can see that, right? That is like Pirivena is like a university for monks. Yes. So Sunetra Devi Pirivena contributed greatly when it comes to uplifting Sinhala literature. You got to remember that point, okay? Sinhala literature, uplifting Sinhala literature. Kotte era is considered the golden age of Sinhala literature. King Parakramabahu VI built Sunetra Devi Pirivena in Papiliyana. That contributed greatly because that produced great authors like Totagamu Sri Rahula Thero, for example. Okay, so these are some points that you can remember, right? Okay. And then another side of Kotte kingdom is that Parakramabahu VI was ruling, but he was getting some challenges as well, right? He was he was having his own challenges. There was a rebellion that started in the middle of the country, okay, in the middle part of the country, right? So during King Parakramabahu VI time, let me show you one second. So during King Parakramabahu VI time, he had given a minister, like a noble, a chieftain, to rule the Kandian area, okay, or the upcountry area. His name was Jyotiya, okay. So Jyotiya wanted to start his own kingdom. Okay, sometimes this happens, right? When you are like, let's say for example, you are starting a company, you are hiring somebody as the manager. Now this guy, after 2-3 months, he starts a similar company to you, right? Like breakaway, yeah, something like that. Then you will be furious, right? Of course. So King Parakramabahu VI had appointed, a Situ or noble called Jyotiya to take care of the middle part of the country or the mountainous region of the country, okay, hill country. So then this Jyotiya wanted to start his own kingdom, and he started a rebellion for it. So then this time Parakramabahu VI had to fight, in that internal battle as well. He this time sent another prince called Prince Ambulugala to crush this rebellion. The rebellion was crushed, but remember, this is a good point. He gave he gave mercy. He forgave the rebels. Okay, this time. So this one is another very important point to remember about King Parakramabahu VI. Okay, so Jyotiya Situ is the one who started this rebellion, and then Parakramabahu VI sent Prince Ambulugala this time to crush the rebellion. The rebellion was crushed, and then the rebels were forgiven. And then this story of the forgiving is written in Dadigama. This is called Abhayadana Sellipiya, or the inscription of forgiveness. Okay, Abhayadana kiyala kiyanne forgiving, right? So Abhayadana Sellipiya kiyala kiyanne, you can see it in Dadigama today, right? So that is the story that is written in that inscription. There's some extra point, you can make some note of it. Yeah, so yeah, all the important points are discussed here. Okay, right. So the points that it's easy for you to remember, the clues I already explained you, but the clues are here in the tute. Okay, as you can see, right? Okay, that is enough about King Parakramabahu VI. So Kotte Kingdom, there are many things to discuss about Kotte Kingdom. There were many rulers who came to power in Kotte Kingdom, and the Portuguese got involved in Kotte Kingdom. So many events to discuss in about Kotte Kingdom, but we will do that in unit number 10. Okay, unit number Kotte Kingdom in deep, from a Portuguese perspective, from a Portuguese angle. So there we have a lot to discuss about Kotte, because Kotte had to go through many challenges. Kotte Kingdom got split into 3 other kingdoms. So many things that happened in Kotte. Now is not the time to discuss. Unit number 7 is only touching on Parakramabahu VI mainly, and more about Kotte Kingdom coming up in unit number 10. Any questions? Everybody okay? Right. Okay. Now we will, again, I'm telling you, Jaffna Kingdom will be touched in detail in unit number 10 once again. But here we will do a touch and go, right? Yeah, just a little bit about Jaffna Kingdom, okay? Right. So Jaffna Kingdom, we believe that it was founded by Vijayabahu Arya Chakravarti, okay? Vijayabahu Arya Chakravarti. So we can say Arya Chakravarti dynasty, Arya Chakravarti royal family is the family who ruled Jaffna Kingdom. Okay, we have about 12 Arya Chakravarti rulers who are prominent who ruled Jaffna Kingdom. Okay, we will learn about a few in unit number 10. Once again, I'm telling you, no need to remember the names here. But here we will remember the founder of Jaffna Kingdom, like we always did for all the other kingdoms. So we know Jaffna Kingdom was started after the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom, somewhere down the line after the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. And Vijayabahu Arya Chakravarti is the one who started Jaffna Kingdom. Okay, right. Uday, please take care of your mics. Okay, take care of your mics. Keep them muted. Okay, yeah. I don't want to mute you because I want you to talk when I'm asking questions. I don't want to keep switching between mute and unmute. Yeah, okay. Right. Then Jaffna Kingdom was ruled by which dynasty? Arya Chakravarti dynasty. Okay. Now we don't have a lot of books like written about Jaffna Kingdom. Okay, it's very rare to find books that are written about Jaffna Kingdom. Sometimes we can say Jaffna Kingdom was kind of an extension of the Pandyan Kingdom, bit of a collaboration between Pandyan Kingdom also at some point. in South India. And but we have one book. Okay, we have two books. I put one book here. You can write the other book. I will tell you. The one book that gives us a lot of information about Jaffna Kingdom is Yalpana Vaibhava Male. Okay, Yalpana Vaibhava Male. Then there's another book, Segaraja Segara Male. Okay, little difficult for you to remember, I know. If you know Tamil, it's easy. Even I am not very good in Tamil. So, yeah, but try to remember at least this one. That's why I put it here. Okay, so Yalpana Vaibhava Male. Okay, it says this P, I mean, in Tamil, you know, the pronunciation, it sounds like a B. Okay, yeah. So, Yalpana Vaibhava Male. That is how you pronounce it. Okay. Right. Then Segaraja Segara Male. Okay, the other book. This is very popular, but even this book, this is written about 250 years ago, this book. But Jaffna Kingdom existed even before that, okay? Like during Kotte Kingdom, during Gampola Kingdom, Jaffna Kingdom existed, right? Gampola Kingdom existed in the 14th century. Okay, for example, Ibn Battuta came in 1344, and that is during Gampola Kingdom, okay? So, example, meaning that Jaffna Kingdom was still there. Actually, Ibn Battuta came to Puttalam. That was under Jaffna Kingdom back then. Okay, so then he was like, you know, Jaffna Kingdom was supportive to Gampola Kingdom. So that is how, you know, he did his explorations. He was very welcomed because, of course, he's a explorer. That's why. And then, but we don't have a lot of books. Okay, we don't have a lot of books to study a lot of details about Jaffna Kingdom. But from the details that we have, these are the information that we can get. Okay. So Vijayakulanke Ara Chakravarti dynasty is what basically ruled Jaffna Kingdom. Okay. Then we have the Vanniyars, like I said before, Pute, the Vanni region were ruled by the Vanniyars. Okay. Vanni region now, for example, when Polonnaruwa, this is Polonnaruwa here, when Polonnaruwa was invaded by Kalinga Maga, some people fled to the north, some people fled to the south. Okay, so those people who fled to the north, then eventually Jaffna Kingdom was started. Then those people. Is there a question? Do you have any question? Putha, everybody can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I have a hot mic. Somebody is trying to disturb. I don't know. Like, keep your mics muted. Okay. Yeah. Right. So then, see, some people, when Polonnaruwa was invaded, some people, you know, when there's an invasion, you don't know where you are going. Okay. Yeah. You will go where your head turns. This is what happened in a war. Okay, this is what happens in a war, right? Like, for example, we see a lot of wars happening in the world today. And there are refugees, or there are people who are from those countries in many areas in the world. Because they go to where they can go. Okay, they don't always have preference here because they want to be safe. Okay, so they don't have a choice. They can't, you know, just waiting and choosing places to go, right? So some people fled to the north. Some people fled to the south. Most of the people fled to the south. Some also fled to the north. So then this was the buffer zone. Like, you know, this area, of course, this area is very dry. You know, it's the semi-arid zone, very dry. It's more drier than the dry zone. But this area, there were people in this area, and there were settlements in this area. And then we have, you know, people were there, and then we have rulers coming on this area. Okay, we have rulers emerging from this area, and they are called Vanniyars. Okay, these rulers. Sometimes we call them Vanni chieftains. Okay, Vanni chieftains, right? So they are called Vanniyars, and these are small provincial ruling units that emerged after the downfall of Polonnaruwa Kingdom. Okay. But these Vanniyars, they don't have, like, they are rulers, but they are not very powerful. Okay, like they don't have armies, right? Vanniyars, they don't have armies, but they are powerful. They are not very powerful, but they are powerful in their area, right? Like they are regional rulers. Okay, like that's why we call them chieftains. Okay, so they were also under the main kingdoms most of the time. Now, Vanyars were under Jaffna Kingdom or Gampola Kingdom. Whatever the kingdom existed, some of them were loyal to those kingdoms. And but still, because they are away from those kingdoms, they enjoyed some sort of independence. The kingdoms always don't want to, meddle in their affairs, right? They were kind of independent. They were enjoying some sort of independence, the Vanyars, but they were under the kings, but they were not powerful like kings, okay? But they were noble rulers who ruled certain areas in the Vanni region. So this zone is called the Vanni zone, okay? Vanni region, okay? For you to understand. Everybody okay with that? Any questions? We will come to the last part, that is the economic style of the kingdoms in the southwest. Now here we will talk about what is different. Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa's economy and the economic style in the kingdoms in the southwest. What's the main difference? We'll talk about that, and then we'll talk a little bit about the religion or religious practices, and then arts and architecture. Okay, when it comes to arts, literature also part of arts. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Important points only. Okay, right. So economic style of kingdoms in the southwest. Now, what is the economy? Economy of a country is the process of the production and the distribution of goods and services, including the use of money. That is what you call economy. Economy is a system. Okay, all the production in the country, all the distribution of the country, all the goods and services that are produced and distributed in the country, all the industries that are producing the goods and services in the country, and all the banking services and the use of money, everything, the whole thing is called economy. Okay. So in Anuradhapura Kingdom or Polonnaruwa Kingdom, the economy was very basic. It was agriculture based. Okay, mainly agriculture based. Use of money very limited during Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa Kingdoms. We mostly did the barter system. Okay, barter system is the exchange of goods. Yeah, you have rice, you want to buy a pot, you give some rice and buy that pot. No money involved. Okay, so this is called the barter system or exchange of goods. In Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa Kingdom, we practiced that. The economy was very simple and agriculture based. Okay, agriculture based. And then during the kingdoms in the southwest, agriculture was still the main industry. Okay, main livelihood was agriculture. But you got to remember something here. Okay, the extra crops that were grown were sold at a profit. Okay, so in Anuradhapura, mostly we consumed or stored. Whatever the extra we grew, we stored them or we consumed them. Okay, we consumed them, we stored them. That is self-sufficiency. But here, self-sufficiency means whatever you make, you eat. You can make anything you want. That is what you call self-sufficiency. So in Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa, the economy was self-sufficient because we had everything that we wanted. We grew everything that we wanted to eat, for example. We were self-sufficient in terms of agriculture. We didn't have to import, food items. So during the kingdoms in the southwest, the surplus or the extra crops that were cultivated were sold at a profit, and this is called a commercial economy, meaning that money oriented economy. Okay, so the extra crops that you have, you sell, you make money out of it. Okay, so this is the birth of a commercial economy. Okay, and not only that, Pune, different spices started to be grown in a large scale, right? What are the spices we are talking about? Cinnamon. Sri Lankan cinnamon had a big name, by the time of Gampola Kingdom, Kotte Kingdom. Sri Lankan cinnamon had, kept a big name in Europe as well. So we can see in those kingdoms, we have a lot of cinnamon being grown. Areca nut, for example, areca nut means puak. Then cardamom, nutmeg, these kind of spices, pepper, these kind of spices were grown and they were exported as well. Okay, cinnamon, mainly cinnamon, pepper, cardamom, these were exported. Okay, so that is the starting of a commercial economy. Okay, so in a commercial economy, mostly we will focus on imports and exports. But still remember, all these kingdoms, even in the southwest, they were focused on agriculture. Okay, agriculture is a main livelihood, right? Okay, but there's something for you to remember. Okay, there's something for you to remember. The agriculture went from the dry zone to the wet zone. Okay, so you remember Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, they are in the dry zone of the country. Okay, they are in the dry zone of the country. So if you see the map here, so Anuradhapura here, Polonnaruwa here. So this area in the country is the wet zone. Okay, everybody can see the whiteboard, right? Yeah, so this area is the wet zone. Okay, this area is the wet zone. This area is the dry zone. Okay, so in the dry zone, the lands are flat, the lands are fertile, but it is dry because there's no enough rain. So people had to build large tanks, canals, irrigation systems to support their agricultural activities, okay, in the dry zone. So that is why we see a lot of tanks, anicuts, canals in Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa kingdoms, okay. But when the kingdoms started to move to the southwest, most of these kingdoms and people moved to the wet zone, and wet zone has enough rain, and also this area of the country has mountains, so it is not practical or it is not easy to build tanks and everything, and there's no need for building tanks as well because it's the wet zone and you get rain throughout the year, right? So you don't have any problem of storing water, right? So because of that, we don't see a lot of tanks, or we don't see large scale tanks or irrigation systems built in the kingdoms in the southwest. Okay, in the second era of urbanization, we don't see large scale tanks, irrigation projects, these kind of things are not built. There are reasons for that. That is because it's in the wet zone and you already get rain. You can use rainwater for your agriculture. And at the same time, you don't have to build large scale tanks, and it is not easy to build large scale tanks as well because of the hilly nature of the land. Okay, so how can you build a tank in Kandy? Just imagine, right? All mountains, right? So what people did, they used rainwater mainly, and if you want to cultivate paddy or something like that in a mountain, you do the terrace cultivation. Okay, you cut the mountain into like steps like this, then you grow paddy like this. Okay, paddy in steps. So this is called the terrace cultivation or steps type of cultivation. Okay, so this is how paddy was cultivated. Everybody understand today? So then apart from those, we can see a lot of trade relations between the kingdoms in the southwest and other countries. Okay, we had various trade relations with many countries during the kingdoms in the southwest or during the second era of urbanization. Of course, India was our main trade partner. There's no doubt about that. Even during Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, India was our main trade partner. Then the Arabs came into picture, and Arabs became very good trade partners for us. Arabs directly came to Sri Lanka, bought spices. You know, earlier we used to export most of the spices to India. Then India re-exported that to Europe or elsewhere. This is how it all worked during Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa mostly. But during the second era of urbanization, we have various nations coming to Sri Lanka directly. Indian trading was always there, and Arabs started coming directly. Then Chinese, we had some good relations with China as well. Like for example, glassware, porcelain were imported from China. Silk cloth, you know, these kind of things were imported from China, and spices were exported to China. And then we have Persia. Persia is modern day Iran. We had good trade relations with Persia as well, and Egypt as well, right? Egypt, of course, you remember Bonikabahu the first story, you know, he's the one who was able to start trade relations with the Sultan of Cairo or in Egypt. So that is all good relations that we had with other countries. Okay, so that is basically the economic style of the kingdoms in the southwest. Okay, right. Then next up, we will come to the religion. Okay, what kind of religions that we had? Yeah, what kind of religions that we had, and then what are the features of it? Okay, of course, you know. All right, so we are talking about the religion, and Buddhism was, of course, the main religion. Okay, there's no doubt about that. And Buddhism first came to Sri Lanka during Anuradhapura Kingdom. Okay, so even during the second era of urbanization, Buddhism was the main religion. And even today it is the main religion, right? So yeah, there you go. You have, you know, eras and eras. Second era of urbanization, first era of urbanization, Buddhism main religion. Buddhism was introduced during the first era of urbanization. Then we have Buddhism remaining as the dominant religion or the main religion during the second era of urbanization as well. But there's something for you to remember, that is, the worship of regional kings also prevailed. Regional gods also prevailed apart from Buddhism. Okay. Now, for example, the Buddhists also worshipped regional kings like Upulwan Deviyo, Vibhishana Deviyo, Saman Deviyo, Kataragama Deviyo, like this, right? Different gods were also worshipped by the Buddhists, regional gods. For example, let me tell you, for example, Saman Deviyo, God Saman is considered the leader in the Sripada area, okay, or the god in charge of Sripada area, okay. Sripada area, Saman Deviyange Adaviya kiyala kiyana Sripada or Adams Peak area, right, like this. So he is we can say a regional god. So this practice of worshipping regional gods were also there apart from Buddhism. Now, if you take Buddhism, like in the Buddhist teachings, in the original Buddhist teachings, there's no mention about Saman Deviyo like this, okay. So like, but the regional gods were also worshipped like this apart from Buddhism or in line with Buddhism by the Buddhists, okay. So you got to remember that. And Devalas are temples for gods. Devalas were built for these gods as well. You can see Kataragama Devalaya, then Saman Devalaya, Upulwan Devalaya, right? Like this Vibhishana Devalaya, like you can see like this, okay? Different gods were worshipped and they are considered the regional gods, right? Okay. Then when it that is about Buddhism, okay? So you can remember Buddhism was the main religion. But apart from that, Buddhists also practiced worshipping regional gods. You can remember a couple, Upulwan and Saman, gods like Upulwan and Saman. Okay, right. Then we have, when it comes to Hinduism, we can see a Shiva Devala in Sri Javardhanapura. Now, this is significant, okay? Like, okay, apart from Buddhism, the second most important religion, I would say, or the popular religion was Hinduism, right? Even we can see some Buddhist kings also, like, even some Buddhist kings also like supported, Hindu beliefs as well. We can see some Buddhist kings also taking steps to help build Hindu temples as well, right? So that is the like support that they give. Some Buddhist kings, like for example Rajasingha I, also embraced, I would say, like engaged in worship activities when it comes to Hinduism as well. We come to that point later. Okay, right? This is just a general idea. Okay, right. So then we can see Shiva Devala in Sri Javardhanapura. That shows like Hinduism was also given some importance in our culture or in our country. And then here we can see another Kovil or a temple, Hindu temple in Munneshwaram. Munneshwaram is in Chilav. Munneshwaram is very close to Chilav. So Munneshwaram temple or Munneshwaram Kovil became the main temple for Hindus during this time, during the second era of urbanization. Okay, let me go to the map again, okay, to tell you what are the three places that are very important for Hindus in the country. So for Hindu devotees, we have three Kovils, okay, very, very important. Three Hindu temples which are very, very important, okay. During Anuradhapura Kingdom, the main Hindu temple was in Matota. We call it Tiruketishwaram, okay, Tiruketishwaram in Matota. This one, okay, Tiruketishwaram. During Polonnaruwa Kingdom, the main Hindu temple for the Hindu devotees in the country was Koneshwaram, okay, Koneshwaram, here, this area. We'll learn how to mark these places, don't worry, in the maps, right, in the map marking sessions. I'm just telling you for you to remember. So Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa, we have Tiruketishwaram and Koneshwaram as the main Hindu temples for the Hindu devotees in the country. But during the kingdoms in the southwest, the main temple became the temple in Munneshwaram, or Hindu temple in Munneshwaram, that is in Chilav, this area, okay, yeah, Chilav, somewhere here. Yeah, we can see Puttalam Lagoon here, okay, anywhere. So it is in the south now, southwest now, right, Munneshwaram. So if we go to a Google map, we can have a good idea. We will learn how to mark these places later, okay, in the map marking session. Now we are not marking maps here, so don't be like confused, okay. I'm just showing you so you remember these names well, not the places, okay. No, I'm not teaching you how to mark the places now. I'm just making you familiar with the names so you can remember, okay. So what is the main temple for Hindus, for Hindu devotees during the second era of urbanization, Pute? What is the main Hindu temple? Yeah, Munneshwaram. Yes, I got it. Thanks. Okay. Can you all see the Google map, Pute? Confirm? You all can unmute now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right? Right. So here we have, see, let me circle Anuradhapura. We have Anuradhapura here. We have Polonnaruwa here. These are the two kingdoms. So we see during Anuradhapura period, here you see Manna. I will draw a circle here. This is Tiruketishwaram. Okay, this is the main Hindu temple during this time because the main harbor is the Matota harbor. So of course, you know, the Hindu traders who came from India and all, they built this. They wanted a place of worship. So that is how it all worked, right? Okay, so Anuradhapura here, we have Tiruketishwaram here, Polonnaruwa here, we have Koneshwaram here, okay. Then we have Chilav here, and during the kingdoms in the southwest, or this part of the country became home to many kingdoms. Then we have Munneshwaram here. So you understand, you know, it is very close, right? So even today, Pute, if you are talking about these three Kovils or these three Hindu temples, they are very, very important for the Hindu devotees. Most of the Hindu devotees have already visited one or more of them, okay? Tiruketishwaram, Koneshwaram, Munneshwaram. Tiruketishwaram is the oldest. Koneshwaram, then Munneshwaram, okay? Right. Then for Buddhists, there are many places, right? Sripada is there, Daladamaliga is there, Anuradhapura, you know, Puja Nagara, then Polonnaruwa. So there are many places, right? So for Hindus, we have three main, you know, Kovils that are very important, and like Nallur is also very important. That is in Jaffna, okay? So that is another story, yeah. So here we are talking about Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, and the kingdoms in the southwest, yeah, okay. Right. Then we have Muslims come into the country like in the 9th or 10th century. Then you can see Muslim or Islamic places of worship like mosques were built in places where Muslims lived. So if you see a very old mosque that is in Beruwal, you know, one of the first, I would say, like Muslim traders, when they come here, one of the first settlements over there, we have this Beruwal, Aludgama, this area in the coastal region. So you see very old mosques there, okay? So that is some general knowledge for you, right? Okay. Now we'll come to arts and architecture, okay? Not like, I mean, there are a lot of points in the book that you can read, but I have tried, you know, my level best to keep it not boring and taking out the most important stuff only here. But it's very important that you read the book at least once, okay? Right. Now, architecture. When it comes to architecture, we can see influence from other countries, you know, on our architecture in the second era of urbanization. One good example for this is the fortress that we see in Yapahuwa. Let me show you the fortress in Yapahuwa, okay? Now, the fortress in Yapahuwa has Pandyan and Cambodian influence, okay? If you see, there's a lion in Yapahuwa. Yapahuwa Singha ke liyan. So this is Cambodian and Pandyan influence, okay? So let me show you. I remember visiting Yapahuwa like many years ago, like in 2008 or 9. I didn't get a chance to visit after that. Right. So can you see Yapahuwa fortress? A photo of Yapahuwa fortress?
Yes,
Confirm?
sir.
Okay, right? Right. Now, can you see the face of this lion? Does this lion look Sri Lankan?
No.
Yeah. Looks like what? Which country?
China.
Looks Chinese, right? Chinese version, right? Looks like Chinese lion. Cambodian architecture, okay? Cambodian architecture, yes. And then you can see the steps and everything. That is Pandyan architecture, okay? So these type of figures you see in like, countries that are close to China or Southeast Asia, Thailand, Burma, close to China, Cambodia, Vietnam. If you go to those countries, you see, faces like this, right? Like, I mean, the lions are also, looking like that. So that is why we say Yapahuwa fortress has like influence from Pandyan architecture and Cambodian architecture. Pandyan architecture, the reason is because of the relations that we had with Pandyans and also the invasions. Of course, yeah, those are there, right? Okay. And then we see, if you see another aspect of arts and architecture, constructing devalas to pilimagayas. Okay, pilimagayal kila kyanne image houses or idol houses. In the Buddhist temple we have three main units, right, in a Buddhist temple. Okay, the first one is called the Bodhiya, that is the Bodh tree, Bodhiya. Then you have the Chaitya, yeah, that is the a construction that you see of this shape, right, the Agaba or Chaitya, right. Then you have the idol house or Pilimage, right, that is you can engage in worshipping inside, indoors. So it is called the image house. So inside that you see the statues, right, so Pilimage. So what we see in this second era of urbanization is that devalas were connected to Pilimagayas. Okay, so like I said before, in addition to the main Buddhist teachings, people also practiced worshipping different gods. Okay, like regional gods, for example. So these devalas were built for those gods. Devalas are small temples for gods. Small temples for gods, devala. So they were connected to Pilimagaval as well, right? So we see even in Buddhist temples, even today in some Buddhist temples, we see Devala inside, right? That is because of this influence, okay? Like because of these, we can say beliefs or practices by the Buddhists of worshipping regional gods, okay? So even in Kandy we see, or even in Kandy Perahara we see Satara Mahadevala, right? Like this, right? Okay, so that is the practice. Okay, that is the influence, I would say. Yeah, okay. Then another place that is very important for you when you are talking about the wood carvings, that is Ambakke Devalaya. During Gampola period, the Ambakke Devalaya was built, and we see some of the finest, the best wood carvings in this Devalaya. Okay, so I will show you some photos so you can understand the detail, the fineness of the details of this, right? This is amazing. Okay, so if you have a chance to visit, please visit. You can see, like, today we are talking about this 3D printing and, so many like computer, assisted craft, very precise, even when you want to design something today, very easy. Okay, like you can do it with CNC. It's called computer numeric control. You just feed the program and then the machine is going to do it for you. Yeah, 3D printing, and you can get a lot of quality stuff. But look at this. Okay, hundreds of years ago. Can you see the wood carvings in Ambakke Devala? Anybody? Yes, everybody. Can you see how much detail they are? Like the fineness of the detail. Okay, just imagine how the level of the skill that these carvers had. Okay, can you see with it? Confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. So
Yes,
look at the
sir.
detail, the fine detail, like, it's like weaving in 4K, yeah, 8K, yeah, something like that, right? Okay. So that is Ambakke Devale for you. We can see some of the finest wood carvings in Ambakke Devale. Ambakke Devale is actually a temple. Okay. So, but you can see a lot of great pieces of art there, right? Okay. Right. Then we have, when it comes to literature, you see, I told you about Parakramabahu II, who lived during Gampola, sorry, my bad, Dambadeniya period. Okay. Parakramabahu II is the son of Vijayabahu III, who founded Dambadeniya Kingdom. And I told you Parakramabahu II also had this title called Kalikala Sahitya Sarvakshya Pandita because of the knowledge that he had when it comes to Sinhala literature. So we widely believe, or we strongly believe, that he is the one who authored or wrote Kausilumina. Okay, so Kausilumina was written during the second era of urbanization. So that is a huge revival when it comes to Sinhala literature. That is, we can say,
He wrote it.
yes. So we can say like the revival of Sinhala literature started from that point. Okay, after Kausilumina, we see a lot of high quality Sinhala literary books related to literature, poetry, written after this, right? So that is, we can say, a starting point of it. And then during Kurunegala era, Pansiya Panas Jataka storybook, I explained this to you last week. Pansiya Panas Jataka storybook or Jataka storybook was translated from Pali to Sinhala. That is a great achievement in terms of Sinhala literature as well. And apart from that, various books were also written, like Dalada Pujavaliya, Sinhala Bodhi Vangsha. These kind of books were also written during Kurunegala period. Yeah, you can remember a couple of them. And then writing of Sandesha Kavya happened during which time, Pute? When did it start? Writing of Sandesha Kavya started? Gampala period.
Kingdom.
And Kotte Kingdom is called the what era of Sinhala literature?
Golden era.
Golden era of Sinhala literature. And that is all thanks to Parakramabahu VI, who did a great service in uplifting Sinhala literature. Okay, so taking steps to build universities like Pirivenas, like Sunetra Devi Piriven. Okay, so those are very important points for you to remember when it comes to arts and architecture. And great authors or poets like Torakamu Sri Rahula Thero, they all lived during Kotte period. Second era of urbanization is what we are talking about. Okay, so this is very important for you to remember, right? So that's it about this lesson. I hope everybody understood, and if you have any questions, please ask Pute. Okay, so what is the reason to have Cambodian influence? Good question. I have put that in the tute. Actually, when we are talking about the relations that we had with other countries, okay, we see Pute, mainly our relations were with India. Okay, but gradually after during Polonnaruwa Kingdom, we can see after Vijayabahu I, some kings who came to power after Vijayabahu I married some princess from countries like Thailand, Cambodia, like this. Okay, so trade relations also started with some of those Southeast Asian countries. Okay, and then we have queens coming from those countries. So that is how the influence started. Okay, so we see in Polonnaruwa we have, it used to be the Dalada Maligawa before. This is called Satmahal Prasad. Okay, so if you see the temples that are there, the Buddhist temples that are there in the Southeast Asian countries like Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, even Malaysia, the Buddhist temples that are there have this shape. Okay, let me show you that. Okay, that's a good point that you reminded me. So you see, if you see the architecture from these Southeast Asian countries. Southeast Asian countries are Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, these countries. Okay, so if you see the Buddhist temples in these countries, you see this type of architecture, right? This type of architecture. Okay, like pointed type of architecture. It goes like this, like pyramid shaped. This kind of architecture can be widely seen in those areas. Sri Lanka is different, right? Like in Sri Lanka, our Buddhist temples, like the architecture style is unique to us. But we see some buildings are built because of this influence. We see, this is Satmahal Prasad in Polonnaruwa. And you see that here, this is not Sri Lankan. Okay, this is not Sri Lankan architecture. Yeah, this is coming from Southeast Asia. Okay, like countries like Cambodia, Thailand, this type of architecture. Okay. Then if you go to another place, Galvihara in Polonnaruwa, that also has influence from Southeast Asian architecture. Okay. Galvihara in Polonnaruwa very important because of the several statues that are there. Okay, this is the temple
that we have with statues of Lord Buddha with the three poses, right? Like all three poses, like okay. So three poses like sitting, standing, and lying. Okay. Hiti pilima standing. Hiti pilima. Then hindi pilima sitting. Hindi pilima. Then we have Satapena pilima Satapena lying, right? So we have in Galvihara in Polonnaruwa we see all the three types here. So you see they are huge. They are very, very finely detailed, and Galvihara in Polonnaruwa also has features of we can see influence from Cambodian, or we can say Southeast Asian, architecture, right? Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
I have a question. It might be a bit unrelated.
Yes, Buddha.
The picture that you showed earlier for Satmahal Prasada.
Yeah.
Doesn't the architecture from architectural style of the Aztec Empire also kind of look like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Architectural style is like?
No, the Aztecs, as I remember, the pyramids and stuff. Like pyramid-like structures that they have.
Yeah, okay. No,
So
look.
is there...
No, there's no relations. No. Look, we have, architecture is very unique to regions, right? Like, this region, if you see, okay, let's do some Googling here, right? I'll show you some photos. I mean, I'm not saying it's very similar, but there's a lot of influence, okay? So you see, yeah. Okay, now you will understand, okay, when I show some photos. There's influence from this architectural style in Polonnaruwa Satmahal Plaza. Can you see there? Yeah. So these are all Buddhist temples in Southeast Asian countries. Okay. Can you see? Yeah. You get an idea now, right? So that is called influence. Okay. Not copying, right? Influencing means not copying, taking elements of something, right? Taking elements, and we are doing it in our own way, but we are heavily influenced, meaning that we got the basics, we got the primary, some elements from it, and then we did it on our own way, right? So influence from everybody can understand now, right? Yeah. So these are the temples that you see in Indonesia, Malaysia, from the Buddhist era, like Cambodia, Vietnam. You see this type of architecture. Okay. Everybody got it now there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the clarification, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So Pilima Gaya means idol house. Pilima Gaya means where the statues are kept. Okay. So there are old Pilima Gayas and modern ones are also there. So you can see these are ruins of old ones. Okay. I show you some photos. Okay. These are old Pilimagewal. Okay. So Pilimagewal ke idol houses where statues are kept for worshipping. Okay. That is the main purpose of it. Okay. So these are the old ones, very old ones, in Polonnaruwa Tivanka Pilimagaya, Lankatilaka Pilimagaya. These are ruins now, So basically these are called idol houses or image houses. Pilimagewal kila Singaling, right? So where the statues are kept. Okay. Yeah. That is part of the Buddhist temple. Okay. Yeah. Any questions, Budhe? Any other questions? Everybody okay? Shall we go into papers? Let's go for a 5 minutes break before papers. I need you fresh for the papers. Yeah. Okay. Be ready. Okay. We got some papers to discuss today. All right. So let's take a look at some papers from this unit. So we just finished the unit and now you will start understanding, whether you really understood the unit, right? When we discuss the papers, right? Okay. All right. So let's start with the latest paper. Okay. This time. Yeah. Normally we start with very old papers, right? All the time. Now, when you see the question, you must be able to identify from which unit are these questions coming. Okay.
You see, Pute, your Google Drive has everything you need, right? Past papers and everything. So if you want to print them, or if you are a screen reader, I don't mind what you do. End of the day, practice some questions, okay, when we finish every unit, right? If you have any doubts, anything, just post in the group, or you can ask me personally also. If you don't know the answer to any question or something like that, just drop me a message, okay? Yeah. Take a screenshot and drop it, okay, right? If you are, even if you are finding it difficult, even after reading the book or watching the recording or reading the tute, okay? But the tute, the recordings, if you are coming to the classes regularly, you shouldn't be worried too much. Yeah, you should be able to answer these questions. Okay. Right. This is the latest paper, okay? Can you all see the screen? 2024. Can you see Bhute? Confirm? Yeah. Okay. You can
Sir,
unmute. Yeah.
sir,
Yeah.
there's only 3 Kavyas, sir.
I didn't get you. What is it?
No. I read the question, sir.
Okay. All right. So can you see any question? Anybody can see any question from this unit that we just completed?
Fourth,
If yes, tell me. Which question?
fourth question.
Full question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, excuse me,
Yes.
sir. What paper is this?
Say again. You are not clear.
What year paper is this?
This is the latest one, 2024 O-levels. Anybody grade 10s? Can you all see the question? Question number 4, agree? Yeah, from this unit. Okay, let's answer that then. Right, okay. From among the names given in brackets, select the names of the founder kings of the... I told you, right? I told you, you have to remember the founding kings of all kingdoms. Okay, let's see who can remember now. These are O-level questions, right? Okay, so select the names of the founder kings of the following kingdoms and write their names in sequential order. You got to write everything in order, okay? So you see, Pute, question number 1, this is Roman 1. This is the main question number. Arab 4 is the main question number. And Roman 1 is the sub question, okay? This is called the sub question, right? Sub part of the question, right? So here Roman 1, you will give you 3 marks. You can see that. So they are asking us to write 3 answers, right? 3 words, okay? Even without looking at this list, they are giving you the list also, okay? Just because making it easy for you, right? Without even looking at this list, you must be able to answer this. Yeah, that is what our class does, okay? Our students of our class, they are like, members of the A club, right? Yeah. So you must be able to answer without even looking at the list. Yeah, okay. Dambadeniya. Who founded Dambadeniya? Yes.
Vijayabahu III.
Vijayabahu III. Okay, I'm not writing here. I just put A here. Okay, Vijayabahu III is on the list. So when you are writing answers on the on your answer paper, you got to be very neat. Okay, yeah. So your answer paper Pute will look like this. There will be a box here to write the question number. Okay. It will say question number here in English, Sinhala, Tamil, everything, right? So you will, this is the 4th question. So you will write number 4 here. Okay, number 4 like this. And then you will write Roman 1 here. And then you will write A, B, and C, and you will only write the answers. Okay, no need to write the questions. Yeah, you will write the answers. So Dambadeniya was the first one. So who is that? Vijayabahu?
The third. Sir,
the third.
Should we write the notable king also, or only the founder?
Okay, whatever they are asking you to do, you do it. Okay, don't try to do extra, right? Okay. So here they say A, Dambadeniya, you write A and write the answer. Okay, no need to write Dambadeniya once again, right? Okay. But you have to follow the sequential order, okay, A, B, and C, right? So Dambadeniya, Vijayabahu the third, you will write in front of A now. You will only write answers in your answer script. Okay, yeah. Don't try to do anything extra because it will be waste of time. and then you're going to fall in deep trouble, okay, if you start wasting time in your exam, okay, writing unnecessary stuff, right? Okay, so write the minimum, okay, write the minimum that is required. What are they asking you to do? You do it. Don't try to do extra. Don't try to be a hero, because if you try to be a hero, clock will tick and then you will fall in trouble, okay? Yeah, clock is ticking. Exam, every minute, every second counts in your exam, okay? It's a 3-hour paper and we got a lot of questions to answer, okay? Right. So A, you will write A and then same like I did, okay? This is the procedure of answering O-level questions, okay? Yeah, you will write A and then write the answer, okay? Right. Then B and C in sequential order, okay? Kurunegala Kingdom, who founded Kurunegala Kingdom?
Bhuvanekabahu II.
Bhuvanekabahu II, very good, yes. So this is A, this is B, right? Bhuvanekabahu II, right? Okay. Who founded Kotte Kingdom? We learned today.
Parakramabahu
VI.
Parakramabahu VI, exactly. So you got to remember these things, okay? The basics. Who founded which kingdom? You got to remember. So when you know this, it's easy, right? You can pick, okay? Game up again, yeah? Right. Okay, now comes another one. Name 4 Sandesha Kavya. Now, normally I don't expect you to remember 4, because this time many people say that 2024 O-levels is difficult, okay? Because of these kind of things. Yeah, because of these type of questions. But for our students, it was not difficult. You know, you saw the number of A passes that our students got. Because we gave most of these questions we discussed already in class. Most of the theory parts and questions, right? Okay. So, name 4 Sandesha Kavyas written during the second urbanization period. Here we are not talking only about Gampola. Here we are talking about all the urbanizations, the whole second urbanization. Okay, Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte, all together. So, all you need to remember is 4 Sandesha Kavya. If you at least remember 3, you still score 3 marks, which is great. Okay, right? Tell me if you remember. 4 Sandesha Kavya. Mayura Sandesha. Tisara Sandesha, old, very old Sandesha Kavyas, yes. Salalihini Sandesha, Kotera, yes. Salalihini Sandesha. Anything else? Paravi Sandesha, Gira Sandesha.
Hansa Sandesha.
Hansa Sandesha, Hansa, yeah, yes, yeah, correct. So we have many Sandesha Kavyas like this. You can remember, you can write a few now so you don't forget them, right? So let's write the answers. Yeah, okay. Then one more thing I want you to do is I will upload, there's something called an answer sheet, the standard answer sheet. So moving on from here, we will use that, okay, to answer our questions, right? 1 second. So I will put this answer sheet, but you can buy these answer sheets in from the shop, okay? So what you need to do is go to the bookshop and O-level Uttara Patra Kelillan, okay? O-level answer sheets Kelilluama, you can get it in bundles, okay? Like they come in 50 or 100. Anybody have them, please? Can I see hands? Grade 11s are there in this class, so obviously you have them, okay? So this is what it will look like. So moving on from here, we will answer all past paper questions in the answer sheets, okay? Standard answer sheets, okay? So this will be the practice that we give in class. Yeah, okay. 1 second. Can you all see the answer sheet? Yeah. Everybody with it? Yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this says Prashna Anke or question number, right? You can see here on the top left corner, right? And there are 2 boxes here. This question number, the main question number is what we are talking about, okay? The main question number, right? So here, if you are talking about the paper, see these Arab numbers or Hindu Arab numbers are the main question numbers, okay? These numbers are the main question numbers. See 3, 4, 5, these are the main question numbers. So those main numbers will go inside this box. Yes, I will give you more training in in the coming months. Don't worry about it. This is just a general familiarization. Okay, so you don't get scared. Like you are getting used to it now itself, right? You are now more than half of the time has passed from grade 10, right? So I'm talking to the grade 10s here. I'm not talking to the grade 11s. Grade 11s, you can just listen. Grade 11s, we have our revision class starting. I will tell you what to do in that class. Don't worry. I just invited you just to cover the theory parts here, okay? Nothing else, right? So the grade 10s, I'm talking to the grade 10s here. So grade 10s, we can practice this from now on. So we don't get scared in the exam, right? So we are like O level is just gonna be another exam for us, right? So the main question number here, we are answering question number 4. That is what we started answering. Question number 4 is from unit number 7. So question number 4, unit number 7. So whatever the question that you are answering, you have to put that number here, okay? Not the number, not the sequence that you are answering, not the sequence that you chose, but the question that is shown in the paper, okay? Whatever the question that is shown in the paper, you got to put it here. So it says 4 here, no? So you will put 4 there, okay? Yeah, not the order of your answers, okay? Yeah, that is, some students get confused with that. So whatever the question that is shown in the question paper, you will put it, okay? So here it says 4, so you will put 4 in the answer script, okay? Right. Okay, then 1 second. Moving on. Right, then we will put 4 here. So in this case, we have the sub question, question number 1. So I recommend you write it just outside here, just like this, okay? Because it's clear then, right? If you want to put double brackets also, okay, fine, that is up to you. Yeah, okay, so better you write it like outside, okay? But can you see what's written here? Can you read this? Yeah. What does it say here on this line? It says don't write here, right? So never ever cross your letters to this line, okay? Beyond this line. But it doesn't say anything here. So you can write the question number here outside because better, because you can see clearly. Because some students I see, they write the question and they immediately start writing the answer, then the question number and the words, everything mixed up. So it's better, that is why I'm saying, like, it's better to keep it outside this line, okay? Your question number will go outside of this line, better, okay, better. And then it says do not write here. So if you want to jump here, that is not allowed, okay? If you do mistakes like this, the paper marking examiner can refuse to mark your questions, okay? Can say you have not followed the procedure, so I'm putting 0. Like that is the authority, that is the power the person who's marking the paper has. If he or she cannot read your letters, he can put 0, okay? He won't try. Magnifying glass genalla, yeah, A1, right? If they cannot read your paper, 0, okay? And if you don't follow the procedure, 0 for that question. Or if you have not followed the procedure to all questions, 0, okay? He has the power. You can't question it, okay? You can't question it. Even if you go to the Supreme Courts, because the exam procedure says follow the procedure, okay? So you have not followed the procedure, that is your problem, okay? Not their problem. So if you have not followed the procedure, if you cross this line, if I am marking the paper, I will put 0, okay? I don't know about others, right? Okay, so don't cross this. It says no Sinhala therana, yeah, like English Sinhala Demala tunema kiyala tiyenne, yeah. So do not write here means this line, okay? Do not cross this line, okay? Because this line is for the paper marking examiners to put marks, okay? That is why there's a reason for everything, right? There's no smoke without a fire, right? So here they will use this line, they will use this strip to put the marks for your questions, okay? To give comments and marks, stuff like that. So we don't want anything written here, okay? So remember those basic procedures. So you will write 1 here which is recommended, then you will write one below the other. This is the standard procedure, okay? So here in the first one, we asked you some kings, the founder of Dambadeniya, Vijayabahu III. So it will go like this, okay? Like everybody understand now the procedure. Then you leave one line. If you want to come to the second one, you leave one line, right? Better, no? Neat, no? Yeah. So then you are writing how many Sandesha Kaves, Pute? How many Sandesha Kaves?
4 Sandesha.
They are asking 4, right? Okay. So you will write one below the other. Better. Okay, better. It doesn't say you can write one after the other also. But this is very neat, right? And you can have enough papers, okay? If you are running out of papers, they will give you papers. Don't worry about it, right? You can have like, 3-4 extra papers, no problem. Okay, so don't worry about it. Keep it very neat and tidy and professional, okay? So here I didn't use numbers, you see, I didn't use numbers. I used the question number here, number 4. And I use Roman 1 and Roman 2 here. But I didn't use numbers again, okay? I didn't use numbers again. I used bullet points, okay? Why? Because if I use numbers again, if I use 1, 2, 3, 4 again, it might be confusing, okay? Maybe the person who's marking the paper might think like you are trying to answer main question, okay? So no, don't use numbers after Roman numbers, okay? You see, Pute, Arab numbers or Hindu Arab numbers are big numbers, okay, main numbers. Roman numbers are sub numbers, sub questions. And you don't have to write numbers again, okay? You only keep bullet points, okay? It can be stars or it can be hyphens like this. I like hyphens. They look very neat and professional. Small hyphens, okay? Don't try to, draw stuff like that. They don't look professional. They look messy end of the day, okay? So what are the Sandesha Kaves that we spoke? Yes. What is the oldest one? Mayuru Sandesha, yes. Mayuru Sandesha, then Salalihini Sandesha, Gira Sandesha, Parabi Sandesha, Tisara Sandesha. You can write, or you can remember 4 of them, okay? So you can complete that, right? Okay. All right. So we have another nice question here. We'll try to answer this as homework. I will take a start to this, okay? Question number 3. Now you have to be very patient when answering essay type questions, and you have to listen very carefully, okay, when you are answering essay type questions, when we are explaining essay type questions. This is a very important part, right, in your exam. More marks are given here. Okay, so the third question, describe with reference to 2 points. Describe something. When you are describing something, you have to write a paragraph. So here we are asking you to describe with reference to 2 points, meaning that under 2 points you have to describe, you have to write 2 paragraphs. Okay, this is what you need to understand. Describe with reference to 2 points the nature of trade during the second urbanization period. Nature of trade. Okay, so what can you remember? Now, when you have a question like this, we discussed a few points about trade that happened during the second urbanization period. And what can you understand from this? Like, tell me your thoughts. Then first thing will be you gather your thoughts, okay, when you want to answer a question like that, right? So here the keywords are trade. You have to write 2 points. And second urbanization, okay, second era of urbanization, right? So these are the keywords, okay? Right. So when it comes to trade, what can you remember about trade when it comes to second era of urbanization? Yes. Anybody remember something? Any point? Let's try to gather those points and then let's line them up under 2 beautiful paragraphs. Yeah.
Sri Lanka had trade relations with various countries.
Sri Lanka had trade relations with various countries. Very good. Yes, that is going to be a very strong point. Yes, exactly. Then another feature of the trade relations or trade that we had, what do you think?
Importing spices.
Exactly, yeah, the commercial side of it, import of certain items and exporting of spices. So we can, under those 2 areas, we can line up our thoughts. Yeah, okay. So now it's about writing, okay. Once you have gathered your thoughts, once you have defined your topics, all you need to do is gather your thoughts under those topics, okay. So this is what we are expecting you to do, right? This is how you write answers to essay type questions. It's not rocket science.
When you know the approach, when you take a good start, everything else is going to follow, right? So describe with reference to 2 points the nature of trade during the second urbanization period. Okay, right. So we will start with Sri Lanka having a rich international trade, or Sri Lanka having international trade relations with multiple countries. So we'll make a strong topic like that. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be our first topic. Yeah. So under this, you're going to explain that how we, what kind of trade relations we had with various countries. India was our main trade partner. Addition to that, we can mention about King Vijayabahu I establishing trade relations with Cairo in Egypt, Arabian country. Then apart from that, in addition to that, we can say we had good trade relations with China, Persia, and also various Arabian countries. Okay, so we can line those thoughts like 3 to 4 nice sentences and write it here. Okay, so this is very, very important for us to understand, right? Okay, then yeah, then I will come to that point later. Okay, so next, yeah, I have another point to add, but we will discuss about it. Okay, where to put it, on the first one, on the second one, right? Then the second point, what Vanputha said, yes, Sri Lanka exporting various spices to other countries. Okay, so this is going to be our second topic. Okay, so here we can mention about, like, we can start by telling that the production surplus or the agricultural surplus was sold for commercial purposes. That is also trade. Selling something is trade, right? Then we can talk about spices like what, Pute? Cinnamon. Tell me other spices that we exported. Yes, continue. Cinnamon, cardamom.
Cardamom and
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg. More. Arecanut, yes. More. Pepper, yeah. So you can mention a few, right? So spices such as cinnamon, cardamom, nutmeg, pepper, arecanut were exported to various countries. Now we'll add something to this here. That is, Sri Lanka also had harbors in the western coast of the country which were very busy with international trade, as mentioned by Ibn Battuta in his accounts. So that will finish very strong. You got to start strong, you got to finish strong. Okay, so I added that point here because that will be a very strong point here. Okay, because that shows that our trade, they are asking us to tell about our trade relations, or they're asking us to explain how trade worked, right, during the second era of urbanization. So we will finish it like that. We will finish it like, very strong international trade and everything, right? So domestic trade was also there, but here we are mostly focused on the international trade here during the second era of urbanization. Okay, so this is what we are talking about here. Under Anuradhapura Kingdom, there was international trade, but not as strong as the second era of urbanization. Okay, yeah. So that is what you need to understand, the nature of trade. Okay. Then the fourth question. Okay, so see, Uday, the third question, remember this very well. So we are not explaining every day how to write essay type answers to essay type questions. Okay, we cannot do every day, right? We got a lot of things to discuss in class, syllabus to be covered and stuff, right? So whenever we have the chance to discuss these essay type questions, full focus should be paid. Okay, full attention should be paid, and these homework should be done by everyone. Okay, if you don't do homework, or if you don't face your exams properly in this class especially, your results cannot be guaranteed. But if you do your homework, you upload your work and get your work checked, correct your mistakes and do better next time. This is what we need when it comes to writing answers to essay type questions. Okay, right. So here, Budhe, see the 5 marks here, they give you 5 marks for writing 2 points, right? Under 2 points, describing something under 2 points, right? So here, this is 1 point. This is 1 point. So we have to describe these 2 points. So writing a proper heading like this will give you 1 mark. Okay. Now out of 5, you already scored 2 because you know what you are talking about. You got a great start. These topics are meaningful also. If any topic doesn't have a proper meaning, you don't get marks to it. Okay. So then for the explaining part, you get 1.5 marks each. What is our target? Our target is to get the headings right. 2 marks already done. 2 upon 5. Plus, our target is to get 1 mark out of these 2. Again, 2 upon 5. Right? Fractions. Okay. Then we get 4 upon 5. That is our target. Okay. This is our target to essay type questions. No big targets. No need to go 5 out of 5. Our target is 4 out of 5 for an A pass. Okay. Yeah. So let's do it. 1 mark, 1 mark. Write the topics properly, meaningful topics, and then you get 1 mark there. Okay. Yeah. Everybody understand over there?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the other essay type questions we'll keep it for another day. And you can continue this one. You can read the tute, you can read the book, gather more points and write a beautiful answer and put it in the work uploading group. Okay. And then we will get into another paper. We only discussed 1 paper today. So we will do a few MCQs and then say bye for today. Okay. 10 more minutes. We are taking some extra time. Okay. Like always. Let's go to a very old paper. Okay. Yeah. Putha, your syllabus started in 2016. Okay. If you have any papers older than 2016, you can throw them away, right? Okay. Don't bring them here. Don't keep them with you because we don't want you to get confused, right? End of the day, like, I mean, trying to answer questions that are not there in the syllabus. Yeah. That is the worst. That is the worst thing you can do, right? Trying to answer questions that are not even there in the syllabus. You are not even supposed to remember those. Okay. Because they are the old syllabus, right? So we don't want those questions. 2016 is the 2016 is the oldest paper that you can refer to. Okay. Anything 2015, 14, 13, throw it out, right? Yeah. Give it to the Kadala man. Kadala vendor. Yeah. So you can at least, wrap some Kadala and give people, yeah, with them. At least making some use of it. For us, it's no use. Okay. Yeah. All right. We got 1 question here. If you can see, we can answer this. Yeah. We will answer this question first because this question has connections to unit number 6 and 7 both. Yeah. I will enable annotation so you can try answering on screen as well. And can you see another question from this unit? Circle that question number if you can read and see. Yeah. Only that? Only 15 and 20? Okay. Now you are talking. Now you are talking. We are looking at questions from unit number 7. Okay. Yeah. Shall we try answering those? Everybody, grade 10s, especially try answering those questions. Grade 10s. Answer questions. I'll give you 1 minute. 19 and 20 answer. Everybody.
I can't see any answers to question number 19. Anybody trying it? Question number 19 is from unit number 7. Question number 19 is a very important question type. I will tell you what question type is this, okay? So you have to be very careful when reading questions like this. Okay, we'll discuss, right? We have 3 questions literally from unit number 7 in 2016. Question number 15. Which of the following queens ruled this country 3 times as mentioned in history? Who's that queen, Pute? Queen Leelavati.
Leelavati.
Yeah? Wife, yes. Wife of King Parakramabahu I. She is a Pandyan queen. So, with the help of the Pandyans, she came to power 3 times. Okay, 3 times. First time like 3 years, and after that 1 year, 2 years, like this. Okay, yeah. So Pandyans brought her to power 3 times. Okay, right. So this is very important. Queen Leelavati is the queen to rule the country 3 times. Okay, right. Then question number 19, very important question. Okay, right. Question number 19 says, consider the following statements. Consider the following statements. Consider both the statements. Okay, there are 2 dots here. So you will consider the 2 statements. Then forget about the statements for now. We'll read the question. Of the following, what pair of cities is connected with the above statements? So there are 2 statements, but they don't have numbers. They don't have A, B, or anything like that. They are just 2 dots, 2 bullet points. And they are asking us to see what pair of cities are connected with the above statements. Okay, what pair of cities are connected with the above statements? Okay. Transformation of cities freed from a geometric structure to an independent structure. Transformation of cities getting freed from a geometric structure to an independent structure. A geometric structure means it's a huge structure. Okay, huge structure which is an expanding structure, a properly planned structure. Independent structure means put a standalone. It's alone. Standalone. Kilakan. Yeah. Independent structure is no connection with others. So tell me a city that you know with a geometric structure, which is very well connected, very well planned, and can be expanded, and has connections to other cities as well. Geometric structure. Yes. Tell me a city you know from the ancient times. Yes. Tell me a well-planned city, huge city that you know from the ancient times.
Anuradhapura.
Of course, Anuradhapura. What about Polonnaruwa? Polonnaruwa is not a planned city? Yes. Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa are geometric structures. Okay. Huge planned cities. Okay, that can be expanded, that are very, very well planned. That is why we use the name geometric structure. Independent structure means, tell me one example from the later periods, ruling centers, or whatever it is, whatever you feel
Dambadeniya.
like. Dambadeniya. Yapahuwa, independent structure. Yapahuwa is a rock, and there's a fortress in the rock. Okay. Give me 1 second.
All right. So geometric structure means it is a very well planned, huge structure. Independent structure, Yapahuwa is a rock, right? Yapahuwa is a rock. Dambadeniya is also like a small enclave. So these structures are small, okay, or independent structures. So ruling centers in the later periods are small, okay, independent structures. Ruling centers in the early periods are geometric structures. So here transformation of cities freed from geometric structures to an independent structure. This is, we are talking about big structure to small structure. We are talking about the second era of urbanization, okay, second era of urbanization. Here, the second point, it says the cities do not showing a large scale structure in size. Cities do not show a large scale structure in size. What are these? First era of urbanization or second era?
Second era.
Second era. So both the statements are talking about the first era of urbanization or second era of urbanization?
First and second.
Second.
Okay. The both the statements are talking about first era or second era?
Both.
How both? How both?
Second era.
Now you have to think, okay, this is O level, okay, this is O level. That is why this is O levels, right? 400,000 students take this exam. 250,000 pass this exam. 150,000 fail this exam, okay? Yeah, because of these questions like this. So there will be 10 questions like this. You have to think, Pute, you have to think logically. This is what they are going to cancel now. They are going to cancel history. And they're going to make a stupid generation, right? This is what's going to happen now. So this thinking, yeah, the thinking ability, they're going to kill, yeah, of people, right? So if there's no questions like this, you don't think, right? Maths, of course, maths, you know the formula, you apply it. And you practice the sums, you do it. I mean, actually, there's nothing much to think logically there. Because the formula is there, you just apply it. If you don't remember the formula, you're done. You're gone. Science also same like that. But this is another level, okay? This is another side of life, right? History is another angle, yeah? Okay, you got to think logically. So there will be 10 questions like this in your 40 questions, okay? Yeah. Transformation of cities freed from geometric structure to independent structure. Okay, transformation of cities freeing from geometric to independent, that is second era. Geometric became independent in second era, right? So this one is talking about the second era, okay? And this one, obviously, city is not showing a large scale structure in size. Of course, they are talking about the second era, right? Okay, now what is the question? Of the following, what pair of cities is connected with the above statements? They are asking about both the statements here. They are not asking to compare with one statement with another. Okay, they are asking about both statements. Okay, right. Now, take a look at the first one. First answer. Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa. Okay. Transformation of geometric to independent. Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa. Anuradhapura correct? Transformation of... No. It's not from geometric to independent. It is already geometric structure. Geometric structure means big one. Polonnaruwa, no. Right. The second one, Anuradhapura and Dambadeniya. The first one, the two statements. Okay, check the two statements. Transformation of cities from geometric to independent. Anuradhapura, wrong, right? Anuradhapura is not geometric to independent, right? Anuradhapura is already geometric. So wrong. Dambadeniya, correct. Dambadeniya is correct about these two. Geometric to independent. Dambadeniya is independent. Dambadeniya is small. And Dambadeniya is not big, not showing a large scale. So this is correct. But Anuradhapura is there. There's one unwanted one. So this is not the answer because of that. Okay. Then we have the third one, Dambadeniya and Yapahuwa. Okay, take a look at Dambadeniya and Yapahuwa. Transformation of cities freed from geometric structure to an independent structure. Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, independent structures. Okay, then not showing large scale structure. Dambadeniya, Yapahuwa, not large. So this is the answer, Dambadeniya and Yapahuwa. But you can see in all three answers, that we chose wrong, they have Polonnaruwa and Anuradhapura in them. Okay. Yeah. So that is how you have to think logically. Okay. So there is Polonnaruwa and Anuradhapura, which has nothing to do with these two statements. So you can eliminate like that also, right? That is the shortcut. Okay. So the shortcut will be thinking logically and coming to that level. Yeah. Not to think too much, but we have to think too much to understand the logic. If you are stuck or something like that, you got to analyze it like I did. Okay. Like I did with examples. But if you need the shortcut, see, when you have done the hard work, when you can think logically, then you can know the shortcut also. Okay. Then you can eliminate the other answers. See, the first one is talking about the second era of urbanization. Okay, second era, the cities in the second era of urbanization. The second statement is talking about the cities in the second era of urbanization. Meaning that both the statements are talking about the second era, the features of the cities in the second era of urbanization. Okay. So then you can see Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, these are in the first era of urbanization. So none of these answers can be correct because there's cities from the first era of urbanization in it. And we have two statements from the second era of urbanization. So this is the only answer with both the answers from the second era of urbanization. So here we go. We have the right answer. Everybody understand, Pute? Yes? Okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
the easy questions, Pute, in your O levels, you're going to finish it in 10, 15, 20 seconds. But the difficult question like this, you got to take a couple of minutes. Okay. That is why you have 40 questions and 60 minutes. So for the difficult question, there will be like 10 to 12 difficult questions like this. So without, panicking or without, like jumping the gun, or a panel just be patient and analyze and go for the best answer. Okay. Always think logically. So the 10 questions that I'm talking about, there will be 10 questions like this in your O levels. You got to analyze, break it down and go for the best answer. And the way you answer those 10 questions will determine your A pass. Okay. Yes. If you don't answer those 10 questions properly, very difficult for you to get an A pass, right? Because out of the 40 questions, we got to score 30 minimum. Okay. Minimum 30 correct if you are going for an A pass. Okay. Out of the 40 questions. That is our target. Our targets are very clear and our targets are very achievable. No mission impossible here, right? Everything is possible. So 30 is possible and our students score more than 35. Okay. The students who got A passes, they will score 30. They will score like 35. Okay. That is very common, right? Okay. Let's go to the last question. Yeah. For today, we'll discuss more questions when we have time. You can also answer some questions. Okay. You can answer more questions. You have the past papers with you. You can answer some questions like this. Right. Some historical events are given below. Here we go. I told you, very important for you to learn about the kingdoms and their sequence and the founders and the events that happened in those kingdoms. This is what we have been learning for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, including today. So now let's put it into practice. Let's apply that knowledge or the theory parts that we have in our heads. Okay, right. Some historical events are given below. Okay, I'm asking you questions, you will answer now. I'm asking you questions from each and every statement here. Translation of Pansyapanas Jataka storybook into Sinhala. When did this happen? Anybody? During which era?
Kurunegala.
Kurunegala, very good. Yes, Kurunegala. Everybody try to answer. Okay. Raising of a rebellion by Jyotiya Situ, the provincial ruler of Udarata or upcountry. Remember? During which time did this happen? Anybody? Or
Kotte
during which
Kingdom.
king? Kotte Kingdom. Very good. And during which king? You remember the king who forgave the
Parakramabahu
rebels?
VI.
Parakramabahu II, the first king of Kotte, right? Parakramabahu VI had two main challenges, right? Surrendering Jaffna. He did that with the support of Prince Sabumal. And then there was this Jyotiya giving him problems. Jyotiya wanted to start his own kingdom. Nah, we are fighting. So we beat you, but still we forgave you, right? Because we don't want to kill you all, right? So this is a great quality of King Parakramabahu VI. He sent Prince Ambulugalar to accomplish this goal. Internal conflict, right? A rebellion. So this happened during Kotte Kingdom, right? Okay. Invasion of Sri Lanka by Chandrabanu. When did this happen?
Dambadeniya.
Dambadeniya.
Very good. Dambadeniya, yes. Under which king? Anybody? Who beat
Who beat Chandrabanu twice?
II.
Parakramabahu II. Yes, correct. Arrival of the Arab traveler Ibn Battuta in Sri Lanka.
Gambala Kingdom.
Correct. Gampola Kingdom. Very good. Yes. Now, when you read this, you just, understood the sequence, right? Right. Okay. What are they asking now? Above historical events are arranged according to the sequential order. Okay, arrange them in order. What is the correct answer? Now comes what in handy? Your poem, right? Apodaya Kusiye Kammisko. Right? Like that. Okay, so what happened first out of these four? What happened first, Pude?
Invasion of Chandra.
Arrival of
Dambadeniya. Yes, okay. Dambadeniya comes first, right? So this is number 1. Okay. Number 2.
Arrival of Ibn Battuta.
Number 2 is Kurunegala.
Gampola.
Number 2 is Kurunegala or Gampola. Apodaya Kusiye Kammisko.
Kurunegala.
Yeah. Number 2 is Kurunegala. Number 3?
Gampala.
Sure. Gampola. Yeah. Apodaya Kusiye Kammisko. Kusiye Kurunegala Kammiris Gampola. Kote. 4. Right. Here's the answer. C, A, D and B. C, A, D, B. We have this, right? Can you see? C, A, D, B. That is the answer. Everybody got it? So
Yes.
you see the importance why I wrote a poem and Katapadam Kerevana and also you learn the most important events, right? When we discussed the most important events that happen under each kingdom. Under all of these, we explain all these things. Okay. Yeah, we already learned about these things. So all you needed to remember is the sequence of the kingdom. Okay. Then you can answer this question because you know what happened under which kingdom, important events. So at least 2 to 3 events you have to remember under every kingdom here. Okay. So you can revise the unit. You can be strong with this unit. Read the tute. It's an updated version of the tute, which is there. More information is added to that. You can read it and then do some more past paper questions. Try to answer more essay type questions. I will correct them for you. And more essay questions we will discuss in our revision and paper class next year. So for now, this is gonna be enough. And end of this year, we have a final exam also. So there will be a question from this unit as well. Hopefully, yeah. And then we can discuss more points there as well, right? So we'll do that. And next week will be map marking plus a short session on how to make short notes. That's the plan for next week. And next month we are going to a new lesson, which is Kandyan Kingdom. I hope everybody okay. And if you have any questions, you know how to reach me. So we will continue to answer questions from this unit. Okay, this is a very important unit. Okay, right. Until next week, take care. Bye bye. God bless you. Good night.